The Precipice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. The Precipice by Ivan GONCHAROV. Translated by M. BRYANT. Preface. Ivan Alexandrovich Goncharov, 1812–1891, was one of the leading members of the great circle of Russian writers who, in the middle of the 19th century, gathered around the Современник (contemporary) under Nekrasov's editorship, a circle including Turgenev, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Belinsky, and Gerzen. He had not the marked genius of the first three of these, but that he is so much less known to the Western reader is perhaps also due to the fact that there was nothing sensational either in his life or his literary method. His strength was in the steady delineation of character, conscious of, but not deeply disturbed by, the problems which were obsessing and distracting smaller and greater minds. Tolstoy has a characteristically prejudiced reminiscence. Quote, "I remember how Goncharov, the author, a very sensible and educated man, but a thorough townsman and an aesthete, said to me that after Turgenev there was nothing left to write about in the life of the lower classes. It was all used up. The life of our wealthy people, with their amorousness and dissatisfaction with their lives, seemed to him full of inexhaustible subject matter. One hero kissed his lady on her palm, and another on her elbow, and a third somewhere else. One man is discontented through idleness, another because people don't love him. And Goncharov thought that in this sphere there is no end of variety." End quote. In fact, his greatest success was the portrait of Oblomov in the novel of that name, which was at once recognized as a peculiarly national character, a man of 32 years, careless, bored, untidy, lazy, but gentle and good-natured. In the present work, now translated for the first time into English, the type reappears with some differences. Raisky seems to have been born tired. He has plenty of intelligence, some artistic gifts, charm, and an abundant kindliness, yet he achieves nothing, either in work or in love, and in the end fades ineffectually out of the story. Quote, "He knew he would do better to begin a big piece of work instead of these trifles, but he told himself that Russians did not understand hard work, or that real work demanded rude strength, the use of the hands, the shoulders, and the back." End quote. "He is only half a man," says Mark Volokov, the wolfish outlaw who quotes Proudhon and talks about the new knowledge, the new life. This rascal, whose violent pursuit of the heroine produces the tragedy of the book, is a much less convincing figure, though he also represents a reality of Russian life then and even now. The true contrast to Raisky, of which Goncharov had deep and sympathetic knowledge, is shown in the splendid picture of the two women, Vera, the infatuated beauty, and Aunt Tatiana, whose agony of motherly concern and shamed remembrance is depicted with great power. The book is remarkable as a study of the psychology of passionate emotion. For the Western reader it is also delightful for the glimpses it gives of the old Russian country life which is slowly passing away. The scene lies beside one of the small towns on the Volga. Quote, "Like other towns, a cemetery, the tranquillity of the grave." What a frame for a novel, if only he knew what to put in the novel. If the image of passion should float over this motionless, sleepy little world, the picture would glow into the enchanting color of life." End quote. The storm of passion does break over the edge of the hill overlooking the mighty river, and, amid the wreckage, the two victims rise into a nobility that the reckless reformer and the pleasant dilettante have never conceived. Goncharov had passed many years in governmental service, and had in fact reached the age of 35 when his first work, A Common Story, was published. The frigate Pallada, which followed, is a lengthy descriptive account of an official expedition to Japan and Siberia in which Goncharov took part. After the publication of The Precipice, its author was moved to write an essay, Better Late Than Never, in which he attempted to explain that the purpose of his 3 novels was to present the eternal struggle between East and West, the lethargy of the Russian, and the ferment of foreign influences. Thus he ranged himself more closely with the great figures among his contemporaries. 2 other volumes consist of critical study and reminiscence. End of preface. Chapter 1 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Boris Pavlovich Raisky had a vivacious, unusually mobile face. At first sight he appeared younger than his years. The high, white forehead gave an impression of freshness and vigor, the eyes blazed one moment with intelligence, emotion, or gaiety, a moment later they wore a meditative, dreamy expression. Then, again, they looked young, even childlike. At other times they evidenced knowledge of life, or looked so weary, so bored, that they betrayed their owner's age. At these times there appeared between them 3 furrows, certain indications of time and knowledge of life. Smooth black hair fell on his neck, and half covered the ears, with here and there silver threads about the temples. His complexion had kept the tints of youth except on the temples and the chin, which were a brownish yellow color. It was easy to guess from his physiognomy that the conflict between youth and maturity was past, that he had passed the early stages of life's journey, and that sorrow and sickness had left their marks on him. Only the mouth, with its delicate lines, with the fresh, almost childlike smile, remained unchanged by age. He had been left an orphan in childhood, and for some time his indifferent bachelor guardian had left his education to a relative, Boris's aunt. This lady was endowed with a rich temperament, but her horizon did not stretch far beyond her own home, where in the tranquil atmosphere of woods and gardens, in the environment of the family and the estate, Boris had passed several years. When he grew older, his guardian sent him to the high school, where the family traditions of former wealth and of the connection with other old noble families faded. His further development, occupations, and inclinations led him still further from the traditions of his childhood. Raisky had lived for about 10 years in St. Petersburg, that is to say, he rented 3 pleasant rooms from a German landlord, which he retained, although after he had left the civil service, he rarely spent 2 successive half-years in the capital. He had left the civil service as casually as he had entered it, because when he had had time to consider his position, he came to the conclusion that the service is not an aim in itself, but merely a means to bring together a number of men who would otherwise have had no justification for their existence. If these men had not existed, the posts which they filled need never have been created. Now he had already passed his 30th year, and had neither sowed nor reaped. He did not follow the same path as the other ordinary arrival from the interior of Russia, for he was neither an officer nor an official, nor did he seek a career for himself by hard work or by influence. He was inscribed in the registers of his police district as a civil servant. It would have been hard for the expert in physiognomy to decipher Raisky's characteristics, inclinations, and character from his face because of its extraordinary mobility. Still less could his mental physiognomy be defined. He had moments when, to use his own expression, he embraced the whole world, so that many people declared that there was no kinder, more amiable man in existence. Others, on the contrary, who came across him at an unfortunate moment, when the yellow patches on his face were most marked, when his lips were drawn in a sinister, nervous quiver, and he returned kindness and sympathy with cold looks and sharp words, were repelled by him and even pursued him with their dislike. Some called him egotistic and proud, while others declared themselves enchanted with him. Some again maintained that he was theatrical, others that he was not to be trusted. 2 or 3 friends judged otherwise. "A noble nature," they said, "most honorable, but with all its virtues nervous, passionate, excitable, fiery-tempered." So there had never been any unanimous opinion of him. Even in early childhood, while he lived with his aunt, and later after his school days had begun, he showed the same enigmatic and contradictory traits. It might be expected that the first effort of a new boy would be to listen to the teacher's questions and the pupil's answers, but Raisky stared at the teacher as if seeking to impress on his memory the details of his appearance, his speech, how he took snuff. He looked at his eyebrows, his beard, then at his clothes, at the cornelian seal suspended across his waistcoat, and so on. Then he would observe each of the other boys and note their peculiarities, or he would study his own person and wonder what his own face was like, what the others thought of him. "What did I say just now?" interrupted the master, noticing Boris's wandering glance. To the teacher's amazement, Boris replied word for word. "And what is the meaning of this?" He had listened mechanically and had caught the actual syllables. The master repeated his explanation, and again Boris caught the sound of his voice, noticing that sometimes he spoke shortly, staccato, sometimes drawled as if he were singing, and then rapped out his words smartly like nuts. "Well?" Raisky blushed, perspired with anxiety, and was silent. It was the mathematical master. He went to the blackboard, wrote up the problem, and again began the explanation. Raisky only noticed with what rapidity and certainty he wrote the figures, how the waistcoat with the cornelian seal, and then the snuff-spattered shirt front, came nearer. Nothing, except the solution of the problem, escaped him. Now and then a notion penetrated to his brain, but when it came to equations, he grew weary with the effort required. Sometimes the teacher lost patience with him and generally concluded, "Go back to your place, you are a blockhead." But if a whiff of originality passed over the master himself, if he taught as if it were a game, and had recourse neither to his book nor to the blackboard, then the solution flashed on Raisky, and he found the answer quicker than any of the others. He consumed passionately history, novels, and tales. Wherever he could, he begged for books. But he did not like facts or theories or anything that drew him from the world of fancy towards the world of reality. In the geography lesson he could not understand how any boy could answer in class, but once out of class he could talk about foreign countries and cities or about the sea to the amazement of his classmates. He had not learnt it from the teacher or from a book, but he gave a picture of the place, as if he had actually been there. "You are inventing," a skeptical listener would say. "Vasily Nikitich never said that." His companions did not know what to make of him, for his sympathies changed so often that he had neither constant friends nor constant enemies. One week he would attach himself to one boy, seek his society, sit with him, read to him, talk to him, and give him his confidence. Then, for no reason, he would leave him, enter into close relations with another boy, and then as speedily forget him. If one of his companions annoyed him, he became angry with him and pursued hostilities obstinately long after the original cause was forgotten. Then suddenly he would have a friendly, magnanimous impulse, would carefully arrange a scene of reconciliation which interested everyone, himself most of all. When he was out of school, everyday life attracted him very little. He cared neither for its gayer side nor its sterner activities. If his guardian asked him how the corn should be threshed, the cloth milled, or linen bleached, he turned away and went out onto the veranda to look out on the woods, or made his way along the river to the thicket to watch the insects at work, or to observe the birds, to see how they alighted, how they sharpened their beaks. He caught a hedgehog and made a playmate of it, went out fishing all day long with the village boys, or listened to the tales about Pugachev, told by a half-witted old woman living in a mud hut, greedily drinking in the most singular of the horrible incidents she related, while he looked into the old woman's toothless mouth and into the caverns of her fading eyes. For hours he would listen with morbid curiosity to the babble of the idiot Viklusha. At home he read in the most desultory way. He deemed the secrets of Eastern magic, Russian tales and folk-lore, skimmed Ossian, Tasso, Homer, or wandered with Cook in strange lands. If he found nothing to read, he lay motionless all day long, as if he were exhausted with hard work. His fancy carried him beyond Ossian and Homer, beyond the tales of Cook, until, fevered with his imaginings, he rose tired, exhausted, and unable for a long time to resume normal life. People called him an idler. He feared this accusation and wept over it in secret, though he was convinced that he was no idler, but something different, that no one but himself comprehended. Unfortunately, there was no one to guide him in a definite direction. On the one hand, his guardian merely saw to it that his masters came at stated times, and that Boris did not avoid school. On the other, his aunt contented herself with seeing that he was in good health, ate and slept well, was decently dressed, and, as a well-brought-up boy should, did not consort with every village lout. Nobody cared to see what he read. His aunt gave him the keys of his father's library in the old house, where he shut himself in, now to read Spinoza, now a novel, and another day Voltaire or Boccaccio. He made better progress in the arts than in the sciences. Here, too, he had his tricks. One day the teacher set the pupils to draw eyes, but Raisky grew tired of that and proceeded to add a nose and a mustache. The master surprised him and seized him by the hair. When he looked closer at the drawing, however, he asked, "Where did you learn to do that?" "Nowhere," was the reply. "But it is well done, my lad. See yourself what this hurry to get on leads to. The forehead and nose are good enough, but the ear you have put in the wrong place, and the hair looks like toe." Raisky was triumphant. The words, "But it is well done, the forehead and nose are good enough," were for him a crown of laurel. He walked round the schoolyard proud in the consciousness that he was the best in the drawing class. This mood lasted to the next day, when he came to grief in the ordinary lessons. But he conceived a passion for drawing, and during the month that followed drew a curly-headed boy, then the head of Fingal. His fancy was caught by a woman's head which hung in the master's room. It leaned a little towards one shoulder and looked away into the distance with melancholy, meditative eyes. "Allow me to make a copy," he begged with a gentle, tremulous voice, and with a nervous quiver of the upper lip. "Don't break the glass," the master warned him, and gave him the picture. Boris was happy. For a whole week his masters did not secure a single intelligent answer from him. He sat silently in his corner and drew. At night he took the drawing to his bedroom, and as he looked into its gracious eyes, followed the lines of the delicately bent neck, he shivered, his heart stood still, there was a catch in his breath, and he closed his eyes. With a faint sigh he pressed the picture to his breast where the breath came so painfully, and then there was a crash, and the glass fell clattering on the floor. When he had drawn the head his pride knew no bounds. His work was exhibited with the drawings of pupils of the top class. The teacher had made few corrections, had only here and there put broad strokes in the shading, had drawn 3 or 4 more decided lines, had put a point in each eye, and the eyes were now like life. "How lifelike and bold it is," thought Raisky, as he looked at the strokes inserted by his master, and more especially at the points in the eyes, which had so suddenly given them the look of life. This step forward intoxicated him. "Talent! Talent!" sang in his ears. He sketched the maids, the coachmen, the peasants of the countryside. He was particularly successful with the idiot Fiklusha, seated in a cavern with her bust in the shade, and the light on her wild hair. He had not the patience nor the skill to finish bust, hands and feet. How could anybody be expected to sit still all the morning when the sun was shedding its rays so gaily and so generously on stream and meadow? Within 3 days the picture had faded in his imagination, and new images were thronging his brain. He would like to have drawn a round dance, a drunken old man, the rapid passage of a troika. For 2 days he was taken up with this picture, which stood before his mind's eye in every detail. The peasants and the women were finished, but not the wagon with its 3 fleet horses. In a week he had forgotten this picture also. He loved music to distraction. At school he had an enduring affection for the dull Vassivkov, who was the laughing stock of the other boys. A boy would seize Vassivkov by the ear, crying, "Get out, stupid blockhead!" But Raisky stood by him because Vassivkov, inattentive, sleepy, idle, who never did his work even for the universally beloved Russian master, would every afternoon after dinner take his violin and, as he played, forget the school, the masters, and the nose-pullings. His eyes, as they gazed into the distance, apparently seeking something strange, enticing, and mysterious, became wild and gloomy and often filled with tears. He was no longer Vassivkov, but another creature. His pupils dilated, his eyes ceased to blink, becoming clearer and deeper. His glance was proud and intelligent, his breath came long and deep. Over his face stole an expression of happiness, of gentleness. His eyes became darker and seemed to radiate light. In a word, he became beautiful. Raisky began to think the thoughts of Vassivkov, to see what he saw. His surroundings vanished, and boys and benches were lost in a mist. More notes, and a wide space opened before him. A world of motion arose. He heard the murmur of running streams, saw ships, men, woods, and drifting clouds. Everywhere was light, motion, and gaiety. He had the sensation that he himself was growing taller. He caught his breath. The dream continued just so long as the notes were heard. Suddenly he heard a noise, he was awakened with a start. Vassivkov had ceased to play, the moving musical waves vanished, and there were only the boys, benches, and tables. Vassivkov laid aside his violin, and somebody tweaked his ear. Raisky threw himself in a rage on the offender, struck him, all the while possessed by the magic notes. Every nerve in his body sang. Life, thought, emotion, broken waves in the seething sea of his consciousness. The notes strike a chord of memory. A cloud of recollection hovers before him, shaping the figure of a woman who holds him to her breast. He gropes in his consciousness. It was thus that his mother's arms cradled him, his face pressed to her breast. Her figure grows in distinctness, as if she had risen from the grave. He had begun to take lessons from Vassivkov. For a whole week he had been moving the bow up and down, but its scratching set his teeth on edge. He caught two strings at once, and his hand trembled with weakness. It was clearly no use. When Vassivkov played, his hand seemed to play of itself. Tired of the torment, Raisky begged his guardian to allow him to take piano lessons. It will be easier on the pianoforte, he thought. His guardian engaged a German master, but took the opportunity of saying a few words to his nephew. "Boris," he said, "for what are you preparing yourself? I have been intending to ask you for a long time." Boris did not understand the question and made no answer. "You are nearly 16 years old, and it is time you began to think of serious things. It is plain that you have not yet considered what faculty you will follow in the university, and to which branch of the service you will devote yourself. You cannot well go into the army because you have no great fortune, and yet for the sake of your family could hardly serve elsewhere than in the Guards." Boris was silent and watched through the window how the hens strutted about, how the pigs wallowed in the mire, how the cat was stalking a pigeon. "I am speaking to you seriously, and you stare out of the window. For what future are you preparing yourself?" "I want to be an artist." "What? An artist? The devil only knows what notions you have got into your head. Who would agree to that? Do you even know what an artist is?" Raisky made no answer. "An artist is a man who borrows money from you or chatters foolish nonsense and drives you to distraction. Artist! These people lead a wild gypsy life, are destitute of money, clothes, shoes, and all the time they dream of wealth. Artists live on this earth like the birds of heaven. I have seen enough of them in St. Petersburg, bold rascals who meet one another in the evening dressed in fantastic costumes, lie upon divans, smoke pipes, talk about trifles, read poetry, drink brandy, and declare that they are artists. Uncombed, unwashed. I have heard, uncle, that artists are now held in high esteem. You are thinking of the past. Now the Academy produces many famous people. I am not very old, and I have seen the world. You have heard the bells ring, but do not know in what tower. Famous people. There are famous artists, as there are famous doctors. But when do they achieve fame? When do they enter the service and reach the rank of councillor? If a man builds a cathedral or erects a monument in a public place, then people begin to seek him out. But artists begin in poverty, with a crust of bread. You will find they are for the most part freed serfs, small tradespeople, or foreigners, or Jews. Poverty drives them to art. But you, a Raisky, you have land of your own and bread to eat. It's pleasant enough to have graceful talents in society, to play the piano, to sketch in an album, and to sing a song. And I have therefore engaged a German professor for you. But what an abominable idea to be an artist by profession! Have you ever heard of a prince or a count who has painted a picture, or a nobleman who has chiseled a statue. No. And why? What about Rubens? He was a courtier, an ambassador. Where have you dug that out? 200 years ago, among the Germans. But you are going to the university to enter the faculty of law, then you will study for the service in St. Petersburg, try to get a position as advocate, and your connections will help you to a place at court. And if you keep your eyes open with your name and your connections, you will be a governor in 30 years' time. That is the career for you. But there seems to be no serious ideas in your head. You catch fish with the village boars, have sketched a swamp and a drunken beggar, but you have not the remotest idea of when this or that crop should be sown, or at what price it is sold. Raisky trembled. His guardian's lecture affected his nerves. Like Vassivkov, the music master began to bend his fingers. If Raisky had not been ashamed before his guardian, he would not have endured the torture. As it was, he succeeded in a few months, after much trouble, in completing the first stages of his instruction. Very soon he surpassed and surprised the local young ladies by the strength and boldness of his playing. His master saw his abilities were remarkable, his indolence still more remarkable. That, he thought, was no misfortune. Indolence and negligence are native to artists. He had been told, too, that a man who has talent should not work too hard. Hard work is only for those with moderate abilities. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raisky entered the university and spent the summer vacation with his aunt Tatiana Markovna Berezhkov. His aunt lived in a family estate which Boris had inherited from his mother, a piece of land on the Volga, close by a little town with 50 souls and 2 residences, one built of stone and now neglected, the other a wooden building built by Boris's father. In this newer house Tatiana Markovna lived with 2 orphan girls of 6 and 5 years old respectively, who had been left in her care by a niece whom she had loved as a daughter. Tatiana Markovna had an estate and a village of her own, but after the death of Raisky's parents she had established herself on their little estate, which she ruled like a miniature kingdom, wisely, economically, carefully, and despotically. She never permitted Boris's guardian to interfere in her business, took no heed of documents, papers, or deeds, but carried on the affairs of the estate according to the practice of its former owners. She told Boris's guardian that all the documents, papers, and deeds were inscribed in her memory, and that she would render account to Boris when he came of age. Until that day came, she, according to the verbal instructions of his parents, was mistress of the estate. Boris's guardian was content. It was an excellent estate, and could not be better administered than by the old lady. What a paradise Raisky evolved for himself in this corner of the earth, from which he had been taken away in his childhood, and where he had spent many a summer visit in his school days. What views in the neighborhood! Every window in the house framed a lovely landscape. From one side could be seen the Volga, with its steep banks, from the others wide meadows and gorges, and the whole seemed to melt into the distant blue hills. From the third side could be seen fields, villages, and part of the town. The air was cool and invigorating, and as refreshing as a bathe on a summer day. In the immediate neighborhood of the 2 houses, the great park with its dark alleys, arbors, and seats was kept in good order, but beyond these limits it was left wild. There were broad stretching elms, cherry and apple trees, service trees, and there were lime trees intended to form an avenue, which lost itself in a wood in the friendly neighborhood of pines and birches. Suddenly the whole ended in a precipice, thickly overgrown with bushes, which overhung a plain about 1½ versts in breadth along the banks of the Volga. Nearer the wooden house lay the vegetable garden, and just in front of its windows lay the flower garden. Tatiana Markovna liked to have a space clear of trees in front of the house, so that the place was flooded with sunshine and the scent of flowers. From the other side of the house one could watch all that was going on in the courtyard, and could see the servants' quarters, the kitchens, the hayricks, and the stable. In the depth of the courtyard stood the old house, gloomy, always in shadow, stained with age, with here and there a cracked window pane, with heavy doors fastened by heavy bolts, and the path leading up to it overgrown with grass. But on the new house the sun streamed from morning to night, the flower garden full of roses and dahlias surrounded it like a garland, and the gay flowers seemed to be trying to force their way in through the windows. Swallows nesting under the eaves flew hither and thither. In the garden and the trees there were sedge sparrows, siskins, and goldfinches, and when darkness fell the nightingale began to sing. Around the flowers there were swarms of bees, bumblebees, dragonflies, and glittering butterflies, and in the corners cats and kittens stretched themselves comfortably in the sunshine. In the house itself peace and joy reigned. The rooms were small but cozy. Antique pieces of furniture had been brought over from the great house, as had the portraits of Raisky's parents and grandparents. The floors were painted, waxed, and polished. The stoves were adorned with old-fashioned tiles, also brought over from the other house. The cupboards were full of plate and silver. There were old Dresden cups and figures, Chinese ornaments, teapots, sugar basins, heavy old spoons. Round stools bound with brass and inlaid tables stood in pleasant corners. In Tatiana Markovna's sitting room stood an old-fashioned carved bureau, with a mirror, urns, lyres, and genii. But she had hung up the mirror because she said it was a hindrance to writing when you stared at your own stupid face. The room also contained a round table where she lunched, and drank her tea and coffee, and a rather hard leather-covered armchair with a high back. Grandmother footnote Tatiana Markovna was addressed by her grandnieces and her grandnephew as grandmother, end footnote, was old-fashioned. She did not approve of lounging, but held herself upright, and was simple and reserved in her manners. How beautiful Boris thought her, and indeed she was beautiful. Tall, neither stout nor thin, a vivacious old lady. Not indeed an old lady, but a woman of 50, with quick black eyes, and so kind and gracious a smile that even when she was angry, and the stormlight flickered in her eyes, the blue sky could be observed behind the clouds. She had a slight moustache, and on her left cheek, near the chin, a birthmark with a little bunch of hairs, details of which gave her face a remarkable expression of kindness. She cut her grey hair short, and went about in house, yard, garden with her head uncovered, but on feast days, or when guests were expected, she put on a cap. The cap could not be kept in its place, and did not suit her at all, so that after about 5 minutes she would, with apologies, remove the tiresome headdress. In the mornings she wore a white blouse with a girdle and big pockets. In the afternoon she put on a brown dress, and on feast days a heavy rustling silk dress that gleamed like silver, and over it a valuable shawl which only Vasilisa, her housekeeper, was allowed to take out of the press. "Uncle Ivan Kuzmich brought it from the East," she used to boast. "It cost 300 gold roubles, and now no money would buy it." At her girdle hung a bunch of keys, so that grandmother could be heard from afar like a rattlesnake when she crossed the yard or the garden. At the sound the coachmen hid their pipes in their boots, because the mistress feared nothing so much as fire, and for that reason counted smoking as the greatest of crimes. The cooks seized the knife, the spoon, or the broom. Kiryusha, who had been joking with Matryona, hurried to the door, while Matryona hurried to the byre. If the approaching clatter gave warning that the mistress was returning to the house, Mashutka quickly took off her dirty apron and wiped her hands on a towel or a bit of rag, as the case might be. Spitting on her hands, she smoothed down her dry rebellious hair and covered the round table with the finest of clean tablecloths. Vasilisa, silent, serious, of the same age as her mistress, buxom but faded with much confinement indoors, would bring in the silver service with the steaming coffee. Mashutka effaced herself as far as possible in a corner. The mistress insisted on cleanliness in her servants, but Mashutka had no gift for keeping herself spotless. When her hands were clean she could do nothing, but felt as if everything would slip through her fingers. If she was told to do her hair on Sunday, to wash and to put on tidy clothes, she felt the whole day as if she had been sewn into a sack. She only seemed to be happy when, smeared and wet with washing, the boards, the windows, the silver, or the doors, she had become almost unrecognizable, and had, if she wanted to rub her nose or her eyebrows, to use her elbow. Vasilisa, on the contrary, respected herself, and was the only tidy woman among all the servants. She had been in the service of her mistress since her earliest days as her personal maid, had never been separated from her, knew every detail of her life, and now lived with her as housekeeper and confidential servant. The two women communicated with one another in monosyllables. Tatiana Markovna hardly needed to give instructions to Vasilisa, who knew herself what had to be done. If something unusual was required, her mistress did not give orders, but suggested that this or that should be done. Vasilisa was the only one of her subjects whom Tatiana Markovna addressed by her full name. If she did address them by their baptismal names, they were names that could not be compressed nor clipped, as for example Ferapont or Panteleimon. The village elder she did indeed address as Stepan Vasilich, but the others were to her Matryoshka, Mashutka, Yegorka, and so on. The unlucky individual whom she addressed with his Christian name and patronymic knew that a storm was impending. "Here, Yegor Prokhorovich, where were you all day yesterday?" Or, "Semyon Vasilich, you smoked a pipe yesterday in the hayrick. Take care." She would get up in the middle of the night to convince herself that a spark from a pipe had not set fire to anything, or that there was not someone walking about the yard or the coach house with a lantern. Under no consideration could the gulf between the people and the family be bridged. She was moderately strict and moderately considerate, kindly, but always within the limits of her ideas of government. If Irina, Matryona, or another of the maids gave birth to a child, she listened to the report of the event with an air of injured dignity, but gave Vasilisa to understand that the necessaries should be provided, and would add, "Only don't let me see the good-for-nothing." After Matryona or Irina had recovered, she would keep out of her mistress's sight for a month or so, Then it was as if nothing had happened, and the child was put out in the village. If any of her people fell sick, Tatiana got up in the night, sent him spirits and embrocation, but next day she would send him either to the infirmary or oftener to the wise woman, but she did not send for a doctor. But if one of her own relatives, her grandchildren, showed a bad tongue or a swollen face, Kiryusha or Vlas must immediately ride post-haste to the town for the doctor. The wise woman was a woman in the suburbs who treated the people with simple remedies and rapidly relieved them of their maladies. It did indeed happen that many a man remained crippled for life after her treatment. One lost his voice and could only crow, another lost an eye or a piece of his jawbone, but the pain was gone and he went back to work. That seemed satisfactory to the patient as well as the proprietor of the estate. And as the wise woman only concerned herself with humble people, with serfs and the poorer classes, the medical profession did not interfere with her. Tatiana Markovna fed her servants decently with cabbage soup and groats, on feast days with rye and mutton. At Christmas, geese and pigs were roasted. She allowed nothing out of the common on the servants' table or in their dress, but she gave the surplus from her own table now to one woman, now to another. Vasilisa drank tea immediately after her mistress. After her came the maids in the house, and last old Jacob. On feast days, on account of hardness of their work, a glass of brandy was handed to the coachman, the manservants, and the starosta. As soon as the tea was cleared away in the morning, a stout, chubby-faced woman pushed her way into the room, always smiling. She was maid to the grandchildren, Verotchka and Marfinka. Close at her heels the 12-year-old assistant, and together they brought the children to breakfast. Never knowing which of the two to kiss first, Tatiana Markovna would begin, "Well, my birdies, how are you? Verotchka, darling, you have brushed your hair?" "And me, granny, me," Marfinka would cry. "Why are Marfinka's eyes red? Has she been crying?" Tatiana Markovna inquired anxiously of the maid. "The sun has dazzled her. Are her curtains well drawn, you careless girl? I must see." In the maid's room sat 3 or 4 young girls, who sat all day long sewing or making bobbin lace, without once stretching their limbs all day because the mistress did not like to see idle hands. In the ante-room there sat idly the melancholy Jacob, Yegorka, who was 16 and always laughing, with 2 or 3 lackeys. Jacob did nothing but wait at table, where he idly flicked away the flies and as idly changed the plates. He was almost too idle to speak, and when the visitors addressed him he answered in a tone indicating excessive boredom or a guilty conscience. Because he was quiet, never seriously drunk, and did not smoke, his master had made him butler. He was also very zealous at church. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Boris came in on his aunt during the children's breakfast. Tatiana Markovna clapped her hands and all but jumped from her chair. The plates were nearly shaken off the table. "Borushka, tiresome boy, you have not even written, but descend like a thunderclap. How you frightened me!" She took his head in her hands, looked for a full minute into his face, and would have wept, but she glanced away at his mother's portrait and sighed. "Well, well," she seemed to say, but in fact said nothing, but smiled and wiped away her tears with her handkerchief. "Your mother's boy," she cried, "her very image. See how lovely she was, look, Vasilisa, do you remember? Isn't he like her?" With youthful appetite Boris devoured coffee, tea, cakes and bread, his aunt watching all the while. "Call the people, tell the starosta and everybody that the master is here, the real master, the owner. Welcome, little father, welcome home," she said, with an ironic air of humility, laughing and mimicking the peasant's speech. "Forsake us not with your favor. Tatiana Markovna insults us, ruins us. Take us into your charge. Ha ha! Here are the keys, the accounts at your service. Demand a reckoning from the old lady. Ask her what she has done with the estate money, why the peasants' huts are in ruins. See how the Malinovka peasants beg in the streets of the town. Ha ha! Under your guardian and uncle in the new estate, I believe, the peasants wear polished boots and red shirts and live in two-storied houses. Well, sir, why this silence? Why do you not ask for the accounts? Have your breakfast, and then I will show you everything." After breakfast Tatiana Markovna took her sunshade, put on her thick-soled shoes, covered her head with a light hood, and went to show Boris the garden. "Now, sir, keep your eyes wide open, and if there is anything wrong, don't spare your grandmother. You will see I have just planted out the beds in front of the house. Verushka and Marfinka play here under my eyes in the sand. One cannot trust any nurse." They reached the yard. "Kirusha, Yeremka, Matryoshka, where have you all hidden yourselves? One of you come here." Matryoshka appeared and announced that Kirusha and Yeremka had gone into the village to fetch the peasants. "Here is Matryoshka. Do you remember her? What are you staring there for, fool? Kiss your master's hand." Matryoshka came near. "I dare not," she said. Boris shyly embraced the girl. "You have built a new wing to the buildings, grandmother," he said. "You noticed that? Do you remember the old one? It was quite rotten, had holes in the floors as broad as my hand, and the dirt and the soot. And now look." They went into the new wing. His aunt showed Boris the alterations in the stables, the horses and the separate spaces for fowls, the laundry and byres. "Here is the new kitchen, which I built detached, so that the kitchen range is outside the house, and the servants have more room. Now each has his own corner. Here is the pantry, there the new ice cellar." "What are you standing there for?" she said, turning to Matrona. "Go and tell Yegorka to run into the village and say to the starosta that we are going over there." In the garden his aunt showed him every tree and every bush, led him through the alleys, looked down from the top of the precipice into the brushwood, and went with him into the village. It was a warm day, and the winter corn waved gently in the pleasant breeze. "Here is my nephew, Boris Pavlovitch," she said to the starosta. "Are you getting in the hay while the warm weather lasts? We are sure to have rain before long after this heat. Here is the master, the real master, my nephew," she said, turning to the peasants. "Have you seen him before, Garashka? Take a good look at him. Is that your calf in the rye, Ilyusha?" she said in passing to a peasant, while her attention already wandered to the pond. "There they are again, hanging out the clothes on the trees," she remarked angrily to the village elder. "I have given orders for a line to be fixed. Tell blind Agasha so. It is she that likes to hang her things out on the willows. The branches will break." "We haven't a line long enough," answered the starosta sleepily. We shall have to buy one in the town. Why did you not tell Vasilisa? She would have let me know. I go into the town every week, and would have brought a line long ago. I have told her, but she forgets, or says it is not worth while to bother the mistress about it." Tatiana Markovna made a knot in her handkerchief. She liked it to be said that nothing could be done without her. A clothes line, for instance, could be bought by anybody, but God forbid that she should trust anybody with money. Although by no means avaricious, she was sparing with money. Before she brought herself to part with it, she was thoughtful, sometimes angry, but the money once spent she forgot all about it, and did not like keeping account of it. Besides the more important arrangements, her life was full of small matters of business. The maids had to be put to cutting out and sewing, or to cooking and cleaning. She arranged so that everything was carried out before her own eyes. She herself did not touch the actual work, but with the dignity of age she stood with one hand on her hip and the other pointing out exactly where and how everything was to be done. The clattering keys opened cupboards, chests, strong boxes, which contained a profusion of household linen, costly lace yellow with age, diamonds destined for the dowry of her nieces, and money. The cupboards where tea, sugar, coffee, and other provisions were kept were in Vasilisa's charge. In the morning after coffee, when she had given her orders for the farm, Tatiana Markovna sat down at her bureau to her accounts, then sat by the window and looked out into the field, watched the labourers, saw what was going on in the yard, and sent Jacob or Vasilisa when there was anything of which she disapproved. When necessary, she drove into the town to the market hall, or to make visits, but never was long away, returning always in time for the midday meal. She herself received many guests. She liked to be dispensing hospitality from morning to night. When in winter afternoons she sat by the stove, she was silent and thoughtful, and liked everything around her quiet. Summer afternoons she spent in the garden, when she put on her gardening gloves and took a spade, a rake, or a watering can by way of obtaining a little exercise. Then she spent the evening at the tea-table in the company of Tit Nikonich Vatutin, her oldest and best friend and adviser. Tit Nikonich was a gentleman of birth and breeding. He owned in the province 200 or 300 souls. He did not exactly know how many, and never attended to his estate, but left his peasants to do as they liked, and to pay him what dues they pleased. Shyly, and without counting it, he took the money they brought him, put it in his bureau, and signed to them to go where they pleased. He had been in the army, and old people remembered him as a handsome young officer, a modest, frank young man. In his youth he often visited his mother on the estate, and spent his leave with her. Eventually he took his discharge, and then built himself a little grey house in the town, with 3 windows onto the street, and there established himself. Although he had only received a moderate education in the cadet school, he liked to read, occupying himself chiefly with politics and natural science. In his speech, his manners, and his gait he betrayed a gentle shyness, never obtruded his dignity, but was ready to show it if necessity arose. However intimate he might be with anyone, he always maintained a certain courtesy and reserve in word and gesture. He bowed to the governor, or a friend, or a new acquaintance with the same old-fashioned politeness, drawing back one foot as he did so. In the street he addressed ladies with uncovered head, was the first to pick up a handkerchief or bring a footstool. If there were young girls in a house he visited, He came armed with a pound of bonbons, a bunch of flowers, and tried to suit his conversation to their age, their tastes, and their occupations. He always maintained his delicate politeness, tinged with the respectful manner of a courtier of the old school. When ladies were present, he always wore his frock coat. He neither smoked, nor used perfume, nor tried to make himself look younger, but was always spotless and distinguished in his dress. His clothes were simple but dazzlingly neat. His nankin trousers were freshly pressed, and his blue frock coat looked as if it had come straight from the tailor. In spite of his 50 years, he had, with his peruke and his shaven chin, the air of a fresh, rosy-cheeked young man. With all his narrow means he gave the impression of wealth and good breeding, and put down his 100 roubles as if he had thousands to throw about. For Tatiana Markovna he showed a respectful friendship, but one so devoted and ardent that it was evident from his manner that he loved her beyond all others. But although he was her daily guest, he gave no sign of intimacy before strangers. She showed great friendship for him, but there was more vivacity in her tone. Those who remembered them when they were young said she had been a very beautiful girl. When she had thrown on her shawl and sat looking meditatively before her, she resembled a family portrait in the gallery of the old house. Occasionally there came over her moods which betrayed pride and a desire for domination. When this happened, her face wore an earnest, dreamy expression, as if she were leading another life, far from the small details of her actual existence. Hardly a day went by that Tit Nikonitch did not bring some present for grandmother or the little girls, a basket of strawberries, oranges, peaches, always the earliest on the market. At one time it had been rumored in the town, a rumor long since stilled, that Tit Nikonitch had loved Tatiana Markovna and Tatiana Markovna him, but that her parents had chosen another husband for her. She refused to assent and remained unmarried. What truth there was in this none knew but herself. But every day he came to her, either at midday or in the evening. He liked to talk over with her what was going on in the world, who was at war, and with whom, and why. He knew why bread was cheap in Russia, the names of all the noble houses. He knew by heart the names of all the ministers and the men in high commands, and their past history. He could tell why one sea lay at a higher tide than another. He was the first to know what the English or the French had invented, and whether the inventions were useful or not. If there was any business to be arranged in the law courts, Tit Nikonitch arranged it, and sometimes concealed the sums that he spent in so doing. If he was found out, she scolded him. He could not conceal his confusion, begged her pardon, kissed her hand, and took his leave. Tatiana Markovna was always at loggerheads with the bureaucracy of the neighborhood. If soldiers were to be billeted on her, the roads to be improved, or the taxes collected, she complained of outrage, argued, and refused to pay. She would hear nothing about the public interest. In her opinion, everyone had his own business to mind. She strongly objected to the police, and especially to the superintendent, who was in her view a robber. More than once Tit Nikonitch tried without success to reconcile her to the doctrine of the public interest. He had to be content if she was reconciled with the officials and the police. This was the patriarchal, peaceful atmosphere which young Raisky absorbed. Grandmother and the little girls were mother and sisters to him, and Tit Nikonitch the ideal uncle. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Boris's aunt had only just begun to give him an idea of her methods of conducting the estate when he began to yawn. "Listen, these are all your affairs, I am only your starosta," she said. But he could not suppress a yawn, watched the birds, the dragonflies, picked the cornflowers, looked curiously at the peasants, and gazed up at the sky overarching the wide horizon. Then his aunt began to talk to one of the peasants, and he hurried off to the garden, ran down to the edge of the precipice, and made his way through the undergrowth to the steep bank of the Volga. "He is still too young, only a child, does not understand serious matters," thought his aunt, as she followed him with her eyes. "What will become of him?" The Volga glided quietly between its overgrown banks, with here and there a sandbank or an island thickly covered with bushes. In the distance lay the sandhills and the darkening forest. Here and there shimmered a sail. Gulls, with an even balancing of their wings, skimmed the water, and then rose with a more strenuous movement, while over the gardens, high in the air, the goshawks hovered. Boris stood still for a long time, recalling his childhood. He remembered that he had sat on this spot with his mother, looking thoughtfully out at this same landscape. Then he went slowly back to the house and climbed the precipice, with the picture of her vividly before his mind's eye. In Malinovka and the neighborhood there were tragic memories connected with the precipice. In the lifetime of Boris's parents, a man wild with jealousy, a tailor from the town, had killed his wife and her lover there in the midst of the thicket, and had then cut his own throat. The suicide had been buried on the spot where he had committed the crime. Among the common people, as always happens in cases of this sort, there were rumors that the murderer, all dressed in white, wandered about the wood, climbed the precipice, and looked down on town and village before he vanished into air. And for superstitious reasons this part of the grounds had been left neglected. None of the servants went down the precipice, and the peasants from the outskirts of the town and from Malinovka made a detour to avoid it. The fence that divided the Raiskys' park from the woods had long since fallen into disrepair. Pines and bushes of hawthorn and dwarf cherry had woven themselves together into a dense growth, in the midst of which was concealed a neglected arbor. Boris vividly imagined the scene, how the jealous husband, trembling with agitation, stole through the bushes, threw himself on his rival and struck him with his knife, how the woman flung herself at his feet and begged his forgiveness. But he, with the foam of madness on his lips, struck her again and again, and then, in the presence of the two corpses, cut his own throat. Boris shuddered. Agitated and gloomy, he turned from the accursed spot. Yet he was attracted by the mysterious darkness of the tangled wood to the precipice, to the lovely view over the Volga and its banks. He closed his eyes, abandoning himself to the contemplation of the picture. His thoughts swept over him like the waves of the Volga. The lovely landscape was ever before his eyes, mirrored in his consciousness. Verotchka and Marfinka provided him with amusement. Verotchka was a little girl of 6, with dark, brilliant eyes and dark complexion, who was beginning to be serious and to be ashamed of her baby ways. She would hop, skip, and jump, then stand still, look shyly round, and walk sedately along. Then she would dart on again like a bird, pick a handful of currants, and stuff them into her mouth. If Boris patted her hair, she smoothed it rapidly. If he gave her a kiss, she wiped it away. She was self-willed, too. When she was sent on an errand, she would shake her head, then run off to do it. She never asked Boris to draw for her, but if Marfinka asked him, she watched silently and more intently than her sister. She did not, like Marfinka, beg either drawings or pencils. Marfinka, a rosy little girl of 4, was often self-willed and often cried, but before the tears were dry she was laughing and shouting again. Verotchka rarely wept, and then quietly. She soon recovered, but she did not like to be told to beg pardon. Boris's aunt wondered, as she saw him gay and serious by turns, what occupied his mind. She wondered what he did all day long. In answer, Boris showed his sketching folio, then he would play her quadrilles, mazurkas, excerpts from opera, and finally his own improvisations. Tatiana Markovna's astonishment remained. "Just like your mother," she said. "She was just as restless, always sighing as if she expected something to happen. Then she would begin to play and was gay again. See, Vasilisa, he sketched you and me like life. When Tit Nikonich comes, hide yourself and make a sketch of him, and next day we will send it him, and it can hang on the study wall. What a boy you are! And you play as well as the French émigré, who used to live with your aunt. Only it is impossible to talk to you about the farm, you are still too young." She always wished to go through the accounts with him. "The accounts for Verotchka and Marfinka are separate, you see," she said. "You need not think that a penny of your money goes to them. See?" But he never listened. He merely watched how his aunt wrote, how she looked at him over her spectacles, observed the wrinkles in her face, her birthmark, her eyes, her smile, and then burst out laughing, and throwing himself into her arms, kissed her, and begged to go and look at the old house. She could refuse him nothing, so she unwillingly gave him the keys, and he went to look at the rooms where he was born, and had spent his childhood, of which he retained only a confused memory. "I am going with Cousin Boris," said Marfinka. "Where, my darling?" "It is uncanny over there," said Tatiana Markovna. Marfinka was frightened. Verotchka said nothing, but when Boris reached the old house, she was already standing at the door, with her hand on the latch, as if she feared she might be driven away. Boris shuddered as he entered the ante-room, and cast an anxious glance into the neighbouring hall supported by pillars. Verotchka had run on in front. "Where are you off to, Verotchka?" She stood still a moment, her hand on the latch of the nearest door, and he had only just time to follow her before she vanished. Dark, smoke-stained reception rooms adjoined the hall. In one were 2 ghostly figures of shrouded statues and shrouded candelabra. By the walls were ranged dark-stained oak pieces of furniture with brass decorations and inlaid work. There were huge Chinese vases, a clock representing Bacchus with a barrel, and great oval mirrors in elaborate gilded frames. In the bedroom stood an enormous bed, like a magnificent bier, with a brocade cover. Boris could not imagine how any human being could sleep in such a catafalque. Under the baldachin hovered a gilded Cupid, spotted and faded, with his arrow aimed at the bed. In the corners stood carved cupboards, damascened with ebony and mother of pearl. Verotchka opened a press and put her little face inside, and a musty, dusty smell came from the shelves, laden with old-fashioned kaftans and embroidered uniforms with big buttons. Raisky shivered. "Granny was right," he laughed. "It is uncanny here." "But everything here is so beautiful," cried Vera. "The great pictures and the books." "Pictures? Books? Where? I don't remember. Bravo, little Verочka!" He kissed her. She wiped her lips and ran on in front to show him the books. He found some 2,000 volumes, and was soon absorbed in reading the titles. Many of the books were still uncut. From this time he was not often to be seen in the wooden house. He did not even go down to the Volga, but devoured one volume after another. Then he wrote verses, read them aloud, and intoxicated himself with the sound of them, then gave all his time to drawing. He expected something, he knew not what, from the future. He was filled with passion, with the foretaste of pleasure. There rose before him a world of wonderful music, marvelous pictures, and the murmur of enchanting life. "I have been wanting to ask you," said Tatiana Markovna, "why you have entered yourself for school again." "Not the school, the university." "It's the same thing. You studied at your guardian's and the high school. You can draw, play the piano. What more do you want to learn? The students will only teach you to smoke a pipe, and in the end, which God forbid, to drink wine. You should go into the Guards." "Uncle says my means are not sufficient." "Not sufficient? What next?" She pointed to the fields and the village. She counted out his resources in hundreds and thousands of roubles. She had had no experience of army circles, had never lived in the capital, and did not know how much money was needed. "Your means insufficient! Why, I can send provision alone for a whole regiment. No means! What does your uncle do with the revenues?" "I intend to be an artist, granny." "What? An artist? When I leave the university I intend to enter the academy." "What's the matter with you, Borushka? Make the sign of the cross. Do you want to be a teacher?" "All artists are not teachers. Among artists there are great geniuses, who are famous and receive large sums for pictures or music." "And do you intend to sell your pictures for money, or to play the piano for money in the evenings? What a disgrace!" "No, grandmother, an artist—" "No, Borushka, don't anger your grandmother. Let her have the joy of seeing you in your guard's uniform." "Uncle says I ought to go into the civil service." "A clerk? Good heavens! To stoop over a desk all day, bathed in ink, run in and out of the courts. Who would marry you then? No, no, come home to me as an officer, and marry a rich woman." Although Boris shared neither his uncle's nor his aunt's views, yet for a moment there shimmered before his eyes a vision of his own figure in a hussar's or a court uniform. He saw how well he sat his horse, how well he danced. That day he made a sketch of himself negligently seated in the saddle, with a cloak over his shoulders. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Moscow, Raisky spent his time partly in the university, partly in the Kremlin gardens. In the evening he sat in the club with his friends, hot-headed, good-hearted individuals. Every one of them made a great to-do and confidently expected a great future. At the university, as at school, Raisky paid little attention to the rules of grammar, but observed intently the professor and the students. But as soon as the lecture touched actual life and brought living men, Romans, Germans, or Russians on the scene, whether in history or literature, he involuntarily gave the lecturer his attention, and the personages and their doings became real to him. In his second year he made friends with a poor student named Kozlov, the son of a deacon, who had been sent first of all to a seminary, but had taught himself Latin and Greek at home, and thus gained admission to the gymnasium. He zealously studied the life of antiquity, but understood nothing of the life going on around him. Raisky felt himself drawn to this young man at first because of his loneliness, his reserve, simplicity, and kindness. Later he discovered in him passion, the sacred fire, profundity of comprehension and austerity of thought and delicacy of perception, in all that pertained to antiquity. Kozlov, on his side, was devoted to Raisky, whose vivacious temperament could not be permanently bound by anything. The outcome was the great gift of an intimate friendship. In summer, Raisky liked to explore the neighborhood of Moscow. He explored old convents, examined their dark recesses, the blackened pictures of the saints and martyrs. His imagination interpreted old Russia for him better than the lectures of his professors. The czars, monks, warriors, and statesmen of the past filed before him as they lived and moved. Moscow seemed to him to be a miniature tsardom. Here was conflict, here the death punishment was carried out. He saw Tatars, Cossacks of the Don. The varied life attracted him. In spite of obstacles, he passed from one course to another at the university. He was helped by the reputation for talent he had won by certain poems and essays, the subjects of which were drawn from Russian history. "Which service do you mean to enter?" the dean asked him one day. "In a week's time you will be leaving the university. What are you going to do?" Raisky was silent. "What profession have you selected?" Raisky almost answered that he meant to be an artist, but he remembered in time the reception that this proposition had received from his guardian and his aunt. "I shall write verses," he answered in a low tone. "But that is not a profession. You may write verses and yet—" "Stories too." "Naturally, you can write stories as well. You have talent and means to develop it. But what profession? Profession, I asked. For the moment I shall enter the Guards, later on the civil service. I mean to be a barrister, a governor." The dean smiled. "You begin by being an ensign? That is comprehensible. You and Leonid Kozlov are exceptions. Every other man has made his decision." When Kozlov was asked his intentions, he replied that he would like to be a schoolmaster somewhere in the interior, and from this intention he refused to be turned aside. Raisky moved among the golden youth of St. Petersburg society, first as young officer, then as bureaucrat, fulfilled his duties in devotion to the beauty of many an Armide, suffering to some degree and gaining some experience in the process. After a time his dreams and his artistic consciousness revived. He seemed to see the Volga flowing between its steep banks, the shady garden, and the wooded Precipice. He abandoned the civil service in its turn to enter the Academy of Arts. His education would never be finished, but he was determined to be a creative artist. His aunt scolded him by letter for having left the Guards. His guardian advised him to seek a position in the Senate and sent him letters of recommendation. But Raisky did not enter the Senate, but indolently pursued his artistic studies, read a great deal, wrote poems and prose, danced, went into society and to the theatre, indulged in wild dissipation, and at the same time did some musical composition and drew a portrait of a lady. He would spend 1 week in dissipation and then next in diligent study at the academy. Life knocked at the door and tore him from his artist's dreams to a dissolute existence of alternating pleasure and boredom. The universal summer exodus from the capital had driven him abroad, but one day when he came home he found 2 letters awaiting him, one from Tatiana Markovna, the other from his comrade at the university, Leonid Kozlov, who had been installed in Raisky's native place as a master in the gymnasium. During all these years his aunt had often written to him and sent him statements of accounts. His answers were short but affectionate. The accounts he tore up without having even looked at them. "Is it not a sin," she wrote, "to forget an old woman like me when I am all the family you have? But in these days it seems that old people have, in the judgment of youth, become superfluous. But I have not even leisure to die. I have 2 grown-up nieces, and until their future is settled to my satisfaction, I shall pray God to spare my life, and then His will be done. I do not complain that you forget me, but if I were not here, my little girls, your sisters, would be alone. You are their next of kin, and their natural protector. Think, too, of the estate. I am old, and can no longer be your bailiff. To whom do you intend to entrust the estate? The place will be ruined, and the estate dissipated. It breaks my heart to think that your family silver, bronzes, pictures, diamonds, lace, china, and glass will come into the hands of the servants, or the Jews, or the usurers. So long as your grandmother lives, you may be sure that not a thread goes astray, but after that I can give no guarantee. And my 2 nieces, what is to become of them? Vera is a good, sensible, but retiring girl, and does not concern herself with domestic matters at all. Marfinka will be a splendid manager, but she is still young. Although she ought to have been married before now, she is still such a child in her ideas, thank God. She will mature with experience, and meantime I shelter her. She appreciates this, and does nothing against her grandmother's will, for which may God reward her. In the house she is a great help, but I do not let her do anything on the estate. That is no work for a young girl. Do not defer your coming, but gladden your grandmother's heart. She is devoted to you not merely because of the relationship, but from her heart. You were conscious of the sympathy between us when you were a child. I don't know what you are in manhood, but you were then a good nephew. Come, if only to see your sisters, and perhaps happiness will reward your coming. If God grants me joy of seeing you married and laying the estate in your hands, I shall die happy. Mary, Borushka, you are long since of an age to do so. Then my little girls will still have a home. So long as you remain unmarried, they cannot live in your house. Mary, please your grandmother, and God will not forsake you. I wait your coming. Let me know when to expect you. Tit Nikonich desires to be remembered to you. He has aged, but is still hale and hearty. He has the same smile, still talks well, and has such pleasant manners that none of the young dandies can hold a candle to him. Bring him, please, a vest and hose of Samian leather. It is worn now, I hear, as a specific against rheumatism. It will be a surprise for him. I enclose the account for the last 2 years. Accept my blessing. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In a kibitka covered with bast, drawn by 3 lean and sleepy nags, Raisky drove slowly to his estate. It was not without agitation that he saw the smoke curling up from the chimneys of his own roof, the fresh delicate green of the birches and the limes which overshadowed this place of refuge, the gables of the old house, and the pale line of the Volga, now gleaming between the trees and now hidden from view. He approached nearer and nearer, Now he could see the shimmer of the flowers in the garden, the avenues of lime and acacia became visible, the old elm emerged, and there, more to the left, lay the orchard. There were dogs in the yard, cats sunning themselves, on the roof of the new house flocked the pigeon, and the swallows flitted around the eaves. Behind the house, on the side towards the village, linen lay out to bleach. One woman was rolling a cask, the coachman was chopping wood, a peasant got into the telega and gathered up the reins. Boris saw only unfamiliar faces. But Yakov was there and looked sleepily round. One familiar face, but how aged! Raisky observed the scene intently. He alighted from the kibitka and walked along the fence which divided house, yard, garden and park from the road, feasting his eyes on the well-remembered prospect, when suddenly his eye was caught by an unexpected apparition. On the veranda, which led down to the garden and was decorated by lemon and pomegranate trees in tubs, and with cactus and aloe and flowering plants, stood a young girl of about 20 scattering millet from 2 plates held by a barefooted child of 12. At her feet were assembled hens, turkeys, ducks, pigeons, sparrows, and daws. She called to the birds to come to breakfast, and cocks, hens, and pigeons fell to, looking round every moment as if they feared treason, and then again falling to. As the morning sun shed a fierce light on the busy group of birds and on the young girl herself, Raisky saw her large, dark grey eyes, her round, healthy cheeks, her narrow white teeth, her long, light brown tresses wound twice round her head, and the strong young breasts rising and sinking underneath her white blouse. Her white, slightly tanned neck was innocent of collar or scarf. A hasty movement loosened one plait of hair over her head and back, but she took no notice, but continued to scatter the corn, taking care that all received their share and that sparrows and daws did not obtrude too much, and looking as fresh and happy as the morning itself. "Didn't you see the goose?" she asked the little girl in a loud, clear voice. "No," answered the child, "it is the cat's fault. Afimya says it will die. I shall look after it myself. Afimya has no pity." Motionless, Raisky watched the scene without his presence being suspected. This must be his cousin, and how charming! But which one, Verotchka or Marfinka? Without waiting for the kibitka to turn in through the gate, he ran forward and stood before the young girl. "Cousin!" he cried, extending his arms. In a moment both girls had vanished, as if by magic. The sparrows were away on the roof, and the pigeons in flight. The servants in the yard stopped their work. Raisky looked in amazement on the emptiness and at the corn scattered at his feet. Then he heard in the house bustle, murmurs, movement, the clatter of keys, and his aunt's voice. "Where is he?" Her face lighted up when she saw Raisky, and she opened her arms to press him to her breast. She had aged, but in so even, so healthy a fashion that there were no unwholesome patches, no deep hanging pockets about the eyes and mouth, no sadness or gloom in her eyes. Life had not conquered her, she conquered life, and only slowly laid down her weapons in the combat. Her voice was not so clear as of old, and she leaned on a stick, but she made no complaint. She still wore no cap on her short hair. Health and kindliness shone from her eyes, and not only from her eyes, from her whole figure. "Borushka, my friend!" 3 times she embraced him. Tears stood in her eyes. In her embrace her voice, in the sudden grip of joy there was tenderness, affection, and ardor. He felt that he was almost a criminal, that he had been playing with his emotions and seeking forbidden fruit, wandering homelessly in the world, while nature himself had been preparing for him a nest where sympathy and happiness awaited him.
"Marfinka, where are you? Come here!"
cried her grandmother.
"She was so terrified when she saw you, and terrified me too. Let me look at you, Borushka."
She led him to the light and looked at him long and earnestly.
"How ill you look,"
she said.
"But no, you are sunburnt. The moustache suits you. Why do you grow a beard? Shave it off, Borushka, I can't endure it. Ah, grey hairs here and there already. You are beginning to age too soon."
"It's not with age, Granny."
"Why then? Are you in good health?"
"I am well enough. Let us talk of something else. You, thank God, are always the same."
"What do you mean?"
"You don't alter a bit,
are still as beautiful as ever.
I never saw an old lady whose age adorned her so."
"Thanks for the compliment, my child. It would be better for you to spend your admiration on your sisters. I will whisper the truth to you. Two such beauties you will not find in the town, especially the other."
"Where is my other sister?"
"On a visit to the Pope's wife on the other side of the Volga. It is a pity. The Pope's wife has been ill and sent for her, of course, just now. A messenger shall go."
"No, no, why should anyone be disturbed on my account?"
"And you have come on your grandmother so suddenly. We waited in vain. The peasants sat up for you at night. I have just sent Yegorka on to the highway to look for you and Savelий into the town. Now you must have your breakfast. Why is it so long in coming? The master has come and there is nothing ready, just as if the house was nothing better than a station. Serve what is ready."
"I need nothing, Granny. I am stuffed with food. At one station I drank tea, milk at another, and at the third there was a wedding, and I was treated to wine, meat, and gingerbread."
"You are on your way home to your grandmother, and are not ashamed to eat and drink all sorts of things. Gingerbread in the morning. Marfinka ought to have been there. She loves weddings and gingerbread. Come in. Marfinka, don't be so shy. She is ashamed because you caught her in her morning gown. Come here, darling, he is your brother."
Tea and coffee appeared, and finally breakfast. However much he protested, Raisky had to eat, for otherwise his aunt's morning would have been spoiled.
"Marfinka, come here and entertain us."
After about 5 minutes the door opened slowly and quietly, and Marfinka entered, blushing with confusion and with downcast eyes. At her heels followed Vasilisa with a tea tray full of sweets, preserves, cakes, etc. Marfinka stood still, betraying in her confusion a certain curiosity. She wore lace at her neck and wrists. Her hair was plaited firmly around her head, and the waist of her barège dress encircled by a blue ribbon. Raisky threw down his napkin and jumped up to stand before her in admiration.
"How lovely!"
he cried.
"This is my little sister, Marfa Vassilievna. And is the goose still alive?"
Marfinka became still more embarrassed, returned his greeting awkwardly, and retired to a corner.
"You have both gone mad,"
interrupted their aunt.
"Is that the way to greet one another?"
"Marfa Vassilievna," said Raisky as he sought to kiss Marfinka's hand.
"Vassilievna!"
cried Tatiana Markovna.
"Don't you love her any more? Marfinka, not Marfa Vassilievna. You will be addressing me as Tatiana Markovna next. Kiss one another. Are you not brother and sister?" "I won't, Grandma. He is teasing me about the goose. It is not polite to spy on people," she said severely. Everybody laughed. Raisky kissed her on both cheeks, embraced her, and overcame her confusion. She kissed him in return, and her shyness vanished. "Do you remember, Marfinka, how we used to run about and draw, and how you cried?" "No, but yes, I do remember as if in a dream." "How should she remember when she was only 5?" interrupted her aunt. "But I do, grandmamma, as in a dream." Raisky had hardly captured his old memories when Marfinka disappeared. Soon she returned with sketch books, drawings, and toys, and sitting down by Raisky in friendly fashion, began: "Granny says that I don't remember. I remember how you used to draw, and how I sat on your knee. Granny has all your drawings, portraits, and sketch books. She has kept them all in the dark room where the silver, the diamonds, and the lace are. She got them out and gave them to me a little time ago when she heard you were coming. Here is my portrait. How funny I looked! And here is Verotchka, and Granny, and Vasilisa. Do you remember how you held me, and Verotchka sat on your shoulder, and you carried us over the water?" "Do you remember that too?" asked her aunt. "Boastful child! Verotchka said the other day, 'This is how I draw now,'" said Marfinka, handing him a drawing of a bunch of flowers. "Splendid, little sister! Is it done from nature?" "Yes, from nature. I can make wax flowers too." "And do you play or sing?" "I play the piano." "And does Verotchka draw and play?" Marfinka shook her head. "Does she like needlework? No? Then is she fond of reading?" "Yes, she reads a great deal, but she does not tell us what she reads, nor show us the book, nor even say where she got it." "She hides herself from everybody, does my strange child," sighed Tatiana Markovna. "God only knows what will become of her. Now, Marfinka, don't waste your brother's time any longer with your chatter about trifles. We will talk about serious matters, about the estate." The old lady had worn a serious expression while she watched Boris as he talked to Marfinka. She recognized his mother's features, but the changes in his face did not escape her, the indications of vanishing youth, the premature furrows. And she was baffled by the original expression of his eyes. Formerly she had always been able to read his face, but now there was much inscribed on it that was undecipherable for her. Yet his temperament was open and affectionate, and his words frankly interpreted his thoughts. Now his aunt stood before him wearing a most businesslike expression. In her hand were accounts and a ledger. "Are you not weary with your journey?" she said. "You are yawning, and perhaps you would like a little sleep. Business can wait till tomorrow." "I slept a good deal on the journey, but you are giving yourself useless trouble, grandmother, for I am not going to look at your accounts." "What? You have surely come to take over the estate and to ask for an account of my stewardship. The accounts and statements that I sent you—" "I have never even read, grandmother." "You haven't read them. I have sent you precise information about your income, and you don't even know how your money is spent." "And I don't want to know," answered Raisky, looking out of the window away towards the banks of the Volga. "Imagine, Marfinka," he said, "I remember a verse I learnt as a child. 'O Volga, proudest of rivers, stem thy hurrying flood. O Volga, hearken, hearken to the ringing song of the poet, the unknown, whose life thou hast spared.'" "Don't be vexed with me, Borushka," cried Tatiana Markovna, "but I think you are mad. What have you done with the papers I sent you? Have you brought them?" "Where are they?" she continued as he shook his head. "Granny, I tore up all the accounts, and I swear I will do the same with these if you worry me with them." He seized the paper, but she snatched them away, exclaiming, "You dare to tear up my accounts!" He laughed, suddenly embraced her, and kissed her lips as he'd done when he was a child. She shook herself free and wiped her mouth. "I toil till midnight, adding up and writing down every kopeck, and he tears up my work. That is why you never wrote about money matters, gave any orders, made any preparations, or did anything of the kind. Did you never think of your estate?" "Not at all, Granny. I forgot all about it. If I thought at all, I thought of these rooms, in which lives the only woman who loves me and is loved by me, you alone in the whole world. And now," he said, turning to Marfinka, "I want to win my sisters too." His aunt took off her spectacles and gazed at him. "In all my days I have never seen anything like it," she said. "Here the only person with no roots like that is Markushka." "What sort of person is this Markushka? Leonty Kozlov writes about him. How is Leonty, Granny? I must look him up." "How should he be? He crouches in one spot with a book and his wife in another. But he does not even see what goes on under his nose, and can any good come from his friendship with this Markushka? Only the other day your friend came here to complain that Markushka was destroying books from your library. You know, don't you, that the library from the old house has been installed in Kozlov's house?" Raisky hummed an air from Il Barbiere. "You are an extraordinary man," cried his aunt angrily. "Why did you come at all? Do talk sensibly." "I came to see you, Granny, to live here for a little while, to breathe freely, to look out over the Volga, to write, to draw." "But the estate? If you are not tired, we will drive out into the field to look at the sowing of the winter corn." "Later on, Granny." "Will you take over the management of the estate?" "No, Granny, I will not." "Who then to look after it? I am old and can no longer do all the work. Do you wish me to put the estate into strange hands?" "Farm it yourself, Granny, so long as you take any pleasure in it." "And if I die?" "Then leave everything as it is." Tatiana Markovna looked at the portrait of Raisky's mother. For a long time she looked at the languishing eyes, the melancholy smile. "Yes," she whispered, "I honor the memory of the departed, but here is the fault. She kept you by her side, talked to you, played the piano, read out of books, and wept as she did so. And this is the result: singing and painting. Now tell me, Borushka," she went on in her ordinary tone, "what is to become of the house, of the linen, the silver, the diamonds? Shall you order them to be given to the peasants?" "Do I possess diamonds and silver?" "How often have I told you so? From your mother you have inherited all these things. What is to be done with them? I will show you the inventory of them." "Don't do that, for heaven's sake." "I can believe they are mine, and so I can dispose of them as I please." "Of course, you are the proprietor. We live here as your guests, though we do not eat your bread. See, here are my receipts and expenditure," she said, thrusting towards another big ledger which he waved away. "But I believe all you say, Granny," he said. "Send for a clerk and tell him to make out a deed by which I give the house, the land, and all that belongs to it to my dear cousins Verotchka and Marfinka as dowry." The old lady wrinkled her brow and waited impatiently till he should finish speaking. So long as you live, dear granny," he continued, "the estate naturally remains under your control. The peasants must have their freedom." "Never!" interrupted his aunt. "Verotchka and Marfinka are not beggars. Each of them has her 50,000 roubles, and after my death 3 times that sum, perhaps more. All I have is for my little girls, and thank God I'm not a pauper. I have a corner of my own, a bit of land, and a roof to cover them. One would think you were a millionaire. You make gifts, you will have this, and you won't have that. Here, Marfinka, where have you hidden yourself?" "Directly!" cried Marfinka's clear voice from a neighbouring room. Happy, gay, smiling, and frank, she fluttered into the room, looked hesitatingly, first at Raisky, then at her aunt, who was nearly beside herself. "Your cousin, Marfinka, is pleased to present you with a house, silver, and lace. You are, he thinks, a beggared, dowerless girl. Make a courtesy, thank your benefactor, kiss his hand. Well?" Marfinka, who did not know what to say, squeezed herself flat against the stove and looked at her 2 relatives. Her aunt pushed papers and books on one side, crossed her hands over her breast, and looked out of the window, while Raisky sat down beside Marfinka and took her hand. "Would you like to go away from here, Marfinka, into a strange house, perhaps in an altogether different district?" "God forbid! How could such a thing happen? Whoever imagined such nonsense?" "Granny!" laughed Raisky. Happily Granny had not heard the words. Marfinka was embarrassed and looked out of the window. "Here I have everything I want. The lovely flowers in the garden, the birds. Who would look after the birds? I will never go away from here, never." "But Granny wants to go and take you with her." "Granny? Where? Why?" she asked her aunt in her caressing, coaxing way. "Don't tease me," said Tatiana Markovna. "Marfinka, you don't want to leave home?" asked Boris. "Not for anything in the world. How could such a thing be?" "What would Verotchka say about it?" "She would never be separated from the old house." "She loves the old house?" "Yes, she is only happy when she is here. If she were taken away from it she would die. We both should." "That matter is settled then, little sister. You two, Verotchka and you, will accept the gift from me, won't you?" "I will if Verotchka agrees." "Agreed, dear sister. You are not so proud as Granny," he said as he kissed her forehead. "What is agreed?"
suddenly grumbled Tatiana Markovna.
"You have accepted? Who told you you might accept? Grandmother will never permit you to live at a stranger's expense. Be so kind, Boris Pavlovitch, as to take over books, accounts, inventories, and sales. I am not your paid servant." She pushed papers and books towards him. "Granny, Granny, my name is Tatiana Markovna Berezhkov." She stood up and opened the door into the servants' room. "Send Savely here." A quarter an hour later, a peasant of almost 45 years of age opened the door with a casual greeting. He was strongly built, big boned, and was robust without being fat. His eyes, with their overhanging brows and wide heavy lids, wasted no idle glances. He neither spoke an unnecessary word nor made a superfluous gesture. "The proprietor is here," said Tatiana Markovna, indicating Raisky. "You must now make your reports to him. He intends to administer the estate himself." Savely looked askance at Raisky. "At your orders," he said stiffly, slowly raising his eyes. "What orders are you pleased to give?" he asked, lowering his eyes again. Raisky thought for a moment before he replied. "Do you know an official who could draw up a document for the transfer of the estate?" "Gavril Ivanov Meshechnikov draws up the papers we require," he said. "Send for him." As Savely bowed and slowly retired, Raisky followed him with his eyes. "An anxious rascal," was his comment. "How should he be other than anxious," said his aunt, "when he is tied to a wife like Marina Antipovna? Do you remember Antip? Well, she is his daughter. But for his marriage he is a treasure. He does my important business, sells the corn and collects the money. He is honest and practical, but fate deals her blows where she will, and every man must bear his own burden. But what idea have you in your head now? Are you beside yourself?" "Something must be done. I am going away, and you will not administer the estate, so some arrangement must be made." "And is that your reason for going? I thought you were now going to take over the management of your estate. You have done enough gadding about. Why not marry and settle here?" She was visibly struggling with herself. It had never entered her head to give up the administration. She would not have known what to do with herself. Her idea had been to alarm Raisky, and he was taking her seriously. "What is to be done?" she said. "I will see after the estate as long as I have the strength to do so. How else should you live, you strange creature?" "I receive 2,000 roubles from my other estate, and that is a sufficient income. I want to work, to draw, to write, to travel for a little, and for that purpose I might mortgage or sell the other estate." "God bless you, Borushka, what next? Are you so near beggary? You talk of drawing, writing, alienating your land. Next it will be giving lessons or school teaching. Instead of arriving with 4 horses and a travelling carriage, you sneak in without a servant, in a miserable kibitka, you, a Raisky. Look at the old house, at the portraits of your ancestors, and take shame to yourself. Shame, Borushka. How splendid it would have been if you had come epauletted like Sergei Ivanovitch, and had married a wife with a dowry of 3,000 souls." Raisky burst out laughing. "Why laugh? I am speaking seriously when I tell you what a joy it would have been for your grandmother. Then you would have wanted the lace and the silver, and not be flinging it away." "But as I am not marrying, I don't need these things. Therefore it is settled that Verotchka and Marfinka shall have them." "Your decision is final?" "It is final. And it is further settled that if you do not like this arrangement, everything passes into the hands of strangers. You have my word for it." "Your word for it!" cried his aunt. "You are a lost man. Where have you lived, and what have you done? Tell me, for heaven's sake, what your purpose in life is, and what you really are." "What I am, grandmother?" "The unhappiest of men." He leaned his head back on the cushion as he spoke. "Never say such a thing," she interrupted. "Fate hears and exacts the penalty, and you will one day be unhappy. Either be content or feign content." She looked anxiously around, as if fate were already standing at her shoulder. Raisky rose from the divan. "Let us be reconciled," he said. "Agree to keep this little corner of God's earth under your protection. It is an estate, not a corner. Resign yourself to my gift of this old stuff to the dear girls. A lonely man like me has no use for it. But they will be mistresses of a house. If you don't agree, I will present it to the school." "The school children, those rascals who steal our apples, shall not have it." "Come to the point, Granny. You don't really want to leave this nest in your old age." We'll see, we'll see. Give them the lace on their wedding day. I can do nothing with you. Talk to Tit Nikonitch, who is coming to dinner." And she wondered what would come of such strangeness. Raisky took his cap to go out, and Marfinka went with him. She showed him the park, her own garden, the vegetable and flower gardens, and the arbors. When they came to the precipice she looked anxiously over the edge and drew back with a shudder. Raisky looked down on the Volga, which was in flood and had overflowed into the meadows. In the distance were ships which appeared to be motionless, and above hung heaped banks of cloud. Marfinka drew closer to Raisky and looked down indifferently on the familiar picture. "Come down," he said suddenly and seized her hand. "No, I'm afraid," she answered trembling and drew back. "I won't let you fall. Do you think I can't take care of you?" "Not at all, but I am afraid. Verotchka has no fear, but goes down alone even in the dusk. Although a murderer lies buried here, she is not afraid. Try, shut your eyes and give me your hand. You will see how carefully I take you down." Marfinka half closed her eyes, but she had hardly taken his hand and made one step when she found herself standing on the edge of the precipice. Shuddering, she withdrew her hand. "I would not go down for anything in the world!" she cried as she ran back. "Where are you going to?" No answer reached her. She approached the edge and looked timidly over. She saw how the bushes were bent noisily aside as Raisky sprang down step by step. How horrible, she thought as she returned to the house. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raisky went nearly all round the town, and when he climbed the cliffs once more he was on the extreme boundary of his estate. A steep path led down to the suburbs, and the town lay before him as in the palm of a hand. Stirred with the passion aroused by his memories of childhood, he looked at the rows of houses, cottages, and huts. It was not a town, but, like other towns, a cemetery. Going from street to street, Raisky saw through the windows how in one house the family sat at dinner, and in another the samovar had already been brought in. In the empty streets every conversation could be heard a verst away. Voices and footsteps re-echoed on the wooden pavement. It seemed to Raisky a picture of dreamy peace, the tranquillity of the grave. What a frame for a novel, if only he knew what to put in the novel. The houses fell into their places. In the picture that filled his mind he drew in the faces of the townspeople, grouped the servants with his aunt, the whole composition centering in Marfinka. The figures stood sharply outlined in his mind. They lived and breathed. If the image of passion should float over this motionless sleeping little world, the picture would glow with the enchanting color of life. Where was he to find the passion, the color? Passion, he repeated to himself. If her burning fire could but be poured out upon him and engulf the artist in her destroying waves. As he moved forward he remembered that his stroll had an aim. He wondered how Leonid Kozlov was, whether he had changed or whether he had remained what he had been before, a child for all his learning. He too was a good subject for an artist. Raisky thought of Leonty's beautiful wife, whose acquaintance he had made during his student days in Moscow, when she was a young girl. She used to call Leonty his fiancé without any denial on his part, and 5 years after he had left the university he made the journey to Moscow and married her. He loved his wife as a man loves air and warmth. Absorbed in the life and art of the ancients, his lover's eyes saw in her the antique ideal of beauty. The lines of her neck and bosom charmed him, and her head recalled to him Roman heads seen on bas-reliefs and cameos. Leonty did not recognize Raisky when his friend suddenly entered his study. "I have not the honor," he began, but when Boris Pavlovitch opened his lips he embraced him. "Wife, Yulinka!" he cried into the garden. "Come quickly and see who has come to see us." She came hastily and kissed Raisky. "What a man you have grown, and how much more handsome you are!" she said, her eyes flashing. Her eyes, her mien, her whole figure betrayed audacity. Just over 30 years old, she gave the impression of a splendidly developed specimen of blooming womanhood. "Have you forgotten me?" she asked. "How should he forget you?" broke in Leonty. "But Yulinka is right. You have altered, and are hardly recognizable with your beard. How delighted your aunt must have been to see you!" "Ah, his aunt!" remarked Uliana Andreevna in a tone of displeasure. "I don't like her." "Why not? She is despotic and censorious." "Yes, she is a despot," answered Raisky. "That comes from intercourse with serfs, old customs." "According to Tatiana Markovna," continued Uliana Andreevna, "everybody should stay on one spot, turn his head neither to right nor left, and never exchange a word with his neighbours. She is a past mistress in fault finding. Nevertheless, she and Tit Nikonich are inseparable. He spends his days and nights with her." Raisky laughed and said, "She is a saint, nevertheless, whatever you may find to say about her." "A saint, perhaps, but nothing is right for her. Her world is in her two nieces, and who knows how they will turn out. Marfinka plays with her canaries and her flowers, and the other sits in the corner like the family ghost, and not a word can be got from her. We shall see what will become of her." "Verotchka? I haven't seen her yet. She is away on a visit on the other side of the Volga." "And who knows what her business is there?" "I love my aunt as if she were my mother," said Raisky emphatically. "She is wise, honourable, just. She has strength and individuality, and there is nothing commonplace about her." "You will believe everything she says?" asked Uliana Andreevna, drawing him away to the window, while Leonty collected the scattered papers, laid them in cupboards, and put the books on the shelves. "Yes, everything," he said. "Don't believe her. I know she will tell you all sorts of nonsense. About Monsieur Charles." "Who is he?" "A Frenchman, a teacher, and a colleague of my husband's. They sit there reading till all hours. How can I help it? Yet God knows what they make out of it in the town, as if I... Don't believe it," she went on as she saw Raisky was silent. "It is idle talk, there is nothing," she concluded, with a false smile intended to be allowing. "What business is it of mine?" returned Raisky, turning away from her. "Shall we go into the garden?" "Yes, we will have dinner outside," said Leonty. "Serve what there is, Yulinka. Come, Boris, now we can talk." Then, as an idea struck him, he added, "What shall you have to say to me about the library?" "About what library? You wrote to me about it, but I did not understand what you were talking about. I think you said some person called Mark had been tearing the books." "You cannot imagine, Boris, how vexed I was about it," he said as he took down some books with torn backs from the shelves. Raisky pushed the books away. "What does it matter to me?" he said. "You are like my grandmother. She bothers me about accounts, you about books." "But, Boris, I don't know what accounts she bothered you about, but these books are your most precious possession. Look," he said, pointing with pride to the rows of books which filled the study to the ceiling. "Only on this shelf nearly everything is ruined by that accursed Mark. The other books are all right. See, I drew up a catalogue, which took a whole year to do," and he pointed self-consciously to a thick bound volume of manuscript. "I wrote it all with my own hand," he continued. "Sit down, Boris, and read out the names. I will get on the ladder and show you the books. They are arranged according to their numbers." "What an idea!" Or better wait till after dinner, we shall not be able to finish before. Listen, should you like to have a library like that?" asked Raisky. "I? A library like that?" Sunshine blazed from Leonty's eyes. He smiled so broadly that even the hair on his brow stirred with the dislocation caused. "A library like that?" He shook his head. "You must be mad. Tell me, do you love me as you used to? Why do you ask? Of course. Then the books shall be yours for good and all, under one condition." "I? Take these books?" Leonty looked now at the books, now at Raisky, then made a gesture of refusal and sighed. "Do not laugh at me, Boris, don't tempt me." "I am not joking." Here Uliana Andreevna, who had heard the last words, chimed in with, "Take what is given you." "She is always like that," sighed Leonty. "On feast days the tradesmen come with presents, and on the eve of the examinations the parents. I send them away, but my wife receives them at the side door. She looks like Lucretia, but she has a sweet tooth, a dainty one." Raisky laughed, but Uliana Andreevna was annoyed. "Go to your Lucretia," she said indifferently. "He compares me with everybody. One day I am Cleopatra, then Lavinia, then Cornelia. Better take the books when they are offered you. Boris Pavlovitch will give them to me." "Don't take it on yourself to ask him for gifts," commanded Leonty. "And what can we give him? Shall I hand you over to him, for instance?" he added as he embraced her. "Splendid! Take me, Boris Pavlovitch," she cried, throwing a sparking glance at him. "If you don't take the books, Leonty," said Raisky, "I will make them over to the gymnasium. Give me the catalogue, and I'll send it to the director tomorrow." He put his hand out for the catalogue, of which Leonty kept a tight hold. "The gymnasium shall never get one of them," he cried. "You don't know the director, who cares for books just about as much as I do for perfume and pomade. They will be destroyed, torn, and worse handled than by Mark." "Then take them." "To give away such treasure all in a minute! It would be incomprehensible if you were selling them to responsible hands. I have never wanted so much to be rich. I would give 5,000. I cannot accept, I cannot. If you are a spendthrift, or rather a blind, ignorant child, many thanks." "I didn't mean that," cried Leonty in confusion. "If you are an artist, you need pictures, statues, music, and books are nothing to you. Besides, you don't know what treasures you possess. After dinner I will show you." "Well, in the afternoon, instead of drinking coffee, you will go over with the books to the gymnasium for me." "Wait, Boris, what was the condition on which you would give me the books? Will you take installments from my salary for them? I would sell all I have, pledge myself and my wife." "No, thank you," broke in Uliana Andreevna. "I can pledge or sell myself if I want to." Leonty and Raisky looked at one another. "She does not think before she speaks," said Leonty. "But tell me what the condition is." "That you never mention these books to me again, even if Mark tears them to pieces." "Do you mean I am not to let him have access to them?" "He is not likely to ask you," put in Uliana Andreevna, "as if that monster cared for what you may say." "How Yulinka loves me," said Leonty to Raisky. "Would that every woman loved her husband like that." He embraced her. She dropped her eyes, and the smile died from her face. "But for her you would not see a single button on my clothes," continued Leonty. "I eat and sleep comfortably, and our household goes on evenly and placidly. However small my means are, she knows how to make them provide for everything." She raised her eyes and looked at them, for the last statement was true. "It's a pity," continued Leonty, "that she does not care about books. She can chatter French fast enough, but if you give her a book, she does not understand half of it. She still writes Russian incorrectly. If she sees Greek characters, she says they would make a good pattern for cotton printing, and sets the book upside down. And she cannot even read a Latin title.
That will do. Not another word about the books.
Only on that condition I don't send them to the gymnasium. Now let us sit down to table, or I shall go to my grandmother's, for I am famished. Do you intend to spend your whole life like this? Asked Raisky, as he was sitting after dinner alone with Leonty in the study. Yes, what more do I need? Have you no desires? Does nothing call you away from this place? Have you no longings for freedom and space, and don't you feel cramped in this narrow frame of hedge, church spire and house under your very nose? Have I so little to look at under my nose? Asked Leonty, pointing to the books. I have books, pupils, and in addition a wife and peace of heart. Isn't that enough? Are books life? This old trash has a great deal to answer for. Men strive forwards, seek to improve themselves, to cleanse their conceptions, to drive away the mist, to meet the problems of society by justice, civilization, orderly administration, while you, instead of looking at life, study books. What is not to be found in books is not to be found in life either, or if there is anything, it is of no importance, said Leonty firmly. The whole program of public and private life lies behind us. We can find an example for everything. You are still the same old student, Leonty, always worrying about what has been experienced in the past and never thinking of what you yourself are. What I am? I am a teacher of the classics. I am deeply concerned with the life of the past as you with ideals and figures. You are an artist. Why should you wonder that certain figures are dear to me? Since when have artists ceased to draw water from the wells of the ancients? Yes, an artist, said Raisky with a sigh. He pointed to his head and breast. Here are figures, notes, forms, enthusiasm, the creative passion. And as yet I have done almost nothing. What restrains you? You are now painting, you wrote me a great picture, which you mean to exhibit. The devil take the great pictures. I shall hardly be able to devote my whole energy to painting now. One must put one's whole being into a great picture, and then to give effect to 1/100th part of what one has put in a representation of a fleeting, irrecoverable impression. Sometimes I paint portraits. What art are you following now? There is but one art that can satisfy the artist of today, the art of words, of poetry, which is limitless in its possibilities. You write verses, then? Verses are children's food. In verse you celebrate a love affair, a festival, flowers, a nightingale. And satire? Remember the use made of it by the Romans. With these words he would have gone to the bookshelf, but Raisky held him back. You may, he said, be able now and then to hit a diseased spot with satire. Satire is a rod whose stroke stings but has no further consequences. But she does not show your figures brimming with life. She does not reveal the depths of life with its secret mainsprings of action. She holds no mirror before your eyes. It is only the novel that comprehends and mirrors the life of man. So you are writing a novel? On what subject? I have not yet quite decided. Don't at all events describe this pettifogging, miserable existence which stares us in the face without the medium of art. Our contemporary literature squeezes every worm, every peasant girl, and I don't know what else, into the novel. Choose a historical subject worthy of your vivacious imagination and your clean-cut style. Do you remember how you used to write of old Russia? Now it is the fashion to choose material from the ant-heap, the talking shop of everyday life. This is to be the stuff of which literature is made. Bah! It is the merest journalism. There we are again on the old controversy. If you once mount that horse, there will be no calling you back. Let us leave this question for the moment and go back to my question. Are you satisfied to spend your life here, as you are now doing, with no desires for anything further? Leontий looked at him in astonishment, with wide-opened eyes. You do nothing for your generation, Raisky went on, but creep backwards like a crab. Why are you forever talking of the Greeks and Romans? Their work is done, and ours is to bring life into these cemeteries, to shake the slumbering ghosts out of their twilight dreams. And how is the task to be begun? I mean to draw a picture of this existence, to reflect it as in a mirror. And I too accomplish something. I have prepared several boys for the university, remarked Leontий with hesitation, for he was not sure whether this was meritorious or not. You imagine that I go into my class, then home, and forget about everything. That is not the case. Young people gather around me, attach themselves to me, and I show them drawings of old buildings, utensils, make sketches, and give explanations, as I once did for you. What I know myself I communicate to others, explain the ancient ideals of virtue, expound classical life, just as our own classics are explained. Is that no longer essential? Certainly it has its advantage, but it has nothing to do with real life. One cannot live like that today. So much had disappeared, so many things have arisen that the Greeks and Romans never knew. But we need models from contemporary life. We must educate ourselves and others to be men. That is our task. No, I do not take that upon my shoulders. It is sufficient for one to take the models of ancient virtue from books. I myself live for and through myself. You see, I live quietly and modestly, eat my vermicelli soup. Life for and through yourself is not life at all. It is a passive condition, and man is a fighting animal. I have already told you that I do my duty and do not interfere in anybody else's business, and no one interferes with mine. Life's arm is long and will not spare even you. And how will you meet her blows, unprepared? What has life to do with a humble man like me? I shall pass unnoticed. I have books, although they are not mine, he said, glancing hesitatingly at Raisky. But you give me free use of them? My needs are small. I feel no boredom. I have a wife who loves me. Raisky looked away. And, he added in a whisper, I love her. It was plain that as his mind nourished itself on the books, so his heart had found a warm refuge. He himself did not even know what bound him to life and books, and did not guess that he might keep his books and lose his life, and that his life would be maimed if his Roman head was stolen from him. Happy child, thought Raisky. In his learned sleep he does not notice the darkness that is hidden in that dear Roman head, nor how empty the woman's heart is. He is helpless as far as she is concerned, and will never convince her of the virtues of the ancient ideals. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sun was setting when Raisky returned home, and was received at the door by Marfinka. "Where did you get lost, cousin?" she asked him. "Grandmother is very angry and is grumbling." "I was with Leontий," returned Raisky indifferently. "I thought so, and told grandmother so, but she won't listen, and will hardly speak even to Tit Nikonich. He is with her now, and Polina Karpovna too. Go to grandmother, and it will be all right. Are you afraid? Does your heart beat fast?" Raisky had to laugh. "She is very angry. We had prepared so many dishes." "We will eat them up for supper." "Will you? Grandmother, grandmother!" she cried happily. "Cousin has come and wants his supper." His aunt sat severely there and did not look up when Raisky entered. Tit Nikonich embraced him. He received an elegant bow from Polina Karpovna, an elaborately got-up person of 45 in a low-cut muslin gown, with a fine lace handkerchief and a fan which she kept constantly in motion, although there was no heat. "What a man you have grown! I should hardly have known you," said Tit Nikonich, beaming with kindness and pleasure. "He has grown very, very handsome," said Polina Karpovna Kritsky. "You have not altered, Tit Nikonich," remarked Raisky. "You have hardly aged at all, and are as gay, as fresh, as kind and amiable." "Thank God, there is nothing worse than rheumatism the matter with me, and my digestion is no longer quite as good as it was. That is age, age. But how glad I am that you, our guest, have arrived in such good spirits. Tatiana Markovna was anxious about you. You will be staying here for some time." "Of course you will spend the summer with us," said Polina Karpovna. "Here is nature and fine air, and so many people are interested in you." He looked at her askance and said nothing. "Do you remember me?" she asked. Boris's aunt noticed with displeasure that Polina Karpovna was ogling her nephew. "No, I must confess I forgot." "Yes, impressions are quickly forgotten in the capital," she said in a languishing tone. She looked him up and down and then added, "What an admirable travelling suit!" "Oh, that reminds me, I am still in my travelling clothes. Yegor must be sent for and must take my clothes and linen out of the trunk. For you, Granny, and for you, my dear sisters, I have brought some small things for remembrance." Marfinka grew crimson with pleasure. "Granny, where are you going to put me up?" "The house belongs to you. Where you will," she returned coldly. "Don't be angry, Granny," he laughed. "It won't happen twice." You may laugh, Boris Pavlovitch. Here, in the presence of our guests, I tell you, you have behaved badly. You have hardly put your nose inside the house and straightway vanish. That is an insult to your grandmother." "Surely, Granny, we shall be together every day. I have been visiting an old friend, and we forgot ourselves in talking." "Cousin Boris did not do it on purpose, Granny," said Marfinka. "Leonty Ivanovitch is so good." "Please be silent when you are not addressed. You are too young to contradict your grandmother, who knows what she is saying."
Smilingly, Marfinka drew back into her corner.
"No doubt Uliana Andreevna was able to entertain you better, and knows better than I how to entertain a Petersburger. What fricassee did she give you?"
asked his aunt, not without a little real curiosity. "Vermicelli soup, pastry with cabbage, then beef and potatoes." Tatiana Markovna laughed ironically.
"Vermicelli soup and beef."
"And groats in the pan."
"It's a long time since you tasted such delicacies."
"Excellent dishes,"
said Tit Nikonich kindly, "but heavy for the digestion. Tomorrow, Marfinka," said the old lady, "we will entertain our guest with a gosling, pickled pork, carrots, and perhaps with a goose."
"A goose stuffed with groats would be acceptable," put in Raisky.
"Indigestible,"
protested Tit Nikonich.
"The best is a light soup with pearl barley, a cutlet, pastries and jelly. That is the proper midday meal."
"But I should like groats."
"Do you like mushrooms too, cousin?" asked Marfinka, "because we have so many."
"Rather! Can't we have them for supper tonight?" In spite of Tit Nikonich's
caution against this heavy food, Tatiana Markovna sent Marfinka to Peter and to the cook to order mushrooms for supper. "If there is any champagne in the cellar, Granny, let us have a bottle up. Tit Nikonich and I would like to drink your health. Isn't that so, Tit Nikonich?"
"Yes, to celebrate your arrival, though mushrooms and champagne are indigestible." "Tell the cook to bring champagne on ice, Marfinka," said the old lady.
"Ce que femme veut," said Tit Nikonich amiably with a slight bow. "Supper is a special occasion, but one ought to dine at home too. You have vexed your grandmother by going out on the very day of your return." "Ah, Tatiana Markovna," sighed Polina Karpovna, "our ways here are so bourgeois, but in the capital—" The old lady's eyes blazed as she pointed to the wall where hung the portraits of Raisky's and the young girl's parents, and exclaimed, "There was nothing bourgeois about those, Polina Karpovna." "Granny," said Raisky, "let us allow one another absolute freedom. I'm now making up for my absence at midday, and shall be here all night. But I can't tell where I shall dine tomorrow, or where I shall sleep." Polina Karpovna could not refrain from applauding, but his aunt looked at him with amazement, and inquired if he were really a gypsy. "Monsieur Raisky is a poet, and poets are as free as air," remarked Polina Karpovna. Again she made play with her eyes, shifted the pointed toes of her shoes in an effort to arouse Raisky's attention. The more she twisted and turned, the more icy was his indifference, for her presence made an uncomfortable impression on him. Marfinka observed the byplay and smiled to herself. "You have 2 houses, land, peasants, silver and glass, and talk of wandering about from one shelter to another like a beggar, like Markushka the vagrant." "Markushka again! I must certainly make his acquaintance." "No, don't do that and add to your grandmother's anxieties. If you see him, make your escape." "But why?" "He will lead you astray." "That's of no consequence, grandmother. It looks as if he were an interesting individual, doesn't it, Tit Nikonich?"
"He is a riddle to everybody,"
Tit Nikonich answered with a smile.
"He must have gone astray very early in life, but he has apparently good brains and considerable knowledge, and might have been a useful member of society."
Polina Karpovna turned her head away and dismissed Mark with a criticism. "No manners. Brains. You bought his brains for 300 roubles. Has he repaid them?" asked Tatiana Markovna. "I did not remind him of his debt, but to me he is, for the matter of that, almost polite." "That is to say, he does not strike you or shoot in your direction. Just imagine, Boris, that he nearly shot Nil Andreevich." "His dogs tore my train," complained Polina Karpovna. "Did he ever visit you unceremoniously at dinner again?" Tatiana Markovna asked Tit Nikonich.
"No, you don't like me to receive him, so I refuse his admission."
"He once came to me at night," he went on, addressing Raisky. "He had been out hunting, and had eaten nothing for 24 hours. I gave him food, and we passed the time very pleasantly." "Pleasantly?" exclaimed Tatiana Markovna. "How can you say such things? If he came to me at that hour, I would settle him. No, Boris Pavlovitch, live like other decent people. Stay with us, have dinner with us, go out with us, keep suspicious people at a distance, see how I administer your estate, and find fault if I do anything wrong." "That is so monotonous, grandmother. Let us rather leave each one after his own ideas and inclinations." "You are an exception," sighed his aunt. "No, grandmother, it is you who are an exceptional woman. Why should we bother about one another?" "To please your grandmother." "Why don't you want to please your grandson? You are a despot, grandmother." "A despot! Boris Pavlovitch, I have waited anxiously for you. I have hardly slept, have tried to have everything as you liked it."
"But you did all that because activity is a pleasure to you. All this care and trouble is a pleasant stimulant, keeps you busy. If Markushka came to you, you would receive him in the same fashion."
"You are right, cousin," broke in Marfinka. "Grandmother is kindness itself, but she tries to disguise it." "Don't give your opinion when it is not asked. She contradicts her grandmother only when you are here, Boris Pavlovitch. At other times she is modest enough. And now the ideas she suddenly takes into her head. I entertain Markushka."
"You did as you pleased," continued Raisky, "and then, when it entered my head too to do as I pleased, I disturbed your arrangements, and made a breach in your despotism. Isn't that so, Granny? And now kiss me, and we will give one another full liberty."
"What a strange boy! Do you hear, Tit Nikonich, what nonsense he talks?"
On that evening, Tatiana Markovna and Raisky concluded, if not peace, at least a truce. She was assured that Boris loved and esteemed her. She was, in truth, easily convinced. After supper, Raisky unpacked his trunk, and brought down his gifts, for his aunt a few pounds of excellent tea, of which she was a connoisseur, a coffee machine of a new kind, with a coffee pot, and a dark brown silk dress, bracelets with monograms for his cousins, and for Tit Nikonich vest and hose of Samian leather, as his aunt had desired. Tatiana Markovna, with tears in her eyes, sat down beside him, and putting her hand on his shoulder, said,
"And you remembered me?"
"Whom else should I remember? You are my nearest and dearest grandmother." When Tit Nikonich and Polina Karpovna took leave, the lady said that she had left orders with no one to fetch her, and that she hoped someone would accompany her, looking towards Raisky as she spoke. Tit Nikonich expressed himself ready to see her home.
"Yegorka could have taken her," whispered Tatiana Markovna. "Why didn't she stay at home? She was not invited." "Thank you, said Polina Karpovna to Raisky as she passed him. "What for?" asked Raisky in amazement. "For the pleasant, witty conversation, although it was not directed to me. What pleasure it gave me!" "A practical conversation about groats, a goose, and a quarrel with grandmother." "Ah, I understand," she continued, "but I caught two glances, which were intended for me, confess they were. I am filled with hope and expectation." As she went out, Raisky asked Marfinka what she was talking about. "She is always like that," laughed Marfinka. Tatiana Markovna followed Raisky to his room, smoothed the sheets of his bed once more, drew the curtains so that the sun should not awaken him in the morning, felt the feather bed to test its softness, and had a jug of water placed on the table beside him. She came back 3 times to see if he were asleep or wanted anything. Touched by so much kindly thought, he recognized that his grandmother's activity was not only exerted to gratify herself. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The days passed quietly by. Every morning the sun climbed up through the blue air and lighted up the Volga and its banks. At midday the snowy clouds crept up, often piled one on another until the blue sky was hidden, and the cooling rain fell on woods and fields. Then once more the clouds stole away before the approach of the warm, pleasant evening. Life at Malinovka passed just as peacefully. The naivete of the surroundings had not yet lost its charm for Raisky. The sunshine insinuating itself everywhere, his aunt's kind face, Marfinka's friendliness, and the willing attention of the servants,
made up a pleasant, friendly environment. He even felt pleasure in the watchful guardianship that his aunt exercised over him. He smiled when she preached order to him, warned him of crime and temptation, reproached him for his gypsy tendencies, and tried to lead him to a definite plan of life. He liked Tit Nikonich, and saw in his courtesy and his extreme good manners, his care for his health, and the universal esteem and affection in which he was held, a survival from the last century. When he felt very good-tempered, he found even Polina Karpovna's eccentricities amusing. She had induced him to lunch with her one day when she assured him that she was not indifferent to him, and that he himself was on the eve of returning her sentiments. The even, monotonous life lulled him like a cradle song. He wrote idly at his novel, strengthened a situation here, grouped a scene there, or accentuated a character. He watched his aunt, Leonty, and his wife, and Marfinka, all looked at the villages and fields lying in an enchanted sleep along the banks of the Volga. In this ocean of silence he caught notes which he could interpret in terms of music, and determined, in his abundant leisure, to pursue the subject. One day, after a lonely walk along the shore, he climbed the cliff and passed Kozlov's house. Seeing that the windows were lighted, he was going up to the door when suddenly he heard someone climb over the fence and jump down into the garden. Standing in the shadow of the fence, Raisky hesitated. He was afraid to sound the alarm until he knew whether it was a thief or an admirer of Uliana Andreevna's, some Monsieur Charles or other. However, he decided to pursue the intruder and promptly climbed the fence and followed him. The man stopped before a window and hammered on the pane. "That is no thief, possibly Mark," thought Raisky. He was right.
"Philosopher, open, quick!" cried the intruder.
"Go round to the entrance," said Leonty's voice dully through the glass.
"To the entrance to wake the dog? Open!"
"Wait," said Leonty, and as he opened the window Mark swung himself into the room.
"Who is that behind you? Whom have you brought with you?" asked Leonty in terror. "No one? Do you imagine there's a ghost? Ah, there is someone scrambling up. Boris? You? How did you happen to arrive together?"
he exclaimed as Raisky sprang into the room. Mark cast a hasty glance on Boris and turned to Leonty.
"Give me another pair of trousers. Have you any wine in the house? What is the matter, and where have you been?"
asked Leonty suddenly, who had just noticed that Mark was covered up to the waist with wet and slime.
"Give me another pair of trousers, quick," said Mark impatiently. "What is the good of chattering? I have no wine, because we drank it all at dinner, when Monsieur Charles was our guest. Where do you keep your clothes?" "My wife is asleep, and I don't know. You must ask Avdotia." "Fool! I will find them myself."
He took a light and went into the next room.
"You see what he is like,"
sighed Leonty, addressing Raisky. After about 10 minutes, Mark returned with the trousers, and Leonty questioned him as to how he had got wet through.
"I was crossing the Volga in a fishing boat. The ass of a fisherman fell asleep and brought us right up to the reeds by the island, and we had to get out among the reeds to extricate the boat."
Without taking any heed of Raisky, he changed his trousers and sat down with his feet drawn up under him in the great armchair, so that his knees were on a level with his face, and he supported his bearded chin upon them. Raisky observed him silently. Mark was 27, built as if his muscles were iron, and well proportioned. A thick mane of light brown hair framed his pale face with its high arched forehead, and fell in long locks on his neck. The full beard was paler in color. His open, bold, irregular, rather thin face was illuminated every now and then by a smile, of which it was hard to read the meaning. One could not tell whether it spelt vexation, mockery, or pleasure. His grey eyes could be bold and commanding, but for the most part wore a cold expression of contempt. Tied up in a knot as he was, he now sat motionless with staring eyes, stirring neither hand nor foot. There was something restless and watchful in the motionless attitude, as in that of a dog apparently at rest but ready to spring. Suddenly his eyes gleamed, and he turned to Raisky. "You will have brought some good cigars from St. Petersburg," he began without ceremony. "Give me one." Raisky offered his cigar case, and reminded Leonty that he had not introduced them. "What need is there of introduction? You came in by the same way, and both know who the other is." "Words of wisdom from the scholar," ejaculated Mark. "That same Mark of whom I wrote to you, don't you remember?" said Leonty. "Wait, I will introduce myself," cried Mark, springing from the easy chair. He posed ceremoniously and bowed. "I have the honor to present myself, Mark Volokov, under police surveillance, involuntary citizen of this town." He puffed away at his cigar and again rolled himself up in a ball. "What do you do with yourself here?" asked Raisky. "I think, as you do." "You love art, and perhaps an artist?" "And are you an artist?" "Painter and musician," broke in Leonty. "And now he is writing a novel. Take care, brother, he may put you in too." Raisky signed to him to be silent. "Yes, I am an artist," Mark went on, "but of a different kind. Your aunt will have acquainted you with my works." "She won't hear your name mentioned." "There you have it. But it was only a matter of 100 apples or so that I plucked from over the fence." "The apples are mine. You may take as many as you like." "Many thanks. But why should I need your permission? I am accustomed to do everything in this life without permission. Therefore I will take the apples without your permission. They taste better." "I was curious to make your acquaintance. I hear so many tales about you." "What do they say?" "Little that is good. Probably they tell you I am a thief, a monster, the terror of the neighborhood." "That's about it." "But if this reputation precedes me, why should you seek my acquaintance? I have torn your books, as no doubt our friend there has informed you." "There he is to the point," cried Leonty. "I am glad he began the subject himself. He is a good sort at the bottom. If one is ill, he waits on one like a nurse, runs to the chemist, and takes any amount of trouble, but the rascal wanders round and gives no one any peace." "Don't chatter so," interrupted Mark. "For that matter," said Raisky, "everybody does not abuse you. Tit Nikonich Vatutin, for instance, goes out of his way to speak well of you." "Is it possible? The sugar marquis! I left him some souvenirs of my presence. More than once I have waked him in the night by opening his bedroom window. He is always fussing about his health, but in all the 40 years since he came here no one remembers him to have been ill. I shall never return the money he lent me. What more provocation would he have? And yet he praises me." "So that is your department of art," said Raisky gaily. "What kind of an artist are you?" "It is your turn to tell me." "I love and adore beauty. I love art, draw and make music, and just now I am trying to write a great work, a novel." "Yes, yes, I see. You are an artist of the kind we all are." "All?" "With us Russians everybody is an artist. They use the chisel, paint, strum, write poetry, as you and your like do. Others drive in the mornings to the courts or the government offices, others sit before their stalls playing draughts, and still others stick on their estates. Art is everywhere." Do you feel no desire to enter any of these categories?
I have tried, but don't know how to. What brought you here?
I don't know myself. It is all the same to me where I go. I had a letter summoning me here from my aunt, and I came. Mark busied himself in his thoughts, and took no further interest in Raisky. Raisky, on the other hand, examined the extraordinary person before him attentively, studied the expression of his face, followed his movements, and tried to grasp the outline of a strong character. Thank God, he said to himself, that I am not the only idle, aimless person here. In this man there is something similar. He wanders about, reconciles himself to his fate, and does nothing. I at least draw and try to write my novel, while he does nothing. Is he the victim of secret discord like myself? Is he always struggling between two fires? Imagination straying upward to the ideal lures him on the one hand, man, nature, and life in all its manifestations. On the other, he is attracted by a cold, destructive analysis, which allows nothing to live, and will forget nothing. An analysis that leads to eternal discontent and blighting cold. Is that his secret? He glanced at Mark, who was already drowsing. "Goodbye, Leonty," he said. "It's time I was going home."
What am I to do with him?
He can stay here, all right.
Think of the books. It's leaving the goat loose in the vegetable garden. I might wheel him in the armchair into that dark little room and lock him in, thought Leonty. But if he woke, he might pull the roof down.
Mark helped him out of his dilemma by jumping to his feet.
"I'm going with you," he said to Raisky. "It is time for you to go to bed, philosopher," he said to Leonty. "Don't sit up at nights. You have already got a yellow patch on your face, and your eyes are hollow."
He put out the light, stuffed on his cap, and leapt out of the window. Raisky followed his example, and they went down the garden once more, climbed the fence, and came out in the street.
"Listen," said Mark, "I am hungry, and Leonty has nothing to give me. Can you help me to storm an inn?"
"As far as I am concerned. But the things can be managed without the application of force."
"It is late, and the inns are shut. No one will open willingly, especially when it is known that I am in the case. Consequently, we must enter by storm. We will call fire, and then they will open at once, and we can get in."
"And be hurled out into the street again."
"There you are wrong. It is possible that I might be refused entrance, but once in I remain.
A siege, a row at night."
"You are afraid of the police," laughed Mark. "You are thinking of what the governor would decide on in such a serious case, what Nil Andreevich would say, how the company would take it. Now, goodbye. I will go and storm my entrance alone."
"Wait, I have another more delightful plan," said Raisky. "My aunt cannot, you say, bear to hear your name. Only the other day she declared she would in no circumstances give you hospitality."
"Well, what then?"
"Come home with me to supper, and stay the night with me."
"That's not a bad plan. Let us go."
They walked in silence, almost feeling their way through the darkness. When they came to the fence of the Malinovka estate, which bounded the vegetable garden, Raisky proposed to climb it.
"It would be better," said Mark, "to go by way of the orchard or from the Precipice. Here we shall wake the house and must make a circuit in addition. I always go the other way."
"You come here into the garden? What to do?"
"To get apples."
"You have my permission, so long as Tatiana Markovna does not catch you."
"I shan't be caught so easily. Look, someone has just leaped over the fence, like us. Hey, stop! Don't try to hide. Who's there? Halt! Raisky, come and help me."
He ran forward a few paces and seized someone. Raisky hurried to the point from which voices were audible, remarking, "What cat's eyes you have!" The man who was held fast by Mark's strong arms twisted round to free himself, and in the end fell to the ground and made for the fence.
"Catch him! Hold fast! There is another sneaking round in the vegetable garden!"
cried Raisky. Raisky saw dimly a figure about to spring down from the fence, and demanded who it was.
"Sir, let me go! Do not ruin me!"
whispered a woman's voice.
"Is it you, Marina?
What are you doing here?"
"Gently, sir, don't call me by name. Savelli will hear and will beat me."
"Off with you! No, stop! I have found you at the right moment. Can you bring some supper to my room?"
"Anything, sir. Only for God's sake, don't betray me."
"I won't betray you. Tell me what there is in the kitchen."
"The whole supper is there. As you did not come, no one ate anything. There is sturgeon in jelly, turkey, all on ice."
"Bring it. And what about wine?"
"There is a bottle in the sideboard, and the fruit liqueurs are in Marfa Vassilievna's room."
"Be careful not to wake her."
"She sleeps soundly. Let me go now, sir, for my husband may hear us."
"Run, but take care you don't run into him."
"He dare not do anything. If he does meet me now, I shall tell him that you have given me orders."
Meanwhile Mark had dragged his men from hiding.
"Savelli Ilyitch,"
the unknown murmured,
"don't strike me."
"I ought to know the voice," said Raisky.
"Ah, you are not Savelli Ilyitch, thank God. I'm the gardener from over there."
"What are you doing here?"
"I came on a real errand, sir. Our clock has stopped, and I came here to wait for the church clock to strike."
"Devil take you!" cried Mark, and gave the man a push that sent him reeling. The man sprang over the ditch and vanished in the darkness. Raisky meantime returned to the main entrance. He tried to open the door, not wishing to knock for fear of awaking his aunt. "Marina!" he called in a low voice. "Marina, open!" The bolt was pushed back. Raisky pushed open the door with his foot. Before him stood, he recognized the voice, Savelli, who flung himself upon him and held him.
"Wait, my little dove. I will make my reckoning with you, not with Marina."
"Take your hands off, Savelli, it is I."
"Who? Not the master?"
exclaimed Savelli, loosening his prisoner.
"You were so good as to call Marina? But,"
after a pause,
"have you not seen her?"
"I had already asked her to leave some supper for me, and to open the door," he said untruthfully by way of protecting the unfaithful wife. "She had already heard that I am here. Now let my guest pass, shut the door, and go to bed."
"Yes, sir,"
said Savelli, and went slowly to his quarters, meeting Marina on the way.
"Why aren't you in bed, you demon?"
she cried, dashing past him.
"You sneak around at night. You might be twisting the manes of the horses like a goblin, and put me to shame before the gentry."
Marina sped past, light-footed as a sylph, skillfully balancing dishes and plates in her hands, and vanished into the dark night. Savelli's answer was a threatening gesture with his whip. Mark was indeed hungry, and as Raisky showed no hesitation either, the sturgeon soon disappeared, and when Marina came to clear away, there was not much to take. "Now we should like something sweet," suggested Raisky.
"No sweets are left,"
Marina assured them.
"But I could get some preserves, of which Vasilisa has the keys."
"Better still punch," said Mark. "Have you any rum?"
"Probably,"
she said, in answer to an inquiring glance from Raisky.
"The cook was given a bottle this morning for a pudding. I will see."
Marina returned with a bottle of rum, a lemon and sugar, and then left the room. The bowl was soon in flames, which lighted up the darkened room with their pale blue light. Mark stirred it with the spoon, while the sugar held between two spoons dripped slowly into the bowl. From time to time he tasted it. "How long have you been in our town?" asked Raisky after a short silence.
"About 2 years."
"You must assuredly be bored."
"I try to amuse myself,"
he said, pouring out a glass for himself and emptying it.
"Drink,"
he said, pushing a glass towards Raisky. Raisky drank slowly, not from inclination, but out of politeness to his guest. "It must be essential for you to do something, and yet you appear to do nothing."
"And what do you do?"
"I told you I am an artist."
"Show me proof of your art."
"At the moment I have nothing except a trifling thing, and even that is not complete." He rose from the divan and uncovered Marfinka's portrait.
It's like her, and good,"
declared Mark. He told himself that Raisky had talent.
"And it would be excellent, but the head is too large in proportion, and the shoulders a trifle broad."
"He has a straight eye," thought Raisky.
"I like best lightly observed background and accessories from which the figure detaches itself, light, gay, and transparent. You have found the secret of Marfinka's figure. The tone suits her hair and her complexion."
Raisky recognized that he had taste and comprehension, and wondered if he were really an artist in a disguise. "Do you know Marfinka?" he asked.
"Yes."
"And Vera?"
"Vera too."
"Where have you met my cousins? You do not come to the house."
"At church."
"At church? But they say you never look inside a church."
"I don't exactly remember where I have seen them, in the village, in the field."
Raisky concluded his guest was a drunkard, as he drank down glass after glass of punch. Mark guessed his thoughts.
"You think it extraordinary that I should drink. I do it out of sheer boredom, because I'm idle and have no occupation. But don't be afraid that I shall set the house on fire or murder anybody. Today I'm drinking more than usual because I'm tired and cold. But I'm not a drunkard."
"It depends on ourselves whether we are idle or not."
"When you climbed over Leonti's fence, I thought you were a sensible individual, but now I see that you belong to the same kind of preaching person as Nil Andreevich."
"Is it true that you fired on him?" asked Raisky curiously.
"What nonsense! I fired a shot among the pigeons to empty the barrel of my gun, as I was returning from hunting. He came up and shouted that I should stop because it was sinful. If he had been content with protesting, I should merely have called him a fool, and there it would have ended. But he began to stamp and to threaten. 'I will have you put in prison, you ruffian, and will have you locked up where not even the raven will bring you a bone.' I allowed him to run through the whole gamut of polite remarks, and listened calmly, and then I took aim at him."
"And he?"
"Ducked, lost his stick and galoshes, finally squatted on the ground and whimpered for forgiveness. I shot into the air, that's all."
"A pretty distraction," commented Raisky ironically.
"No distraction," said Mark seriously. "There was more in it, a badly needed lesson for the old boy."
"And then what?"
"Nothing. He lied to the governor, saying that I had aimed at him, but missed. If I had been a peaceful citizen of the town, I should have been thrust into jail without delay. But as I am an outlaw, the governor inquired into the matter and advised Nil Andreevich to say nothing, so that no inquiry should be instituted from St. Petersburg. They fear that like fire."
"When I spoke of idleness," said Raisky, "I did not mean to read a moral. Yet when I see what your mind, your abilities, and your education are—"
"What have you seen? That I can climb a hedge, shoot at a fool, eat and drink heavily?"
he asked as he drained his glass. Raisky watched him and wondered uneasily how it would all end.
"We were speaking of the art you love so much," said Mark.
"I have been snatched from art, as if from my mother's breast," sighed Raisky. "But I shall return and shall reach my goal."
"No, you will not," laughed Mark.
"Why not? Don't you believe in firm intentions?"
"How should I do otherwise? since they say the way to hell is paved with them. No, you will do little more than you have accomplished already. That is very little. We, and many like us, simply rot and die. The only wonder is that you don't drink. That is how our artists, half men, usually end their careers."
Smiling, he thrust a glass towards his host, but emptied it himself. Raisky concluded that he was cold, malicious, and heartless, but the last remark had disturbed him. Was he really only half a man? Had he not a firm determination to reach the goal he had set before himself? He was only making fun of him. "You see that I don't drink away my talents," he remarked.
"Yes, that is an improvement, a step forward. You haven't succumbed to society, to perfumes, gloves, and dancing. Drinking is a different thing. It goes to one man's head. Another is susceptible to passion. Tell me, do you easily take fire?" "Ah, I have touched the spot," he went on as Raisky colored. "That belongs to the artistic temperament, to which nothing is foreign. Nihil humanum, etc. One loves wine, another women, a third cards. The artists have usurped all these things for themselves. Now kindly explain what I am."
"What you are? Why, an artist, without doubt, who on a first acquaintance will drink, storm public houses, shoot, borrow money."
"And not repaid. Bravo! An admirable description, to justify your last remark and prove its truth beyond doubt. Lend me 100 roubles. I will never pay them back unless you and I should have exchanged our respective situations in life."
"You say that in jest?"
"Not at all. The market gardener, with whom I live, feeds me. He has no money, nor have I."
Raisky shrugged his shoulders, felt in his pockets, produced his pocketbook, and laid some notes on the table.
"You have counted wrong," said Mark. "There are only 80 here."
"I have no more money on me. My aunt keeps my money, and I will send you the balance tomorrow."
"Don't forget. This is enough for the moment, and now I want to sleep."
"My bed is at your disposal, and I will sleep on the divan. You are my guest."
"I should be worse than a Tatar if I did that,"
murmured Mark, already half asleep.
"Lie down on your bed. Anything will do for me."
In a few minutes he was sleeping the sleep of a tired, satisfied, and drunken man, worn out with cold and weariness. Raisky went to the window, raised the curtain, and looked out into the dark, starlit night. Now and then a flame hovered over the unemptied bowl, flared up and lighted up the room for a moment. There was a gentle tap on the door. "Who is there?" he asked.
"Ai, Borushka, open quickly. What are you doing there?"
said the anxious voice of Tatiana Markovna. Raisky opened the door and saw his aunt before him like a white-clad ghost.
"What is going on here? I saw a light through the window and thought you were asleep. What is burning in the bowl?"
"Rum."
"Do you drink punch at night?"
she whispered, looking first at him, then at the bowl in amazement.
"I am a sinner, grandmother. Sometimes I drink." "And who is lying there asleep?"
she asked in new terror, as she gazed on the sleeping Mark.
"Gently, grandmother, don't wake him. It is Mark." "Mark! Shall I send for the police? What have you to do with him? You have been drinking punch at night with Mark? What has come over you, Boris Pavlovitch?"
"I found him at Leonti's. We were both hungry, so I brought him here, and we had supper."
"Why didn't you call me? Who served you, and what did they bring you?"
"Marina did everything."
"A cold meal. Ah, Borushka, you shame me."
"We had plenty to eat."
"Plenty, without a single hot dish, without dessert. I will send up some preserves."
No, no. If you want anything, I can wake Mark and ask him.
Good heavens! I am in my night jacket,
She whispered and drew back to the door.
How he sleeps, all rolled up like a little dog. I'm ashamed, Boris Pavlovich, as if we had no beds in the house. But put out the flames. No dessert.
Raisky extinguished the blue flame and embraced the old lady. She made the sign of the cross over him, looked round the room once more, and went out on tiptoe. Just as he was going to lie down again, there was another tap on the door. He opened it immediately. Marina entered, bearing a jar of preserves. Then she brought a bed and 2 pillows.
The mistress sent them,
she said. Raisky laughed heartily and was almost moved to tears. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Early in the morning a slight noise wakened Raisky, and he sat up to see Mark disappear through the window. He does not like the straight way, he thought, and stepped to the window. Mark was going through the park, and vanished under the thick trees on the top of the precipice. As he had no inclination to go to bed again, he put on a light overcoat and went down into the park too, thinking to bring Mark back, but he was already far below on the bank of the Volga. Raisky remained standing at the top of the precipice. The sun had not yet risen, but his rays were already gilding the hilltops, the dew-covered fields were glistening in the distance, and the cool morning wind breathed freshness. The air grew rapidly warmer, giving promise of a hot day. Raisky walked on in the park, and the rain began to fall. The birds sang as they darted in all directions seeking their morning meal, and the bees and the humblebees hummed over the flowers. A feeling of discomfort came over Raisky. He had a long day before him, with the impressions of yesterday and the day before still strong upon him. He looked down on the unchanging prospect of smiling nature, the woods and the melancholy Volga, and felt the caress of the same cooling breeze. He went forward over the courtyard, taking no notice of the greetings of the servants or the friendly advances of the dogs. He intended to go back to his room, to turn the tenseness of his mood to account as an artistic motive in his novel. But as he hurried past the old house, he noticed that the door was half open, and went in. Since his arrival he had only been here for a moment with Marfinka, and had glanced into Vera's room. Now it occurred to him to make a closer inspection. Passing through his old bedroom and 2 or 3 other rooms, he came into the corner room. Then, with an expression of extreme astonishment in his face, he stood still. Leaning on the window-sill, so that her profile was turned towards him, stood a girl of 2 or 3 and 20, looking with strained curiosity as if she were following someone with her eyes down to the bank of the Volga. He was startled by the white, almost pallid face under the dark hair, the velvet black eyes with their long lashes. Her face, still looking anxiously into the distance, gradually assumed an indifferent expression. The girl glanced hastily over park and courtyard, then, as she turned and caught sight of him, shrank back. "Sister Vera!" he cried. Her face cleared, and her eyes remained fixed on him with an expression of modest curiosity, as he approached to kiss her. She drew back almost imperceptibly, turning her head a little so that his lips touched her cheek, not her mouth, and they sat down opposite the window. Impatient to hear her voice, he began, "How eagerly I have expected you, and you have stayed away so long. Marina told me yesterday that you were here." Her voice, though not so clear as Marfinka's, was still fresh and youthful. "Grandmother wanted to send you word of my arrival, but I begged her not to tell you. When did you return? No one told me you were here." "Yesterday after supper. Grandmother and my sister don't know I am here yet. No one saw me but Marina." She threw some white garments that lay beside her into the next room, pushed aside a bundle, and brought a table to the window. Then she sat down again, with a manner quite unconstrained, as if she were alone. "I have prepared coffee," she said. "Will you drink it with me? It will be a long time before it is ready at the other house. Marfinka gets up late." "I should like it very much," he replied, following her with his eyes. Like a true artist, he abandoned himself to the new and unexpected impression. "You must have forgotten me, Vera," he remarked after a pause, with an affectionate note in his voice. "No," she said, as he poured out the coffee. "I remember everything. How was it possible to forget you when grandmother was forever talking about you?" He would have liked to ask her question after question, but they crowded into his brain in so disconnected a fashion that he did not know where to begin. "I have already been in your room. Forgive the intrusion," he said. "There is nothing remarkable here?" she said hastily, looking around as if something not intended for strange eyes might be lying about. "Nothing remarkable, quite right. What book is that?" He put out his hand for the book under her hand. She rapidly drew it away and put it behind her on the shelf. "You hide it as you used to hide the currants in your mouth. But show it me." "Do you read books that may not be seen?" he said laughingly as she shook her head. "Heavens, how lovely she is!" he thought, and he wondered how such beauty could have lost its way in such an outlandish place. He wanted to touch some answering chord in her heart, wanted her to reveal something of her feelings, but his efforts only produced a greater coldness. "My library was in your hands?" "Yes, but later Leonid Ivanovich took it over, and I was glad to be relieved of the charge." "But he must have left you a few books?" "Oh no, I read what I liked, and then surrendered the books." "What did you like?" She looked out of the window as she answered, "A great many. I have really forgotten." "Do you care for music?" She looked at him inquiringly before she said, "Does that mean that I play myself, or like to hear music?" "Both." "I don't play, but I like to hear music. But what music is there here?" "But what are your particular tastes?" Again she looked at him inquiringly. "Do you like housekeeping or needlework? Do you do embroidery?" "No, Marfinka likes and understands all those things." "But what do you like? A book only occupies you for a short time. You say that you don't do any needlework, but you must like something. Flowers, perhaps?" "Flowers, yes, in the garden, but not in the house where they have to be tended. I love this corner of God's earth, the Volga, the precipice, the forest and the garden. These are the things I love," she said, looking contentedly at the prospect from the window. "What ties bind you to this little place?" She gave no answer, but her eyes wandered lovingly over the trees and the rising ground, and finally rested on the dazzling mirror of water. "It is a beautiful place," admitted Raisky, "but the view, the river bank, the hills, the forest, all these things would become tedious if they were not inhabited by living creatures which share our feelings and exchange ideas with us." She was silent. "Vera," said Raisky after a pause. "Ah?" she said as if she had only just heard his remarks. "I don't live alone. Grandmother, Marfinka—" "As if you shared your sympathies and thoughts with them. But perhaps you have a congenial spirit here." Vera nodded her head. Who is that happy individual?" he stammered, urged on by envy, terror and jealousy. "The Pope's wife, with whom I have been stopping," said Vera as she rose and shook the crumbs from her apron. "You must have heard of her." "The Pope's wife," he repeated. "When she is here with me we both admire the Volga. We are never tired of talking about it." Will you have some more coffee? May I have it cleared away?" "The Pope's wife," he repeated thoughtfully without hearing her question, and the smile on her lips passed unobserved. "Will you have some more coffee?" "No. Do you care for grandmother and Marfinka?" "Whom else should I hold dear?" "Well, me," he retorted, jesting. "You too," she said, looking gaily at him, "if you deserve it." "How does one earn this good fortune?" he asked ironically. "Love, they say, is blind. Gives herself without any merit, is indeed blind," she rejoined. "Yet sometimes love comes consciously, by way of confidence, esteem, and friendship. I should like to begin with the last and end with the first. So what must one do, dear sister, to attract your attention?" "Not to make such round eyes as you are doing now, for instance. Not to go into my room without me. Not to try to find out what my likes and dislikes are." "What pride! Tell me, sister, forgive my bluntness, do you pride yourself on this? I ask because grandmother told me you were proud." "Grandmother must have her finger in everything. I'm not proud. In what connection did she say I was?" "Because I have made a gift of these houses and gardens to you and Marfinka. She said that you would not accept the gift. Is that true? Marfinka has accepted on the condition that you do not refuse. Grandmother hesitated and has not come to a final decision, but waits, it seems, to see what you will say. And how shall you decide? Will a sister take a gift from a brother?" "Yes, I accept. But no, I can buy the estate, sell it to me. I have money, and will pay you 50,000 roubles for it." "I will not do it that way." She looked thoughtfully out on the Volga, the Precipice, and the park. "Very well. I agree to anything you please, so long as we remain here." "I will have the deed drawn up." "Yes, thank you," she said, stretching out both hands to him. He pressed her hands and kissed Vera on the cheek. She returned the pressure of his hands and kissed the air. "You seem really to love the place and this old house." "And you, do you mean to stay here long?" "I don't know. It depends on circumstances, on you." "On me?" "Come over to the other house." "I will follow you. I must first put things straight here. I have not yet unpacked." The less Raisky appeared to notice Vera, the more friendly Vera was to him, although, in spite of her aunt's wishes, she neither kissed him nor addressed him as thou. But as soon as he looked at her overmuch, or seemed to hang on her words, she became suspicious, careful, and reserved. Her coming made a change in the quiet circle, putting everything in a different light. It might happen that she said nothing and was hardly seen for a couple of days, yet Raisky was conscious every moment of her whereabouts and her doings. It was as if her voice penetrated to him through any wall, and as if her doings were reflected in any place where he was. In a few days he knew her habits, her tastes, her likings, all that love on her outer life. But the indwelling spirit, Vera herself, remained concealed in the shadows. In her conversation she betrayed no sign of her active imagination, and she answered a jest with a gay smile, but Raisky rarely made her laugh outright. If he did, her laughter broke off abruptly to give place to an indifferent silence. She had no regular employment. She read, but was never heard to speak of what she read. She did not play the piano, though she sometimes struck discords and listened to their effects. Raisky noticed that their aunt was liberal with observation and warnings for Marfinka, but she said nothing to Vera, no doubt in the hope that the good seed sown would bear fruit. Vera had moments when she was seized with a feverish desire for activity, and then she would help in the house and in the most varying tasks with surprising skill. This thirst for occupation came on her especially when she read reproach in her aunt's eyes. If she complained that her guests were too much for her, Vera would not bring herself to assist immediately, but presently she would appear in the company with a bright face, her eyes gleaming with gaiety, and astonished her aunt by the grace and wit with which she entertained the visitors. This mood would last a whole evening, sometimes a whole day, before she again relapsed into shyness and reserve, so that no one could read her mind and heart. That was all that Raisky could observe for the time, and it was all the others saw either. The less ground he had to go on, however, the more active his imagination was in seeking to divine her secret. She came over every day for a short time, exchanged greetings with her aunt and her sister, and returned to the other house, and no one knew how she passed her time there. Tatiana Markovna grumbled a little to herself, complained that her niece was moody and shy, but did not insist. For Raisky, the whole place, the park, the estate with the two houses, the huts, the peasants, the whole life of the place had lost its gay colors. But for Vera he would long since have left it. It was in his melancholy mood that he lay smoking a cigar on the sofa in Tatiana Markovna's room. His aunt, who was never happy unless she was doing something, was looking through some accounts brought her by Savelli. Before her lay on pieces of paper samples of hay and rye. Marfinka was working at a piece of lace. Vera, as usual, was not there. Vasilisa announced visitors, the young master from Kolchino.
"Nikolai Andreevich Vikentiev, please enter."
Marfinka colored, smoothed her hair, gave a tug to her fichu, and cast a glance in the mirror. Raisky shook his finger at her, making her color more deeply.
"The person who stayed one night here," said Vasilisa to Raisky, "is also asking for you."
"Markushka?"
asked Tatiana Markovna in a horrified tone.
Yes,"
said Vasilisa. Raisky hurried out.
"How glad he is! How he rushes to meet him! Don't forget to ask him for the money. Is he hungry? I will send food directly,"
cried his aunt after him. There stepped, or rather sprang into the room, a fresh-looking, well-built young man of middle height, of about 23 years of age. He had chestnut hair, a rosy face, grey-blue keen eyes, and a smile which displayed a row of strong teeth. He laid on a chair with his hat, a bunch of cornflowers, and a packet carefully done up in a handkerchief.
"Good day, Tatiana Markovna! Good day, Marfa Vasilievna!"
he cried. He kissed the old lady's hand, and would have raised Marfinka's to his lips, but she pulled it away, though he found time to snatch a hasty kiss from it.
"You haven't been to see us for 3 weeks,"
said Tatiana Markovna reproachfully.
"I could not come. The governor would not let me off. Orders were given to sell up all the business in the office,"
said Vikentiev so hurriedly that he nearly swallowed some of the words.
"That is absurd. Don't listen to him, Granny,"
interrupted Marfinka.
"He hasn't any business, as he himself said. I swear I'm up to my neck in work. We are now expecting a new chief clerk, and I swear by God we have to sit up into the night.
It is not the custom to appeal to God over such trifles. It is a sin,"
said Tatiana Markovna severely.
"What do you mean? Is it a trifle when Marfa Vasilievna will not believe me, and I, by God—"
"Again?
Is it true, Tatiana Markovna, that you have a visitor? Has Boris Pavlovich arrived? Was it he I met in the corridor? I have come on purpose." "You see, Granny, he has come to see my cousin. Otherwise he would have stayed away longer, wouldn't he? As soon as I could tear myself away, I came here. Yesterday I was at Kolchino for a minute with Mamma."
"Is she well?"
"Thanks for the kind thought. She sends her kind regards and begs you not to forget her name day."
"Many thanks. I don't know whether I can come myself. I'm old and fear the crossing of the Volga."
"Without you, Granny, Vera and I will not go. We too are afraid of crossing the Volga." "Be ashamed of yourself, Marfa Vasilievna. What are you afraid of? I will fetch you myself with our boat. Our rowers are singers." Under no circumstances will I cross with you. You never sit quiet in the boat for a minute. What have you got alive in that handkerchief? See, Granny, I'm sure it's a snake. I have brought you a carp, Tatiana Markovna, which I have caught myself, and these are for you, Marfa Vasilyevna. I picked the cornflowers here in the rye. You promised not to pick any without me. Now you have not put in an appearance for more than 2 weeks. The cornflowers are all withered, and what can I do with them? Come with me and we'll pick some fresh ones. Wait, called Tatiana Markovna. You can never sit quiet. You have hardly had time to show your nose. The perspiration still stands on your forehead, and you are aching to be off. First you must have breakfast. And you, Marfinka, find out if that person, Markushka, will have anything. But don't go yourself, send Yegorka. Marfinka seized the carp's head with 2 fingers, but when he began to wave his tail hither and thither, she uttered a loud cry, hastily dropped him on the floor, and fled down the corridor. Vikentiev hurried after, and a few moments later Tatiana Markovna heard a gay waltz in progress, and a vigorous stampede as if someone were rolling down the steps. Soon the 2 of them tore across the courtyard to the garden, Marfinka leading, and from the garden came the sound of chattering, singing, and laughter. Tatiana Markovna shook her head as she looked through the window. Cocks, hens, and ducks fled in panic, the dogs dashed barking at Marfinka's heels, the servants put their heads out of the windows of their quarters, in the garden the tall plants swayed hither and thither, the flower beds were broken by the print of flying feet, 2 or 3 vases were overturned, and every bird sought refuge in the depths of the trees. A quarter of an hour later the 2 culprits sat with Tatiana Markovna as politely as if nothing had happened. They looked gaily about the room and at one another, as Vikentiev wiped the perspiration from his face, and Marfinka fanned her burning face with her handkerchief. "You are a nice pair," remarked Tatiana Markovna. "He is always like that," complained Marfinka. "He chased me. Tell him to sit quiet." "It wasn't my fault, Tatiana Markovna. Marfa Vasilyevna told me to go into the garden, and she herself ran on in front." "He is a man, but it does not become you, who are a girl, to do these things." "You see what I have to endure through you," said Marfinka. "Never mind, Marfa Vasilyevna, Granny is only scolding a little, as she is privileged to do." "What do you say, sir?" said Tatiana Markovna, catching his words. "Come here, and since your mamma is not here, I will box your ears for you." "But Tatiana Markovna, you threaten these things and never do them," he said, springing up to the old lady and bowing his head submissively. "Do box his ears well, Granny, so that his ears will be red for a month." "How did you come to be made of quicksilver?" said Tatiana Markovna affectionately. "Your late father was serious, never talked at random, and even disaccustomed your mother from laughter." "Ah, Marfa Vasilyevna," broke in Vikentiev, "I have brought you some music and a new novel." "Where are they?" "I left them in the boat. That's the fault of the carp. I will go and fetch them now." In a moment he was out of the door, and Marfinka would have followed if her aunt had not detained her. "What I wanted to say to you is," she began. She hesitated a little, as if she could not make up her mind to speak. Marfinka came up to her, and the old lady smoothed her disordered hair. "What then, Granny?" "You are a good child, and obey every word of your grandmother's. You are not like Verotchka." "Don't find fault with Verotchka, Granny." "No, you always defend her. She does indeed respect me, but she retains her own opinion and does not believe me. Her view is that I am old, while you 2 girls are young, know everything and read everything. If only she were right. But everything is not written in books.
she added with a sigh.
What do you want to say to me?
Asked Marfinka curiously.
That a grown girl must be a little more cautious. You are so wild, and run about like a child. I am not always running about. I work, sew, embroider, pour out tea, attend to the household. Why do you scold me, grandmother?
She asked with tears in her eyes.
If you tell me I must not sing, I won't do it. God grant that you may always be as happy as a bird. Sing, play. Then why scold me? I don't scold you. I only ask you to keep within bounds. You used to run about with Nikolai Andreevich.
Marfinka reddened and retired to her corner.
That is no harm, continued Tatiana Markovna. There is nothing against Nikolai Andreevich, but he is just as wild as you are. You are my dearest child, and you will remember what is due to your dignity.
Marfinka blushed crimson.
Don't blush, darling. I know that you will do nothing wrong, but for other people's sake you must be careful. Why do you look so angry? Come and let me kiss you. Nikolai Andreevich will be here in a moment, and I don't know how to face him.
Before Tatiana Markovna could answer, Vikentev burst in, covered with dust and perspiration, carrying music and a book, which he laid on the table by Marfinka.
"Give me your hand, Marfa Vasilievna,"
he cried, wiping his forehead.
"How I did run, with the dogs after me!"
Marfinka hid her hand, bowed, and returned with dignity.
"Je vous remercie, Monsieur Vikentev. Vous êtes bien aimable."
He stared first at Marfinka, then at her aunt, and asked whether she would try over a song with him.
"I will try it by myself, or in company with grandmother. Let us go into the park, and I will read you the new novel,"
he then said, picking up the book.
"How could I do such a thing?"
asked Marfinka, looking demurely at her aunt.
"Do you think I am a child?" "What is the meaning of this, Tatiana Markovna?"
stammered Vikentev in amazement.
"Marfa Vasilievna is unendurable."
He looked at both of them, walked into the middle of the room, assumed a sugary smile, bowed slightly, put his hat under his arm, and struggling in vain to drag his gloves on his moist hands, began.
"Mille pardons, mademoiselle, de vous avoir dérangé. Sacre bleu, ça n'entrait pas. Oh, mille pardons, mademoiselle."
"Do stop, you foolish boy!" Marfinka bit her lips, but could not help laughing.
"Just look at him, Granny. How can anybody keep serious when he mimics Monsieur Charles so nicely?" "Stop, children!"
cried Tatiana Markovna, her frown relaxing into smiles.
"Go, and God be with you. Do whatever you like."
End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raisky's patience had to suffer a hard trial in Vera's indifference. His courage failed him, and he fell into a dull, fruitless boredom. In this idle mood he drew village scenes in his sketch album. He had already sketched nearly every aspect of the Volga to be seen from the house or the cliff, and he made notes in his notebooks. He hoped by these occupations to free himself from his obsessing thoughts of Vera. He knew he would do better to begin a big piece of work instead of these trifles, but he told himself that Russians did not understand hard work, or that real work demanded rude strength, the use of the hands, the shoulders, and the back. He thought that in work of this kind a man lost consciousness of his humanity, and experienced no pleasures in his exertions. He shouldered his burden like a horse that seeks to ward off the whip with his tail. Rough manual labor, left no place for boredom, yet no one seeks distractions in work, but in pleasure. Work, not appearances, he repeated, oppressed by the overpowering dullness which drove him nearly mad, and created a frame of mind quite contrary to his gentle temperament. I have no work, I cannot create as do artists who are absorbed in their work and are ready to die for it. He took his cap and strolled into the outlying parts of the town, then into the town, where he observed every passer-by, stared into the houses, down the streets, and at last found himself standing before the Kozlov's house. Being told that Kozlov was at the school, he inquired for Uliana Andreevna. The woman who had opened the door to him looked at him askance, blew her nose with her apron, wiped it with her finger, and vanished into the house for good. He knocked again, the dogs barked, and then appeared a little girl, holding her finger to her mouth, who stared at him and departed. He was about to knock again, but instead turned to go. As he passed through the little garden he heard voices, Parisian French, and a woman's voice. He heard laughter and even a kiss. Poor Leontie, he whispered, or rather blind Leontie. He stood uncertain whether to go or stay, then hastened his steps and determined to have speech with Mark. He sought distraction of some kind to rid himself of his mood of depression and to drive away the insistent thoughts of Vera. Passing the warped houses, he left the town and passed between two thick hedges, beyond which stretched on both sides vegetable gardens. "Where does the market gardener Ephraim live?" he asked, addressing a woman over the hedge who was working in the beds. Silently, without pausing in her work, she motioned with her elbow to a hut standing isolated in the field. As he climbed over the fence, two dogs barked furiously at him. From the door of the hut came a healthy young woman with a sunburnt face and bare arms, holding a baby. She called off the dogs with curses and asked Raisky whom he wished to see. He was looking curiously round, since he did not understand how anyone except the peasant and his wife could be living there. The hut, against which were propped spades, rakes, and other tools, planks and pails, had neither yard nor fence. Two windows looked out on the vegetable garden, two others on the field. In the shed were two horses. Here was a pig surrounded by a litter of young, and a hen wandered around with her chickens. A little further off stood some cars and a big telega. "Does Mark Volokov live here?" asked Raisky. The woman pointed to the telega in silence. "That's his room," she said, pointing to one of the windows. "He sleeps in the telega." "At this time of day?" "He only came home this morning, probably rather drunk." Raisky approached the telega. "What do you want of him?" asked the woman. "To visit him." "Let him sleep." "Why?" "I'm frightened here alone with him, and my husband won't be here yet. I hope he'll sleep." "Does he insult you?" "No, it would be wicked to say such a thing, but he is so restless and peculiar that I'm afraid of him." She rocked the child in her arms, and Raisky looked curiously under the straw covering. Suddenly Mark's tangled hair and beard emerged, and the woman vanished into the hut as he cried, "Fool, you don't know how to receive visitors." "Good day, what has brought you here?" cried Mark as he crawled out of the telega and stretched himself. "A visit, perhaps?" "I was taking a walk out of sheer boredom." "Bored? With two beautiful girls at home, you, an artist, and you are taking a walk out of sheer boredom. Don't your affections prosper?" He winked. "They are lovely children, especially Vera." "How do you know my cousins, and in what way do they concern you?"
asked Raisky dryly. Don't be vexed. Come into my drawing room. Tell me rather why you sleep in the telega. Are you playing at Diogenes? Yes, because I must. They entered the hut and went into a boarded compartment, where stood Mark's bed with a thin old mattress, a thin wadded bed cover, and a tiny pillow. Scattered on a shelf on the wall and on the table lay books, 2 guns hung on the wall, linen and clothes were tumbled untidily on the only chair. This is my salon. Sit down on the bed, and I will sit on the chair. Let us take off our coats, for it is infernally hot. No ceremony, as there are no ladies. That's right. Do you want anything? There is nothing but milk and eggs. If you don't want any, give me a cigar. Many thanks. I have already breakfasted, and it will presently be dinner time. Yes, you live with your aunt. Weren't you expelled after having harbored me in the night? On the contrary, she reproached me with having allowed you to go to bed without any dessert, and for not having demanded pillows. And didn't she rail against me? As usual, but I know it is habit and does not come from her heart. She has the best heart one can wish for, better than any here. She is bold, full of character, and with a solid understanding. Now indeed her brain is weakening. That is your opinion? You have found someone for whom you have sympathy? Yes, especially in one respect. She cannot endure the governor any more than I can. I don't know what her reasons are. His position is enough for me. We neither of us like the police. We are oppressed by them. The old lady is compelled by them to carry out all sorts of repairs. To me they pay far too much attention, find out where I live, whether I go far from the town, and whom I visit. Both fell silent. Now we have nothing more to talk about. Why did you come here? Asked Mark. Because I was bored? Fall in love. Raisky was silent. With Vera? Continued Mark. Splendid girl, and she's related to you. It must be easy for you to begin a romance with her. Raisky made an angry gesture, to which Mark replied by a burst of laughter. Call the ancient wisdom to your help, he said. Show outward coldness when you are inwardly consumed. Indifference of manner, pride, contempt, every little helps. Parade yourself before her as suits your calling. My calling? Isn't it your calling to be eccentric? Perhaps, remarked Raisky indifferently. I, for instance, said Mark, should make direct for my goal and should be sure of victory. You may do the same, but you would do so penetrated by the conviction that you stood on the heights and had drawn her up to you, you idealist. Show that you understand your calling, and you may succeed. It's no use to wear yourself out with sighs, to be sleepless, to watch for the raising of the lilac curtain by a white hand, to wait a week for a kindly glance. Raisky rose furious. Ah, I have hit the bull's eye. Raisky put compulsion on himself to restrain his rage, for every involuntary expression or gesture of anger would have meant nothing less than acquiescence. I should very well like to fall in love, but I cannot, he yawned, counterfeiting indifference. It is unsuited to my years, and doesn't cure my boredom. Try it, teased Mark. Let us have a wager that in a week you will be as enamored as a young cat, and within 2 months, or perhaps 1, you will have perpetrated so many follies that you will not know how to get away from here. If I am, with what will you pay? Asked Raisky in a tone bordering on contempt. I will give you my trousers or my gun. I possess only 2 pairs of trousers. The tailor has recovered a third pair for debt. Wait, I will try on your coat. Why, it fits as if I were poured into a mold. Try mine. Why, I should like to see whether it suits you. Please try it on, do." Raisky was indulgent enough to allow himself to be persuaded and put on Mark's worn, dirty coat. "Well, does it suit?" "It fits." "Wear it then. You don't wear a coat long, while for me it lasts for 2 years. Besides, whether you are contented or not, I shan't take yours off my shoulders. You would have to steal it from me." Raisky shrugged his shoulders. "Does the wager hold?" asked Mark. "What put you on to that, you will excuse me, ridiculous idea?" "Don't excuse yourself. Does it hold?" "The wager is not equal. You have no possessions." "Don't be disturbed on that account. I shall not have to pay. If my prophecy comes true, then you will pay me 300 roubles, which would come in very conveniently." "What nonsense!" said Raisky as he stood up and reached for his cap and stick. "At the least you will be in love in a fortnight. In a month you will be groaning, wandering about like a ghost, playing your part in a drama or possibly in a tragedy, and ending, as all your like do, with some piece of folly. I know you, I can see through you. But if, instead my falling in love with her, she were to fall in love with me—" "Vera, with you?" "Yes, Vera, with me." "Then I will find a double pledge and bring it to you." "You are a madman," said Raisky, and went without bestowing a further glance on Mark. "In 1 month's time I shall have won 300 roubles," Mark cried after him. Raisky walked angrily home. "I wonder where our charmer is now," he wondered gloomily. "Probably sitting on her favorite bench, admiring the view. I will see." As he knew Vera's habits, he could say with nearly complete certainty where she would be at any hour of the day. He went over to the Precipice and saw her, as he had thought, sitting on the bench with a book in her hand. Instead of reading, she looked out, now over the Volga, now into the bushes. When she saw Raisky, she rose slowly and walked over to the old house. He signed to her to wait for him, but she either did not perceive the sign or did not wish to do so. When she reached the courtyard, she quickened her steps and disappeared within the door of the old house. Raisky could hardly control his rage. "And a stupid girl like that thinks that I am in love with her," he thought. "She has not the remotest conception of manners." In offering the wager, Mark had stirred up all the bitterness latent in him. He hardly looked at Vera when he sat opposite her at dinner. If he happened to raise his eyes, it was as if he were dazed by a flash of lightning. Once or twice she had looked at him in a kind, almost affectionate way, but his wild glance betrayed to her the agitation of which she deemed herself to be the cause, and to avoid meeting his eyes she bent her head over her empty plate. "After dinner I shall drive with Marfinka to the hay harvest," said Tatiana Markovna to Raisky. "Will you bestow on your meadows the honor of your presence, sir?" "I have no inclination to go," he murmured. "Does the world go so hard with you?" asked Tatiana Markovna. "You are indeed weighed down with work." He looked at Vera, who was mixing red wine with water. She emptied her glass, rose, kissed her aunt's hand, and went out. Raisky, too, rose and went to his room. His aunt, Marfinka, and Vikentiev, who had just happened to turn up, drove to the hay harvest, and the afternoon peace soon reigned over the house. One man crawled into the hayrick, another into the outhouse, another slept in the family carriage itself,
while others took advantage of the mistress's absence to go into the outskirts of the town. Raisky's thoughts were filled with Vera. Although he had sworn to himself to think of her no more, he could not conquer his thoughts. Where was she? He would go to her and talk it all over. He was inspired only with curiosity, he assured himself. He took his cap and hurried out. Vera was neither in the room nor in the old house. He searched for her in vain on the field, in the vegetable garden, in the thicket, on the cliff, and went to look for her down along the bank of the Volga. When he found no one, he turned homewards, and suddenly came across her a few steps from him, not far from the house. "Ah!" he cried, "there you are! I have been hunting for you everywhere." "And I have been waiting for you here," she returned. He felt as if he were suddenly enveloped in winter in the soft airs of the south. "You waiting for me?" he said in a strange voice, and looked at her in astonishment. "I wanted to ask you why you pursue me." Raisky looked at her fixedly. "I hardly ever speak to you." "It is true that you rarely talk to me, but you look at me in such a wild and extraordinary fashion that it constitutes a kind of pursuit. And that is not all. You quietly follow my steps, you get up earlier than I do, and wait for me to wake, draw my curtains back and open the window. Whatever way I take in the park, and wherever I sit down, I must meet you." "Very rarely." 3 or 4 times a week. It would not be often, and would not annoy me, quite the reverse, if it occurred without intention, but in your eyes and steps I see only one thing, the continual effort to give me no peace, to master my every glance, word, and thought. He was amazed at her boldness and independence, at the freedom of her speech. He saw before him, as he imagined, the little girl who had nervously concealed herself from him for fear that her egoism might suffer through the inequality of her brains, her ideas, and her education. This was a new figure, a new Vera. "What if all this exists only in your imagination?" he said undecidedly. "Don't lie to me," she interrupted. "If you are successful in observing my every footstep, my every moment, at least permit me to be conscious of the discomfort of such observation. I tell you plainly that it oppresses me. It is slavery. I feel like a prisoner." "What do you ask of me?" "My freedom." "Freedom?" "I am your chevalier, therefore you will not leave a poor girl room to breathe. Tell me, what reason have I given you to regard me differently from any other girl?" "Beauty adores admiration. It is her right." "Beauty has also a right to esteem and freedom. Is it an apple hanging on the other side of the hedge that every passer-by can snatch at?" "Don't agitate yourself, Vera," he begged, taking her hands. "I confess my guilt. I am an artist, have a susceptible temperament, and perhaps abandon myself too much to my impressions. Then I'm no stranger. Let us be reconciled, Vera. Tell me your wishes, and they shall be sacredly fulfilled. I will do what pleases you, will avoid what offends you, in order to deserve your friendship. I told you from the beginning, you remember, how you could show me your sympathy, by not observing me, by letting me go my way, and taking no notice of me. Then I will come of myself, and we will fix the hours that we will spend together, reading or walking." "You ask me, Vera, to be utterly indifferent to you?" "Yes." "Not to notice how lovely you are? To look at you as if you were grandmother? But even if I adore your beauty in silence from a distance, you would know it, and can you forbid me that? Passion may melt the surface, and there may steal into your heart an affection for me. Don't let me leave you without any hope. Can you not give me any?" "I cannot." "How can you tell? There may come a time—" "No, cousin, never." Unmanned by terror, he collected his strength to say,
breathlessly. "You are no longer free? You love?" She knit her brows and looked down on the Volga. "And is there any sin if I do? Will you not permit it, cousin?" she asked ironically. I who bring you the lofty philosophy of freedom, how should I not permit you to love? Love independently of everybody, conceal nothing, fear neither granny nor anyone else. The dawn of freedom is red in the sky, and shall woman alone be enslaved? You love. Say so boldly, for passion is happiness, and allow others at least to envy you. I concede no one the right to call me to account. I am free. But you are afraid of grandmother. I am afraid of no one. Grandmother knows it and respects my freedom, and my wish is that you should follow her example. That is all I wanted to say," she concluded as she rose from the bench. "Yes, Vera, now I understand, and I am in accord with you," he replied, rising also. "Here is my hand on it, that from today you will neither hear nor notice my presence." She gave her hand, but drew it rapidly back as he pressed it to his lips. "We will see," she said. "But if you don't keep your word, we will see." "Say all you have to say, Vera, or my head will go to pieces." Vera looked long at the prospect before her before she ended with decision. "Then, however dearly I love this place, I will leave it." "To go where?" "God's world is wide. Au revoir, cousin." A few days later Raisky got up about 5 o'clock. The sun was already full on the horizon, a wholesome freshness rose from garden and park, flowers breathed a deeper perfume, and the dew glittered on the grass. He dressed quickly and went out into the garden, when he suddenly met Vera. It is not intentional, I swear," he stammered in his first surprise. They both laughed. She picked a flower, threw it to him, and gave him her hand, and in reply to the kiss he gave, she kissed him on the forehead. "It was not intentional, Vera," he repeated. "You see yourself." "I see you are good and kind." "Generous," he added. "We have not got to generosity yet," she said, laughing, and took his arm. "Let us go for a walk. It's a lovely morning." He felt unspeakably happy. "What coat are you wearing?" she asked in surprise as they walked. "It is not yours." "Ah, it is Mark's." "Is he here? How did you come by his coat?" "Are you frightened? The whole house fears him like fire." And he explained how he got the coat. She listened absently as they went silently down the main path of the garden, Vera with her eyes on the ground. Against his will he felt impelled to seek another argument with her. "You seem to have something on your mind," she began, "which you don't wish to tell." "I did wish to, but I feared the storm I might draw upon myself." "You did not wish to discuss beauty once more?" No, I want to explain what my feeling for you is. I am convinced that this time I am not in error. You have opened to me a special door of your heart, and I recognize that your friendship would bring great happiness, and that its soft tones would bring color into my dull life. Do you think, Vera, that friendship is possible between a man and a woman? Why not? If two such friends can make up their minds to respect one another's freedom, if one does not oppress the other, does not seek to discover the secret of the other's heart, if they are in constant, natural intercourse, and know how to respect secrets." His eyes blazed. "Pitiless woman!" he broke in. She had seen the glance and lowered her eyes. "We will go in to grandmother. She has just opened the window and will call us to tea." "One word more, Vera. You have wisdom, lucidity, decision." "What is wisdom?" she asked mischievously. "Observation and experience harmoniously applied to life." I have hardly any experience. Nature has bestowed on you a sharp eye and a clear brain. Is not such a possession disgraceful for a girl? Your wholesome ideas, your cultivated speech. You are surprised that a drop of village wisdom should have descended on your poor sister. You would have preferred to find a fool in my place, wouldn't you? And now you are annoyed. No, Vera, you intoxicate me. You do indeed forbid me to mention your beauty by so much as a syllable, and will not hear why I place it so high. Beauty is the aim, and at the same time the driving power of art, and I am an artist. The beauty of which I speak is no material thing. She does not kindle her fires with the glow of passionate desire alone. More especially, she awakens the man in man, arouses thought, inspires courage, fertilizes the creative power of genius, even when that genius stands at the culmination of its dignity and power. She does not scatter her beams for trifles, does not besmirch purity. She is womanly wisdom. You are a woman, Vera, and understand what I mean. Your hand will not be raised to punish the man, the artist, for this worship of beauty. According to you, wisdom lies in keeping these rules before one's eyes as the guiding thread of life, in which case I am not wise. I have not received this baptism. An emotion closely related to sadness shone in her eyes as she gazed upwards for a moment before she entered the house. Raisky anxiously told himself that she was as enigmatic as night itself, and he wondered what was the origin of these foreign ideas and whether her young life was already darkened. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Sunday, Tatiana Markovna had guests for the second breakfast. The covers had been removed from the purple damask-covered chairs in the reception room. Jacob had rubbed the eyes of the family portraits with a damp rag, and they appeared to look forth more sharply than on ordinary days. The freshly waxed floors shone. Jacob himself paraded in a dress coat and a white necktie, while Yegorka, Petrushka, and Stepka, the latter of whom had been fetched from the village and had not yet found his legs, had been put into old liveries, which did not fit them and smelt of moth. The dining room and the reception room had been fumigated just before the meal. Tatiana Markovna herself, in a silk dress and shawl, with her cap on the back of her head, sat on the divan. Near her the guests had taken their places in accordance with their rank and dignity. The place of honor was occupied by Nil Andreevich Tычkov. In a dress coat, with an order, an important old gentleman whose eyebrows met in his great fat face, while his chin was lost in his cravat. The consciousness of his dignity appeared in every gesture and in his condescending speech. Next him sat the invariably modest Tit Nikonitch, also in a dress coat, with a glance of devotion for Tatiana Markovna and a smile for all. Then followed the priest in a silk gown with a broad embroidered girdle, the councillors of the local court, the colonel of the garrison, ladies from the town, young officials who stood talking in undertones in a corner, young girls, friends of Marfinka, who timidly clasped their damp hands and continually changed color, finally a proprietor from the neighborhood with 3 half-grown sons. When the company had already been assembled for some little time at the breakfast table, Raisky entered.
He felt that he was playing the role of an actor, fresh to the place, making his first appearance on the provincial stage after the most varying reports had been spread about him. Tatiana Markovna introduced him as "my nephew, the son of my late niece Sonitchka," though everybody knew who he was. Several people stood up to greet him. Nil Andreevich, who expected that he would come and speak to him, gave him a friendly smile. The ladies pulled their dresses straight and glanced at the mirror. The young officials, who were standing eating off their plates in the corner, shifted from one foot to the other, and the young girls blushed still more and pressed their hands as if danger threatened. Raisky bowed to the assembled guests and sat down beside his aunt on the divan. "Look how he throws himself down," whispered a young official to his neighbor. "His Excellency is looking at him." "Nil Andreevich has been wanting to see you for a long time," said Tatiana Markovna aloud, adding under her breath, "His Excellency, don't forget." In the same low tone Raisky asked who the little lady was, with the fine teeth and the well-developed figure. "Shame, Boris Pavlovitch," and aloud, "Nil Andreevich, Borushka has been desiring to present himself to you for a long time." Raisky was about to reply, when Tatiana Markovna pressed his hand, enjoining silence. "Why have you not given me the pleasure of a visit from you before?" said Nil Andreevich with a kindly air. "Good men are always welcome, but it is not assuming to visit us old people, and the new generation do not care for us, do they? And you hold with the young people, answer frankly." "I do not divide mankind into the old and the new generation," said Raisky, helping himself to a slice of cake. "Don't hurry about eating, talk to him," whispered Tatiana Markovna. "I will eat and talk at the same time," he returned aloud. Tatiana Markovna looked confused and turned her back on him. "Oh, don't disturb him," continued Nil Andreevich. "Young people are like that. I am curious to know how you judge men, Boris Pavlovitch." "By the impression they produce on me." "Admirable! I like you for your candor. Let us take an example. What is your opinion of me?" "I am afraid of you." Nil Andreevich laughed complacently. "Tell me why. You may speak quite plainly." "Why I am afraid of you? They say you find fault with everybody," he went on, heedless of Tatiana Markovna's efforts to interrupt. "My grandmother tells me that you lectured one man for not having attended mass." Tatiana Markovna went hot all over, and taking off her cap put it down behind her. "I am glad she told you that. I like to have my doings correctly reported. Yes, I do lecture people sometimes. Do you remember?" He appealed to the young men at the door. "At your service, your Excellency," answered one of them quickly, putting one foot forward and his hands behind his back. "I once received one." "And why?" "I was unsuitably dressed." "You came to me one Sunday after Mass. I was glad to see you, but instead of appearing in a dress coat, you came in a short jacket." At this point Polina Karpovna rustled in, wearing a muslin dress with wide sleeves, so that her white arms were visible almost to the shoulder. She was followed by a cadet. "What heat! Bonjour, bonjour!" she cried, nodding in all directions, and then sat down on the divan beside Raisky. "There is no room here," he said, and sat down on a chair beside her. "Ah, Dalia Karpovna," remarked Nil Andreevich, "good day. How are you?" "Good day," she answered dryly, turning away. "Why don't you bestow a kind glance on me,
and let me admire your swan-like neck."
The young officials in the corner giggled, the ladies smiled, and Polina Karpovna whispered to Raisky,
"The rude creature! The first word he speaks is folly." "Ah, you despise an old man, but if I were to seek for your hand, do I look like a bridegroom, or am I too old for you?" "I decline the honour. Bonjour. Natalie Ivanovna, where did you buy that pretty hat? At Madame Pichet's?" "My husband ordered it from Moscow as a surprise for me." "Very pretty." "But listen seriously," cried Nil Andreevich insistently. "I am going to woo you in earnest. I need a housekeeper, a modest woman who is no coquette and has no taste for finery, who never glances at another man, and you are an example."
Polina Karpovna pretended not to hear, but fanned herself and attempted to draw Raisky into a conversation.
"In our esteem,"
went on Nil Andreevich pitilessly,
"you are a model for our mothers and daughters. At church your eyes remain fixed on the sacred picture without a moment's diversion, and never even perceive the presence of young men."
The giggling in the corner increased, the ladies made faces in their efforts to restrain their laughter, and Tatiana Markovna tried to divert Nil Andreevich's attention from her guest by herself addressing her, but he returned to the attack.
"You are as retiring as a nun," he went on. "Never display your arms and shoulders, but bear yourself in accordance with your years."
"Why don't you leave me alone?"
returned Polina Karpovna, and turning to Raisky she added,
"Est-il bête grossière?"
"Because I wish to marry you. You are a suitable pair."
"It will be difficult to find a wife for you."
"We are well matched. I was still an assessor when you married the late Ivan Yegorovitch. And that must be—"
"How hot it is! Stifling! Let us go into the garden. Please give me my mantilla, Michel,"
she said, turning to the cadet who had come with her. At this moment Vera appeared, and the company rose and crowded round her, so that the conversation took another turn. Raisky was bored by the guests and by the exhibition he had just witnessed. He would have left the room, but that Vera's presence provided a strong incentive to remain. Vera looked quickly round at the guests, said a few words here and there, shook hands with the young girls, smiled at the ladies, and sat down on a chair by the stove. The young officials smoothed their coats, Nil Andreevich kissed her hand with evident pleasure, and the girls fixed their eyes on her. Meanwhile Marfinka was busily employed in pouring out wine, handling dishes, and particularly in entertaining her friends.
"Vera Vassilievna, my dear, do take my part,"
cried Nil Andreevich.
"Is any one offending you?"
"Indeed there is. There is Dalila, Pelageya Karpovna."
"Impertinent creature,"
said that lady aloud, as she rose and went quickly towards the door. Tatiana Markovna also rose.
"Where are you going, Polina Karpovna?" she cried. "Marfinka, do not let her go."
"No, no, Tatiana Markovna," came Polina Karpovna's voice from the hall. "I am always grateful to you, but I do not wish to meet such a loon. If my husband were alive, no man would dare—"
"Do not be vexed. He means nothing by it, but is in reality a decent old gentleman."
"Please let me go. I will come again and see you when he is not here,"
she said as she left the house in tears. In the room she had left everyone with a gay humour, and Nil Andreevich condescended to share the general laughter, in which, however, neither Raisky nor Vera joined. Polina Karpovna might be eccentric, but that did not excuse either the loonish amusement of the people assembled or the old man's attacks. Raisky remained gloomily silent and shifted his feet ominously.
"She is offended and has departed,"
remarked Nil Andreevich as Tatiana Markovna, visibly agitated, returned and resumed her seat in silence.
"It won't do her any harm, but will be good for her health. She shouldn't appear naked in society. This is not a bathing establishment."
At this point the ladies lowered their eyes, and the young girls grew crimson and pressed their hands nervously together.
"Neither should she stare about her in church and have young men following her footsteps. Come, Ivan Ivanovitch, you were once her indefatigable cavalier. Do you still visit her?"
he asked a young man severely.
"Not for a long time, Your Excellency. I got tired of forever exchanging compliments."
"It's a good thing you have given it up. What an example she sets to women and young girls, going about dressed in pink with ribbons and frills when she is over 40. How can anybody help reading her a lecture? You see," he added, turning to Raisky, "that I am only a terror to evildoers. Who has made you fear me?"
"Mark," answered Raisky, to the excitement of all present.
"What Mark?"
asked Nil Andreevich, frowning. "Mark Volokov, who is in exile here."
"Ah, that thief! Do you know him?"
"We are friends."
"Friends!"
hissed the old man.
"Tatiana Markovna, what do I hear?"
"Don't believe him, Nil Andreevich. He does not know what he is talking about. What sort of a friend of yours is he?"
"Why, grandmother, did he not sup here with me and spend the night? Didn't you yourself give orders to have a soft bed made up for him?"
"Boris Pavlovich, for pity's sake, be silent,"
whispered his aunt angrily. But Tchkov was already looking at her with amazement, the ladies with sympathy, while the men stared and the young girls drew closer to one another. Vera looked round the company, thanking Raisky by a friendly glance, and Marfinka hid behind her aunt.
"What a confession! You admitted this Barabbas under your roof?"
said Nil Andreevich.
"Not I, Nil Andreevich. Borushka brought him in at night, and I did not even know who was sleeping in his room. You go round with him at night? Don't you know that he is a suspicious character, an enemy of the administration, a renegade from church and society? So he has been telling you about me?"
"Yes," Raisky said.
"By his description I am a wild beast, a devourer of men."
"No, you do not devour them, but you allow yourself, by what right God only knows, to insult them."
"And did you believe that?"
"Until today, no."
"And today?"
"Today I believe it," agreed Raisky, to the terror and agitation of the company. Most of the officials present escaped to the hall and stood near the door listening.
"How so?"
asked Nil Andreevich haughtily. "Because you have just insulted a lady."
"You hear, Tatiana Markovna?"
"Boris Pavlovich, Borushka,"
she said, seeking to restrain him.
"That old-fashioned plate, that frivolous, dangerous woman."
"What do her faults matter to you? Who gave you the right to judge other people?"
"Who gave you the right, young man, to reproach me? Do you know that I have been in the service for 40 years, and that no minister has ever made the slightest criticism to me?"
"My right is that you have insulted a lady in my house. I should be a miserable creature to permit that. If you don't understand that, the worse for you."
If you receive a person who is, to the knowledge of the whole town, a frivolous butterfly, dressing in a way unsuited to her age, and leaving unfulfilled her duties to her family,
Well, what then?
then both you and Tatiana Markovna deserve to hear the truth. Yes, I have been meaning to tell you for a long time, Matushka.
Frivolity, flightiness, and the desire to please are not such terrible crimes. But the whole town knows that you have accumulated money through bribery, that you robbed your own nieces and had them locked up in an asylum. Yet my grandmother and I have received you in our house, and you take it upon yourself to lecture us. The guests who heard this indictment were horror-stricken. The ladies hurried out into the hall without taking leave of their hostess. The rest followed them like sheep, and soon all were gone. Tatiana Markovna motioned Marfinka and Vera to the door, but Marfinka alone obeyed the indication. As for Nil Andreevich, he had become deadly pale.
Who, he cried, who has brought you these tales? Speak! That brigand Mark? I'm going straight to the governor. Tatiana Markovna, if this young man again sets foot in your house, you and I are strangers. Otherwise, within 24 hours, both he and you and your whole household shall be transferred to a place where not even a raven can penetrate with food. Who? Who told him? I will know. Who? Speak! He hissed, gasping for breath and hardly knowing what he said. Stop talking rubbish, Nil Andreevich, commanded Tatiana Markovna, rising suddenly from her place. You will explode with fury. Better drink some water. You ask who has said it. There is no secret about it, for I have said it, and it is common knowledge in the town. Tatiana Markovna, shrieked Nil Andreevich, you have your deserts. Why make so much noise about it? In another person's house you attack a woman, and that is not the action of a gentleman. How dare you speak like that to me?
Raisky would have thrown himself on him if his aunt had not waved him aside. Then, with the commanding dignity she knew how to assume, she put on her cap, wrapped herself in her shawl, and went right up to Nil Andreevich, while Raisky looked on in amazement, with a sense of his own smallness in her majestic presence.
Who are you? She began. A clerk in the chancellery, an upstart, and yet you dare to address a noblewoman with violence? You have too good an opinion of yourself, and have asked for your lesson, which you shall have from me once and for all. Have you forgotten the days when you used to bring documents from the office to my father, and did not dare to sit down in my presence, when you used to receive gifts from my hand on feast days? If you were an honest man, no one would reproach you. But you have, as my nephew says, accumulated stolen wealth, and it has been endured out of weakness. You should hold your tongue and repent in your old age of your evil life. But you are bursting, intoxicated with pride. Sober yourself and bow your head. Before you stands Tatiana Markovna Berezhkov, and also my nephew Boris Pavlovich Raisky. If I had not restrained him, he would have thrown you out of the house, but I prefer that he should not soil his hands with you. The lackeys are good enough.
As she stood there with blazing eyes, she bore a close resemblance to a portrait of one of her ancestors that hung on the wall. Tычkov turned his eyes this way and that, seemingly beside himself with rage.
I shall write to St. Petersburg, he gasped. The town is in danger.
Then he slunk out, so agitated by her furious aspect that he dared not raise his eyes to her face. Tatiana Markovna maintained her proud bearing, though her fingers grasped nervously at her shawl. Raisky approached her hesitatingly, seeing in her not his aunt, but another, and to him an almost unknown woman. "I did not understand the majesty of your temperament, but I make my bow, not as a grandson before to an honored grandmother, but as man to woman. I offer you my admiration and respect, Tatiana Markovna, best of women," he said, kissing her hand.
"I accept your courtesy, Boris Pavlovitch, as an honor which I have deserved. Do you accept for your honorable championship the kiss, not of a grandmother, but of a woman?"
As she kissed him on the cheek, he received another kiss from the other side. "This kiss is from another woman," said Vera in a low voice as she left the room before Raisky's outstretched arms could reach her.
"Vera and I have not spoken to one another, but we have both understood you. We do in fact talk very little, but we resemble one another," said Tatiana Markovna.
"Granny, you are an extraordinary woman!" cried Raisky, looking at her with as much enthusiasm as if he saw her for the first time.
"Drive to the governor's, Borushka, and tell him exactly what has happened, so that the other party may not be first with his lying nonsense. I'm going to beg Polina Karpovna's pardon."
End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For 3 days the impression of this Sunday morning breakfast remained with Raisky. He had been surprised by this sudden transformation of Tatiana Markovna from grandmother and kindly hostess into a lioness, but he had been still more agitated by Vera's kiss. He could have wept for emotion and would like to have built new hopes on it, but it was a kiss that led no further, a flash of lightning immediately extinguished. Raisky kept his promise, and neither went to Vera's room nor followed her. He saw her only at meals and then rarely talked to her. He succeeded in hiding from her the fact that she still occupied his thoughts. He would like to have wiped out of her recollection his hasty revelation of himself to her. Then he began a portrait of Tatiana Markovna and occupied himself seriously with the plan of his novel. With Vera as the central figure, and the scene, his own estate and the bank of the Volga, his fancy took shape and the secret of artistic creation became clear to him. It chanced once or twice that he found himself walking with Vera. Gaily and almost indifferently he poured out for her his store of thought and knowledge, even of anecdote, as he might do to any amiable, clever stranger, without second thoughts or any wish to reap an advantage. He led, in fact, a peaceful, pleasant life, demanding nothing and regretting nothing. He perceived with satisfaction that Vera no longer avoided him, that she confided in him and drew closer to him. She would herself come to his room to fetch books, and he made no effort to retain her. They often spent the afternoon with Tatiana Markovna. Vera apparently liked to hear him talk and smiled at his jokes, though from time to time she would get up suddenly in the middle of a sentence when he was reading aloud or talking,
and with some slight excuse go out and not appear again for hours. He made no effort to follow her. He found recreation with friends in the town, driving occasionally with the governor, or taking part with Marfinka and Vera in some rural entertainment. The month which Mark had set as a limit for their wager was nearly over, and Raisky felt himself free from passion. At least he thought so, and put down all his symptoms to the working of his imagination and to curiosity. On some days even Vera appeared to him in the same light as Marfinka. He saw in them two charming young girls, only late left school with all the ideas and adorations of the schoolgirl, with the schoolgirl's dream theory of life, which is only shattered by experience. He told himself that he was absolutely cold and indifferent, and in a position truthfully to call himself her friend. He would shortly leave the place, but before that he must visit Barabbas, take his last pair of trousers, and warn him against making a wager. He went to Leonti to ask where Mark was to be found, and discovered them both at breakfast. "You might develop into a decent individual," cried Mark to him, "if you were a little bolder." "You mean if I had the boldness to shoot my neighbor or to storm an inn by night?" "How will you take an inn by storm? Besides, there is no need, since your aunt has her own guest-house. Many thanks for having chased that old swine from your house, I am told, in conjunction with Tatiana Markovna. Splendid!" "Where did you hear that?" "The whole town is talking of it. I wanted to come and show my respect to you when I suddenly heard that you were on friendly terms with the governor, had invited him to your house, and that you and your aunt had stood on your hind paws before him. That is abominable, when I thought you had only invited him to show him the door." "That is what is called bourgeois courage, I believe." "I don't know what it is called, but I can best give you an example of the kind of courage. For some time the police inspector has been sniffing round our vegetable garden, so probably His Excellency has been kind enough to show an interest in me and to inquire after my health and amusements. Well, I am training a couple of bulldogs, and I hadn't had them a week before the garden was clear of cats. I have them ready at dark, and if the colonel or his suite arrive, I shall let my beasts loose. Of course it will happen by accident." "I have come to say goodbye, for I am leaving here shortly." "You are going away?" asked Mark in astonishment, then added in a low, serious voice, "I should like to have a word with you." "Speak, by all means. Is it a question of money again?" "Money, as far as I am concerned, but it is not of that I wish to speak to you. I will come to you later, I cannot speak of that now," he said, looking significantly at Kozlov's wife to indicate that he could not explain himself in her presence. "No one will let you go?" whispered Yuliana Andreevna. "I have not once spoken to you out of hearing of my husband." "Have you brought the money with you?" asked Mark suddenly. "The 300 roubles for the wager?" "Where is the pair of trousers?" asked Raisky ironically. "I am not joking. You must pay me my 300 roubles." "Why? I'm not in love, as you see." "I see that you are head over ears in love." "How do you see that?" "In your face." "The month is past, and with it the wager at an end. As I don't need the trousers, I will make you a present of them to go with the coat." "How can you go away?" complained Leonti. "And the books?" "What books?" "Your books. See for yourself by the catalogue that they are all right." "I have made you a present of them." "Be serious for a moment. Where shall I send them?" "Goodbye. I have no time to spare. Don't come to me with the books, or I will burn them. And you, wise man, who can tell a lover by his face, farewell. I don't know whether we shall meet again. Where is the money? It isn't honest not to surrender it. I see the presence of love, which, like measles, has not yet come out, but soon will. Your face is already red. How tiresome that I fixed a limit, and so lose 300 rubles by my own stupidity. Goodbye. You will not go, said Mark with decision. I shall have another opportunity of seeing you, Kozlov. I'm not starting until next week. You will not go, repeated Mark. What about your novel? Asked Leonty. You intended to finish it here? I am already near the end of it, though there is still some arranging to be done, which I can do in St. Petersburg. You will not end your romance either. Neither the paper one nor the real one, said Mark. Raisky was about to answer, but thought better of it, and was quickly gone. Why do you think he won't finish the novel? Asked Leonty. He is only half a man, replied Mark with a scornful, bitter laugh. Raisky walked in the direction of home. His victory over himself seemed so assured that he was ashamed of his earlier weakness. He pictured to himself how he would now appear to her in a new and surprising guise, bold, deliberately scornful, with neither eyes nor desire for her beauty, and he pictured her astonishment and sorrow. In his impatience to see the effect of his new development in himself, he stole into her room and crossed the carpet without betraying his presence. She sat with her elbows on the table, reading a letter, written, as he noticed, on blue paper in irregular lines and sealed with common blackish-brown sealing wax. "Vera," he said in a low voice. She shrank back with such obvious terror that he too trembled, then quickly put the letter in her pocket. They looked at one another without stirring. "You are busy. Excuse my coming," he said, and took a step backward as if to leave her. She made no answer, but gradually recovering her self-possession, and without removing her eyes from his face, she advanced towards him with her hand still in her pocket. "It must be a very interesting letter and a great secret," he said with a forced laugh, "since you conceal it so quickly." With her eyes still upon him, she sat down on the divan. "Show me the letter," he laughed, betraying his agitation by a tremor of the voice. "You will not show it?" he went on as she looked at him in amazement and pressed her hand tighter in her pocket. She shook her head. "I don't need to read it. What possible interest could I have in another person's letter? I only wanted a proof of your confidence, of your friendly disposition towards me. You see my indifference. See, I'm not as I was," he said, telling himself at the same time that the letter obsessed him. She tried to read in his face the indifference in which he was insisting. His face indeed wore an aspect of indifference, but his voice sounded as if he were pleading for alms. "You will not show it," he said. "Then God be with you," and he turned to the door. "Wait," she said, putting her hand in her pocket and drawing out a letter, which she showed him. He looked at both sides and glanced at the signature, Pauline Kritsky. "That is not the letter," he said, returning it. "Do you see another?" she asked dryly. He replied that he had not, fearing that she might accuse him of spying, and at her request began to read. "Ma belle charmante, divine Vera Vassilievna, I am enraptured and fall on my knees before your dear, noble, handsome cousin. He has avenged me, and I am triumphant and weep for joy. He was great. Tell him that he is ever my knight, that I am his devoted slave. Ah, how I admire him, I would say. The word is on the tip of my tongue, but I dare not. Yet, why should I not? Yes, I love him, I adore him. Everyone must adore him. Here Raisky attempted to return the letter, but Vera bade him continue, as there was a request for him. He skipped a few lines and proceeded. Implore your cousin, he adores you, do not deny it, for I have seen his passionate glances. What would I not give to be in your place? Implore your cousin, darling Vera Vassilievna, to paint my portrait. I don't really care about the portrait, but to be with an artist, to admire him, to speak to him, to breathe the same air with him. Ma pauvre tête, je deviens folle. Je compte sur vous, ma belle et bonne amie, et j'attends la réponse. What answer shall I give her? Asked Vera as Raisky laid the letter on the table. He was thinking of the other letter, wondering why she had hidden it, and did not hear her question. May I write that you agree? God forbid, on no account. How is it to be done then? She wants to breathe the same air as you. I should stifle in that atmosphere. But if I ask you to do it? Whispered Vera. You. What difference can it make to you? He asked, trembling. I should like to say something pleasant to her, she returned, but did not add that she seized this means of detaching him from herself. Polina Karpovna would not lightly let him out of her hands. Should you accept it as a sign of friendship if I fulfilled your wish? Well then, as she nodded, I make two conditions. One, that you should be present at the sittings, otherwise I should be clearing out at the first sitting. Do you agree? Then, as she nodded unwillingly, the second is that you show me the other letter. Which letter? The one you hid so quickly in your pocket. There isn't another. You would not have hidden this letter in terror. Will you show the other? You are beginning again, she said reproachfully. You need not trouble. I was only jesting. But for God's sake, do not look on me as a despot or a spy. It was mere curiosity. God be with you and your secrets. I have no secrets, she returned dryly as he rose to go. Do you know that I am soon leaving? He asked suddenly. I heard so. Is it true? Why do you doubt? She dropped her eyes and said nothing. You will be glad for me to go? Yes. She answered in a whisper. Why? He said sadly, and came nearer. She thought for a moment, drew out another letter, glanced through it, carefully scratching out a word or a line here and there, and handed it to him. Read that letter, she said, again slipping her hand into her pocket. He began to read the delicate handwriting. I am sorry, dear Natasha, and then asked, who is Natasha? The priest's wife, my school friend. Ah, the Pope's wife. It is your own letter. That is interesting. And he became absorbed in the reading. I am sorry, dear Natasha, the letter ran, that I have not written to you since my return. As usual, I have been idle, but I had other reasons which you shall learn. The chief reason you already know, here some words were scratched out, which agitates me very much, but of that we will speak when we meet. The other reason is the arrival of our relative Boris Pavlovich Raisky. For my misfortune he scarcely ever leaves the house, so that for a fortnight I did hardly anything except hide from him. What an abundance of reason, of different kinds of knowledge, of brilliance, of talent he brought with him, and with it all, what unrest! He upsets the whole household. He had hardly arrived before he was seized with the firm conviction that not only the estate, but all that lived on it, were his property, taking his stand on a relationship which hardly deserves the name, and on the fact that he knew us when we were little, He treated us as if we were children or schoolgirls. Although I have hidden myself from him, I have only just succeeded in preventing him from seeing how I sleep and dream and what I hope and wait for. This pursuit has almost made me ill, and I have seen no one, written to no one. I feel like a prisoner. It is as if he were playing with me, perhaps quite against his own will. One day he is cold and indifferent, the next his eyes are ablaze, and I fear him as I would a madman. The worst of all seems to me to be that he does not know himself, so that no reliance can be placed on his plans and promises. He decides on one course, and the next day takes another. He himself says he is nervous, susceptible, and passionate, and he may be right. He is no play actor and does not disguise himself. He is, I think, too sensible and well-bred, indeed, too honest for that. He is, by way of being an artist, draws, writes, improvises very nicely on the piano, and dreams of art. Yet it seems to me that he does substantially nothing, but is spending his life, as he says, in the adoration of beauty. He is a lover by temperament, like, do you remember, Dashenka Semechkin, who fell in love with a Spanish prince whose portrait she had seen in a German calendar, and would admit no one, not even the piano tuner Kish. But Boris Pavlovich is full of kindness and honor, is upright, gay, original, but all these qualities are so disconnected and uncertain in their expression that we don't know what to make of them. Now he seeks my friendship, but I'm afraid of him, am afraid he may do anything, am afraid— here some lines were crossed out. If only he would go away. It is terrible to think he may one day— here again words were crossed out. And I need one thing, rest. The doctor says I am nervous, must spare myself and avoid all agitation. Thank God he is also attached to grandmother, and I am left in peace. I do not want to step out of the circle I had drawn for myself, and nobody else should cross the line. In its sanctity lies my peace and my whole happiness. If Raisky oversteps this line, the only course that remains to me is to fly from here. That is easy to say, but where? And then I have some conscience about it, because he is so good, so kind to me and my sister, and means to make a gift to us of this place, this paradise, where I have learned to live and not to vegetate. It lies on my conscience that he should squander these undeserved tokens of affection, that he tries to be brilliant for my sake, and to awaken in me some affection, although I have denied him every hope. If he only knew how vain his efforts are! Now I will tell you about him. The letter went no further, and Raisky looked at the lines as if he were trying to read behind them. Vera had said practically nothing about herself. She remained in the shadow, while the whole garish light fell on him. There was another letter, he said sharply, written on blue paper. Vera had not left the room, but someone's hand was on the lock. "Who is there?" asked Raisky with a start. In the doorway appeared Vasilisa's anxious face. "It's I," she said in a low voice. "It's a good thing you are here, Boris Pavlovich. They are asking for you. Please make haste. There is nobody in the hall. Yakov is at church. Yegorka has been sent to the Volga for some fish, and I am alone with Pashutka." "Who is asking for me?" "A gendarme from the governor. The governor asks you to go to see him at once if possible. If not, tomorrow morning. The business is pressing." "Very well, I will go." "Please, as quickly as possible. Then he has also come." "Who?" "The man they would like to horsewhip. He has made himself at home in the hall and is waiting for you. The mistress and Marfa Vassilievna have not yet returned from the town."
"Didn't you ask his name?"
"He gave his name, but I have forgotten. He's the man who stayed the night with you when you were drinking. Please, Boris Pavlovitch, be quick. Pashutka and I have locked ourselves in."
"Why?"
"Because we were afraid. I climbed out of the window into the yard to come and tell you. If only he does not nose anything out."
Raisky went with her laughing. He sent a message by the gendarme that he would be with the governor in an hour. Then he sought out Mark and led him into his room. "Do you wish to spend the night with me?" he asked ironically.
"I am indeed a night bird,"
answered Mark, who looked anxious.
"I receive too much attention in the daytime, and it puts less shame on your aunt's house. The magnificent old lady to show Tchikov the door. But I have come to you on important business,"
he said, looking serious. "You have business? That is interesting."
"Yes, more serious than yours. Today I was at the police station, not exactly paying a call. The police inspector had invited me, and I was politely fetched with a pair of grey horses."
"What has happened?"
"A trifling thing. I had lent books to one or two people."
"Perhaps mine that you had taken from Leonti?"
"Those and others. Here is the list,"
he said, handing him a slip of paper. "To whom did you give the books?"
"To many people, mostly young people. One fool, the son of an advocate, did not understand some French phrases and showed the book to his mother, who handed it on to the father, and he, in his turn, to the magistrate. The magistrate, having heard of the name of the author, made a great commotion and informed the governor. At first the lad would not give me away, but when they applied the rod to him he gave my name, and today they summoned me to court."
"And what line did you adopt?"
"What line?"
said Mark, laughing as he looked at Raisky.
"They asked me whose books they were and where I had got them, and I said from you. Some you had brought with you, others, Voltaire, for instance, I have found in your library."
"I'm much obliged. Why did you put this honor on me?"
"Nobody will meddle with you, since you are in His Excellency's favor. Then you are not living here under official compulsion, but I shall be sent off to a third place of exile. This is already the second. At any other time this would be a matter of indifference to me, but just now, for the time being at least, I should like to stay here."
"And what else?"
"Nothing. I only wanted to tell you what I have done, and to ask whether you will take it on yourself or not."
"But what if I won't? And I don't intend to."
"Then instead of your name I will give Kozlov's. He is growing moldy here. Let him go to prison. He can take up his Greeks again later."
"No, he will never take them up again if he is robbed of his position, and of his bread and butter."
"There you are right. My conclusions were illogical. It would be better for you to take it on yourself."
"What are you to me that I should do so?"
"On the former occasion I needed money, and you had what I lacked. This is the same case. No one will touch you while I should be sent off. I'm now logical enough."
"You ask a remarkable service. I'm just going to the governor who has sent for me. Goodbye."
"He has sent for you, then?"
"What am I to do? What should I say?"
"Say that you are the hero of the piece, and the governor will quash the whole matter, for he does not like sending special reports to St. Petersburg. With me it is quite different. I am under police supervision, and it is his duty to return a report every month as to my circumstances and my mode of life. However," he added with apparent indifference, "do as you like. And now come, for I have no more time either. Let us go as far as the wood together, and I will climb down the precipice. I will wait at the fisherman's on the island to see how the matter ends."
At the edge of the precipice, Mark vanished into the bushes. Raisky drove to the governor's and returned home about 2 o'clock in the morning. Although he had gone so late to bed, he rose early. The windows of Vera's room were still darkened. She is still sleeping, he thought, and he went into the garden, where he walked up and down for an hour, waiting for the drawing back of the lilac curtain. He hoped Marina would cross the yard, but she did not come. Then Tatiana Markovna's window was opened. The pigeons and the sparrows began to gather on the spot where they were wont to receive crumbs from Marfinka. Doors opened and shut. The grooms and the servants crossed the yard, but the lilac curtain remained untouched. The gloomy Savelli came out of his room and looked silently round the yard. When Raisky called him, he came towards him with slow steps. "Tell Marina to let me know when Vera Vassilievna is dressed."
Marina is not here."
"Where is she?"
"She started at dawn to accompany the young lady over the Volga."
"What young lady? Vera Vassilievna?"
"Yes."
"How did they go, and with whom?"
"In the britchka, with the dun horse. They will return in the evening," he added.
"Do you think they will return today?" asked Raisky with interest.
"Assuredly. Prohor with the horse and Marina too. They will see the young lady safely there and return immediately."
Raisky looked at Savelli without seeing him, and they stood opposite one another for some time speechless.
"Have you any further orders?"
Savelli asked at length. Raisky recovered himself and inquired whether Savelli was awaiting Marina. Savelli replied by a curse on his wife. "Why do you beat her?" asked Raisky. "I have been intending for a long time to advise you to leave her alone."
"I don't beat her any more."
"Since when?"
"For the last week, since she has stayed quietly at home."
"Go, I have no orders, but do not beat Marina. It will be better both for you and her if you give her complete liberty." Raisky passed on his way with bent head, glancing sadly at Vera's window. Savelli's eyes too were on the ground, and he had forgotten to put his cap on again in his amazement at Raisky's last words. "Passion once more," thought Raisky. "Alas, for Savelli and for me." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Since Vera's departure, Raisky had experienced the meaning of unmitigated solitude. He felt as if he were surrounded by a desert, now that he was deprived of the sight of her, although nature around him was radiant and smiling. Tatiana Markovna's anxious solicitude, Marfinka's charming rule, her songs, her lively chatter with the gay and youthful Vikentiev, the arrival and departure of guests, the eccentricities of the freakish Polina Karpovna, none of these things existed for him. He only saw that the lilac curtain was motionless, the blinds had been drawn down, and that Vera's favorite bench remained empty. He did not want to love Vera, and if he had wished it, he ought still to resist, for Vera had denied him every hope. Indeed, her beauty seemed to have lost its power over him, and he was now drawn to her by a different attraction. "What is Vera's real nature?" he asked his aunt one day.
"See for yourself. She recognizes only her own understanding and her own will. She was born in my arms and has spent her whole life with me, yet I do not know what is in her mind, what are her likes and dislikes. I do not force her or worry her, so that she can hardly think herself unfortunate. You see for yourself that my girls live with me as free as the birds of the air."
"You are right, grandmother. It is not fear, or anxiety, or the power of authority that binds you to them, but the tenderest of home ties. They adore you, and so they ought to do, but it is the fruit of their upbringing. Why should worn-out conceptions of duty be pressed upon them, and why should they live like caged birds? Let them dip into the reservoir of life itself. A bird imprisoned in a cage loses the capacity for freedom, and even if the door of his cage is opened, he will not take flight."
"I have never tried to exercise restraint on Marfinka or Vera. Supposing a respectable rich man of old and blameless family were to ask for Marfinka's hand, and she refused it, do you think I should persuade her?"
"Well, Granny, I leave Marfinka to you, but do not attempt to do anything with Vera. You must not restrain her in any way, must leave her freedom. One bird is born for the cage, another for freedom. Vera will be able to direct her own life."
"Do I restrain or repress her? I am like the police inspector who only sees that there is an outward semblance of order. I do not penetrate below the surface unless my assistance is invited."
"Tell me, grandmother, what sort of a woman is this priest's wife, and what are the links that bind her to Vera?"
"Natalia Ivanovna and Vera made friends at a boarding school. She is a good, modest woman."
"Is she sensible? Possibly a woman of weight and character?"
"Oh, no, she is not stupid, is fairly educated, a great reader, and fond of dress. The Pope, who is much liked by the local landowner, is not poor and lives in comfort on his own land. He is a sensible man, belongs to the younger generation, but he leads too worldly a life for the priesthood, as is the custom in landed society. He reads French books and smokes, for instance, things that are unsuited to the priestly garb. Every glance of Verotchka's, every mood of hers is sacred to Natalia Ivanovna. Whatever she may say is wise and good. This suits Vera, who does not want a friend but an obedient servant. That is why she loves the Pope's wife."
"And Vera loves you too?" asked Raisky, who wanted to know if Vera loved anybody else except the Pope's wife.
"Yes, she loves me," answered Tatiana Markovna with conviction, "but in her own fashion. She never shows it and never will, though she loves me and would be ready to die for me."
"And you love Vera?"
"Ah, how I love her!"
She sighed, and tears stood in her eyes.
"She does not know, but perhaps one day she may learn."
"Have you noticed how thoughtful she has been for some time? Is she not in love?" he added in a half-whisper, but immediately regretted the question, which it was too late to withdraw. His aunt started back as if a stone had hit her.
"God forbid!"
she cried, making the sign of the cross.
"This sorrow has been spared us. Do not disturb my peace, but confess as you would to the priest if you know anything."
Raisky was annoyed with himself and made an effort, partially successful, to pacify his aunt. "I have not noticed anything more than you have. She would hardly be likely to say anything to me that she kept secret from you."
Yes, it is true she will say nothing. The Pope's wife knows everything, but she would rather die than betray Vera's secrets. Her own secrets she scatters for anyone to pick up, but not Vera's." "With whom could she fall in love?"
remarked Tatiana Markovna after a silence.
"There is no one here."
"No one?" interrupted Raisky quickly. Tatiana Markovna shook her head, then went on after a while.
"There might be the forester. He is an excellent individual, and has shown an inclination, I notice. He would be certainly an admirable match for Vera, but...
Well?
She is so strange. Heaven knows how anyone would dare, how any man would woo her. He is splendid, well established, and rich. The wood alone yields thousands.
Is the forester young, educated, a man that counts?
Vasilisa entered and announced Polina Karpovna.
The evil one himself has brought her,
grumbled Tatiana Markovna.
Show her in and be quick with breakfast.
End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One evening a thunderstorm was brewing. The black clouds lay entrenched beyond the Volga, and the air was as hot and moist as in a bathhouse. Here and there over the fields and roads rose pillars of dust. In the house Tatiana Markovna sent her household hurrying to close the stovepipes, the doors, and the windows. She was not only afraid of a thunderstorm herself, but she was not pleased if her fear was not shared by everybody else. That would be free-thinking. So at each flash of lightning everyone must make the sign of the cross on pain of being thought a blockhead. She chased Yegorka from the anteroom into the servants' room, because during the approach of the storm he would not stop giggling with the maids. The storm approached majestically, with the dull distant noise of the thunder, with the storm of sand, when suddenly there was a flash of lightning over the village and a sharp clap of thunder. Disregarding the passionate warnings of his aunt, Raisky took his cap and umbrella and hurried into the park, anxious to see the landscape under the shadow of the storm, to find new ideas for his drawings, and to observe his own emotions. He descended the cliff and passed through the undergrowth by a winding, hardly perceptible path. The rain fell by bucketfuls. One flash of lightning followed another, the thunder rolled, and the whole prospect was veiled in mist and cloud. He soon regretted his intention. His soaked umbrella did not protect him from the rain, which whipped his face and poured down on his clothes, and his feet sank ankle-deep in the muddy ground. He was continually knocking against and stumbling over unevenness in the ground or tree stumps, treading in holes and pools. He was obliged to stand still until a flash of lightning lighted up a few yards of the path. He knew that not far away lay a ruined arbor, dating from the time when the precipice formed part of the garden. Not long before he had seen it in the thicket, but now it was indiscoverable, however much he would have preferred to observe the storm from its shelter. And since he did not wish to retrace the horrible path by which he had come, he resolved to make his way to the nearest carriage road, to climb over the twisted hedge, and to reach the village. He could hardly drag his soaked boots free of the mud and weeds, and he was dazzled by the lightning and nearly deafened by the noise. He confessed that he might as well have admired the storm from the shelter of the house. In the end he struck the fence, but when he tried to leap over it, he slipped and fell in the ditch. With difficulty he dragged himself out and clambered over. There was little traffic on the steep and dangerous ridge, used for the most part as a shortcut by empty one-horse carriages and their quiet beasts. He closed his dripping umbrella and put it under his arm. Dazzled by the lightning, slipping every minute, he toiled painfully up the slope, and when he reached the summit he heard close by the noise of wheels, the neighing of horses, and the cry of the coachman. He stood on one side and pressed himself against the fence to allow the passage of the carriage, since the road was very narrow.
In a flash of lightning, Raisky saw before him a char à banc with several persons in it, drawn by two well-kept, apparently magnificent horses. In the light of another flash he was amazed to recognize Vera. "Vera!" he cried loudly. The carriage stood still. "Who is there? Is it you, cousin? In this weather?" "And you?" "I am hurrying home." "So do I want to. I came down the precipice and lost my way in the bushes." "Who is driving you? Is there room for me?" "Plenty of room," said a masculine voice. "Give me your hand to get up." Raisky gave his hand and was hauled up by a strong arm. Next to Vera sat Marina, and the two, huddled together like wet chickens, were trying to protect themselves from the drenching rain by the leather covering. "Who is with you?" asked Raisky in a low voice. "Whose horses are these, and who is driving?" "Ivan Ivanovich." "I don't know him." "The forester," whispered Vera, and he would have repeated her words if she had not nudged him to keep silence. "Later," she said. He remembered the talk with his aunt, her praises of the forester, her hints of his being a good match. This then was the hero of the romance, the forester. He tried to get a look at him, but only saw an ordinary hat with a white brim, and a tall, broad-shouldered figure wrapped in a raincoat. The forester handled the reins skillfully as he drove up the steep hill, cracked his whip, whistled, held the horses' heads with a firm hand when they threatened to shy at a flash of lightning, and turned round to those sheltered in the body of the vehicle. "How do you feel, Vera Vassilievna?" he inquired anxiously. "Are you very cold and wet?" "I am quite comfortable, Ivan Ivanovich. The rain does not catch me." "You must take my raincoat. God forbid that you should take cold. I should never forgive myself all my life for having driven you." "You weary me with your friendly anxiety. Don't bother about anything but your horses." "As you please," replied Ivan Ivanovich with hasty obedience, turning to his horses, and he cast only an occasional anxious glance towards Vera. They drove past the village to the door of the new house. Ivan Ivanovich jumped down and hammered on the door with his riding whip. Handing over the care of his horses to Prokhor, Taraska, and Yegorka, who hurried up for the purpose, he stood by the steps, took Vera in his arms, and carried her carefully and respectfully, like a precious burden, through the ranks of wide-eyed lackeys and maidservants bearing lights to the divan in the hall. Raisky followed, wet and dirty, without once removing his eyes from them. The forester went back into the anteroom, made himself as respectable as he could, shook himself, pushed his fingers through his hair, and demanded a brush. Meanwhile Tatiana Markovna bade Vera welcome, and reproached her for venturing on such a journey. She must change her clothes throughout, and in a few moments the samovar would be brought in, and supper served. "Quick, quick, grandmother," said Vera, rubbing herself affectionately against her. "Let us have tea, soup, roast, and wine. Ivan Ivanovich is hungry." She knew how to quiet her aunt's anxiety.
"That's splendid. It shall be served in a minute. Where is Ivan Ivanovich?"
"I am making myself a bit decent," cried a voice from the anteroom. Yegor, Yakov, and Stepan hummed round the forester as if he had been a good horse. Then he entered the hall and respectfully kissed the hands of Tatiana Markovna and of Marfinka, who had only just decided to get out of bed, where she had hidden herself for fear of the storm.
"It is not necessary, Marfinka," said her aunt, "to hide from the storm. You should pray to God, and will not then be struck." "I am not afraid of thunder and lightning, of which the peasants are usually the victims, but it makes me nervous," replied Marfinka. Raisky, with the water still dripping off him, stood in the window watching the guest. Ivan Ivanovich Tushin was a tall,
broad-shouldered man of 38, with strongly marked features, a dark, thick beard, and large grey, rather timid eyes, and hands disproportionately large, with broad nails. He wore a grey coat and a high-buttoned vest, with a broad, turned-down, homespun collar. He was a fine man, but with marked simplicity, not to put a fine point on it in his glance and his manners. Raisky wondered jealously whether he was Vera's hero. Why not? Women like these tall men with open faces and highly developed muscular strength. But Vera...
"And you, Borushka," cried Tatiana Markovna, suddenly clapping her hands, "look at your clothes! Yegorka and the rest of you, where are you? There is a pool on the floor round you, Borushka. You will be ill. Vera was driving home, but there was no reason for you to go out into the storm. Go and change your clothes, Borushka, and have some rum in your tea. Ivan Ivanovitch, you ought to go with him. Are you acquainted? My nephew, Boris Raisky. Ivan Ivanovitch Tushin."
"We have already made acquaintance," said Tushin with a bow. "We picked up your nephew on the way. Many thanks, I need nothing, but you, Boris Pavlovitch, ought to change."
"You must forgive an old woman for telling you you are all half mad. No animal leaves his hole in weather like this. Jacob, shut the shutters closer. Fancy crossing the Volga in weather like this."
"My carriage is solid and has a cover. Vera Vasilyevna sat as dry as if she were in a room."
"But in this terrible storm..."
"Only old women are afraid of a storm."
"I am much obliged."
"I beg your pardon," said Tushin in embarrassment. "It slipped from my tongue. I meant ordinary women."
"God will forgive you," laughed Tatiana Markovna. "It won't indeed hurt you, but Vera, were you not afraid?"
"One does not think of fear with Ivan Ivanovitch."
"If Ivan Ivanovitch went bear hunting, would you go with him?"
"Yes, grandmother."
"Take me with you sometimes, Ivan Ivanovitch."
"With pleasure, Vera Vasilyevna, in winter. You have only to command."
"That is just like her, not to mind what her grandmother thinks."
"I was joking, grandmother."
"I know you would be equal to it. Had you no scruples about hindering Ivan Ivanovitch? This distance..."
"It is my fault. As soon as I heard from Natalia Ivanovna that Vera Vasilyevna wanted to come home, I asked for the pleasure," he said, looking at Vera with a mixed air of modesty and respect.
"A nice pleasure in this weather."
"It was lighter when we were driving, and Vera Vasilyevna was not afraid."
"Is Anna Ivanovna well?"
"Thank you. She sends her kindest regards, and has sent you some preserves, also some peaches out of the orangery, and mushrooms. They are in the sharaban."
"It is very good of her. We have no peaches. I have put aside for her some of the tea that Borushka brought with him."
"Many thanks."
"How could you let your horses climb the hill in such weather? Were they terrified by the storm?"
"My horses obey me like dogs. Should I have driven Vera Vasilyevna if there were any danger?"
"You are a good friend," interrupted Vera. "I have absolute trust both in you and in your horses." At this moment Raisky returned, having changed his clothes. He had noticed the glance which Vera gave Tushin, and had heard her last remark.
"Thank you, Vera Vasilyevna," answered Tushin. "Don't forget what you have just said. If you ever need anything, if
there is another such raging storm,"
said Tatiana Markovna.
"Any storm,"
added Tushin firmly.
"There are other storms in life,"
said Tatiana Markovna with a sigh.
"Whatever they are, if they break on you, Vera Vasilyevna, seek refuge in the forest over the Volga, where lives a bear who will serve you as the fairy tale tells." "I will remember," returned Vera, laughing. "If a sorcerer wants to carry me off, as in the fairy tale, I will take refuge in the wood." Raisky saw Tushin's glance of devotion and modest reserve. He heard his words, so quietly and modestly spoken, and thought the letter written on the blue paper could be from no one else. He looked at Vera to see if she were moved or would relapse into a stony silence, but she showed no sign. Vera appeared to him in a new light. In her manner and her words to Tushin he saw simplicity, trust, gentleness and affection, such as she showed to no one else, not even to her aunt or to Marfinka. "She is on her guard with her grandmother," he thought, "and takes no heed of Marfinka. But when she looks at Tushin, speaks to him, or gives her hand, it is plain to see that they are friends." The forester, who had business to do in the town, stayed for 3 days with Tatiana Markovna, and for 3 days Raisky sought for the key to this new character and to his place in Vera's heart. They called Ivan Ivanovich the forester because he lived on his estate in the midst of the forest. He loved the forest, growing new timber on the one hand, and on the other allowing it to be cut down and loaded up on the Volga for sale. The several thousand dessetins of surrounding forest were exceedingly well managed, and nothing was lacking. There was even a steam saw. He attended to everything himself, and in his spare time hunted and fished and amused himself with his bachelor neighbors. From time to time he sought a change of scene, and then arranged with his friends to drive in a 3-horse carriage drawn by fresh horses 40 versts away to the seat of a landed proprietor, where for 3 days the fun was fast enough. Then they returned, put up with Tushin, or waked the sleepy town. In these festivals all class distinctions were lost. After this dissipation he would again remain lost to the world for 3 months in his forest home, see after the wood cutting, and go hunting with 2 servants, and occasionally have to lie up with a wounded arm. The life suited him. He read works on agriculture and forestry, took counsel with his German assistant, an experienced forester, who was nevertheless not allowed to be the master. All orders must come from Tushin himself, and were carried out by the help of 2 foremen and a gang of hired laborers. In his spare time he liked to read French novels, the only distraction that he permitted himself. There was nothing extraordinary in a retired life like this in the wide district in which he lived. Raisky learnt that Tushin saw Vera at the Pope's house, that he went there expressly when he heard that Vera was a visitor. Vera herself told him so. She and Natalia Ivanovna, too, visited Tushin's property, known as Smoke, because far away from the hills could be seen the smoke rising from the chimneys of the house in the depth of the forest. Tushin lived with his spinster sister, Anna Ivanovna, to whom Tatiana Markovna was much attached. Tatiana Markovna was delighted when she came to town. There was no one with whom she liked more to drink coffee, no one to whom she gave her confidence in the same degree. They shared the same liking for household management, the same deep-rooted self-esteem, and the same respect for family tradition. Of Tushin himself there was little more to say than was revealed on a first occasion. His character lay bare to the daylight, with no secret, no romantic side. He possessed more than plain good sense, for his understanding did not derive from the brain alone, but from the heart and will. Men of this type, especially when they care nothing for the superfluous things of life, but keep their eyes fixed undeviatingly on the necessary, do not make themselves noticed in the crowd and rarely reach the front of the world's stage. Raisky noticed in the forester's behavior towards Vera a constant adoration,
expressed by his glance and his voice, and sometimes by his timidity. On her side, an equally constant confidence, frankness, and affection, nothing more. He did not surprise in her a single sign or gesture, a single word or glance that might have betrayed her. Tushin showed her pure esteem and a consistent readiness to serve her as her bear, and no more. Surely he was not the man who wrote the letter on the blue paper. After the forester had taken his leave, the household fell back into its regular routine. Vera seemed untroubled and in possession of a quiet happiness, and showed herself kind and affectionate to her aunt and Marfinka. Yet there were days when unrest suddenly came upon her, when she went hastily to her room in the old house, or descended the precipice into the park, and displayed a gloomy resentment if Raisky or Marfinka ventured to disturb her solitude. After a short interval, she resumed an even, sympathetic temper, helped in the household, looked over her aunt's accounts, and even paid visits to the ladies in the town. She discussed literary questions with Raisky, who realized from the opinions she expressed that her reading was wide and enticed her into thorough-going discussions. They read together, though not regularly. Sometimes a wild intoxication flared up in her, but it was a disconcerting merriment. One evening, when she suddenly left the room, Tatiana Markovna and Raisky exchanged a long questioning glance.
"What do you think of Vera?" she began. "She seems to have recovered from her malady of the soul."
"I think it is more serious than before."
"What is the matter with you, Borushka? You can see how gay and friendly she has become."
"Is she like the Vera you have known? I fear that this is not gladness, but rather agitation, even intoxication."
"You are right. She is changed."
"Don't you notice that she is ecstatic?"
"Ecstatic?"
repeated Tatiana Markovna anxiously.
"Why do you say that, especially just at night? I shan't sleep. The ecstasy of a young girl spells disaster."
End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Not only Raisky, but Tatiana Markovna gave up her attitude of acquiescence and secretly began to watch Vera narrowly. Tatiana Markovna became thoughtful. She even neglected the affairs of the house and farm, left the keys lying on the table, did not speak to Savelli, kept no accounts, and did not drive out into the fields. She grew melancholy as she sought in vain how she might seek from Vera a frank avowal, or find means to avert misfortune. Vera in love, in an ecstasy! It seemed to her more than smallpox or measles, worse even than brain fever. And with whom was she in love? God grant that it were Ivan Ivanovich. If Vera were married to him, she herself would die in peace, but her feminine instinct told her that whatever deep affection the forester cherished for Vera, it was reciprocated by nothing more than friendship. Who then was the man? Of the neighboring landowners, there was only Tushin, whom she saw and knew anything of. The young men in the town, the officers and councillors, had long since given up any hope of being received into her favor. She looked keenly and suspiciously at Vera when she came to dinner or tea, and tried to follow her into the garden, but as soon as Vera was aware of her aunt's presence, she quickened her step and vanished into the distance.
"Spirited away like a ghost," said Tatiana Markovna to Raisky. "I wanted to follow her, but where? With my old limbs. She flits like a bird into the woods, into the bushes, over the precipice."
Raisky went immediately into the park, where he met Jacob and asked him if he had seen the young lady.
"I saw Vera Vasilyevna just now by the chapel."
"What was she doing there?"
"Praying."
Raisky went into the chapel, wondering to himself how she had come to take refuge in prayer. On the left there lay in the meadow between the park and the road a lonely, weather-beaten, half-ruined wooden chapel, adorned with a picture of the Christ, a Byzantine painting in a bronze frame. The icon had grown dark with age, the paint had been cracked in many places, so that the Christ face was hardly recognizable, but the eyelids were still plainly discernible, and the eyes looked out dreamily on the worshippers. The folded hands were also preserved. Raisky advanced noiselessly over the grass. Vera was standing with her back to him, her face turned towards the icon, unconscious of his approach. On the grass by the chapel lay her straw hat and sunshade. Her hands did not make the sign of the cross, her lips uttered no prayers, her whole body appeared motionless, as if she hardly breathed, her whole being was at prayer. Involuntarily Raisky, too, held his breath. Is she begging for happiness, or is she confiding her sorrow to the crucified? Suddenly she awoke from her prayer, turned and started when she caught sight of Raisky. "What are you doing here?" she said severely. "Jacob met me and said you were here, so I came. Grandmother—" "Since you mention grandmother, I will point out that she has been watching me for some time. Do you know the reason?" she asked, looking straight into his eyes. "I think she always does." "No, it was not her idea to watch me. Tell me without concealing anything, have you communicated to her your suppositions about love and a letter written on blue paper?" "I think not of the letter." "Then of love. I must know what you said." "We were speaking of you. Grandmother has her own questionings as to why you are so serious one moment and so gay the next. I said, it is a long time ago, that perhaps you were in love." "And grandmother?" "She was terrified." "Why?" "Chiefly because of your evident excitement." "Grandmother's peace of mind is dear to me, dearer perhaps than you think." "She told me herself that she believed in your boundless love for her." "Thank God! I am grateful to you for repeating this to me. Go to grandmother and destroy this curiosity of hers about my being in love, in ecstasy. It cannot be difficult for you, and you will fulfill my wishes if you love me." "What would I not do to prove it to you?" "Later in the evening—" "No, this minute. When I come to dinner her eyes are to look on me as before. Do you understand?" "Well, I will do," promised Raisky, but did not stir. "Make haste." "And you?" For answer she pointed in the direction of the house. "One word more," she said, detaining him. "You must never, never talk about me to grandmother. Do you understand?" "Agreed, sister." She motioned him to be gone, and when turning into an avenue he looked round for a moment, she had vanished. She had, as grandmother said, disappeared like a ghost. A moment later there was the report of a gun from the Precipice. Raisky wondered who was playing tricks there, and went towards the house. Vera appeared punctually at the midday meal. Keenly as he looked at her, Raisky could observe no change in her. Tatiana Markovna glanced at him once or twice in inquiry, but was visibly reassured when she saw no signs of anything unusual. Raisky had executed Vera's commission, and had alleviated her acutest anxiety, but it was impossible to reassure her completely. Tatiana Markovna was saddened and wounded by the lack of confidence shown her by Vera, her niece, her daughter, her dearest child, entrusted to her care by her mother. Terror overcame her. She lay awake anxiously through the night. She questioned Marina, sent Marfinka to find out what Vera was doing, but without result. Suddenly there occurred to her what seemed to her a good plan, as she put it to Raisky, she would make use of allegory. She remembered that she possessed a moral tale, which she had read and wept over in her own youth. Its theme was the disastrous consequences which followed on passion and disobedience to parents. A young man and a girl loved one another and met against the will of their parents. She stood on the balcony beckoning and talking to him, and they wrote one another long epistles. Others intervened, the young girl lost her reputation, and the young man was sent to some vague place in America by his father. Like many others, Tatiana Markovna pinned her faith to the printed word, especially when the reading was of an edifying character. So she took her talisman from the shelf, where it lay hidden under a pile of rubbish, and laid it on the table near her work-basket. At dinner she declared to the two sisters her desire that they should read aloud to her on alternate evenings, especially in bad weather, since she could not read very much on account of her eyes. Generally speaking, she was not an enthusiastic reader, and only liked to listen when Tit Nikonich read aloud to her on agricultural matters or hygiene, or about distressing occurrences of murder or arson. Vera said nothing, but Marfinka asked immediately whether the book had a happy ending. "What sort of book is it?" inquired Raisky, picking up the book and glancing at a page here and there. "What old rubbish have you discovered, grandmother? I expect you read it when you were in love with Tit Nikonich."
"Don't be foolish, Boris Pavlovich. You are not asked to read."
Raisky took his departure, and the room was left to the reading party. Vera was unendurably bored, but she never refused assent to any definitely expressed wish of her aunt's. At last, after 3 or 4 evenings, the point was reached where the lovers exchanged their vows. The tale was faultlessly moral and horribly dull. Vera hardly listened. At each word of love her aunt looked at her to see whether she was touched, whether she blushed or turned pale, but Vera merely yawned. On the last evening, when only a few chapters were left, Raisky stayed in the room when the table was cleared and the reading began. Vikentiev too was present. He could not sit quiet, but jumped up from time to time, ran to Marfinka and begged to be allowed to take his share in the reading. When they gave him the book, he inserted long tirades of his own in the novel, or read with a different voice suited to each character. He made the heroine lisp in a mournful whisper, the hero speak with his own natural voice, so that Marfinka blushed and looked angrily at him, and the stern father spoke with the voice of Nil Andreevich. At last Tatiana Markovna took the book from him, with an intimation to him to behave reasonably, whereupon he continued his studies in character mimicry for Marfinka's benefit behind her back. When Marfinka betrayed him, he was requested to go into the garden until supper time, and the reading went on without him. The catastrophe of the tale approached at last, and when the last word was read and the book shut, there was silence. "What stupid nonsense!" said Raisky at length, and Marfinka wiped away a tear.
"What do you think, Verочка?"
asked Tatiana Markovna. Vera made no reply, but Marfinka decided it was a horrid book because the lovers had suffered so cruelly.
"If they had followed the advice of their parents, things would not have come to such a pass. What do you think, Verочка?"
Vera got up to go, but on the threshold she stopped. "Grandmother," she said, "why have you bothered me for a whole week with this stupid book?" And without waiting for an answer she glided away, but Tatiana Markovna called her back.
"Why, Vera, I meant to give you pleasure."
"No, you wanted to punish me for something. In future I would rather be put for a week on bread and water." And kneeling on the footstool at her aunt's feet, she added, "Good night, grandmother." Tatiana Markovna stooped to kiss her and whispered,
I did not want to punish you, but to guard you against getting into trouble yourself. And if I do, whispered Vera in reply, will you have me put in a convent like Kunigunde? Do you think I am a monster like those bad parents? It's wicked, Vera, to think such things of me. I know it would be wicked, grandmother, and I don't think any such thing. But why warn me with such a silly book? How should I warn you and guard you, my dear? Tell me and set my mind at rest. Make the sign of the cross over me, she said after a moment's hesitation, and when her aunt had made the holy sign, Vera kissed her hand and left the room. A wise book, laughed Raisky. Well, has the beautiful Kunigunde's example done any good? Tatiana Markovna was grieved and in no mood for joking, and sent for Pashutka to take the book to the servants' room. You have brought Vera up in the right way, said Raisky. Let Yegorka and Marina read your allegory together, and the household will be impeccable. Vikentiev called Marfinka into the garden. Raisky went to his room, and Tatiana Markovna sat for a long time on the divan, absorbed in thought. She had lost all interest in the book, was herself sickened by its pious tone, and was really ashamed of having had recourse to so gross a method. Marina, Jacob, and Vasilisa came one after another to say that supper was ready, but Tatiana Markovna wanted none, Vera declined, and to Marina's astonishment even Marfinka, who never went supperless to bed, was not hungry. Meanwhile Yegorka had got wind of the universal loss of appetite. He helped himself to a considerable slice from the dish with his fingers to taste, and he told Jacob, whom he invited to share the feast. Jacob shook his head and crossed himself, but nevertheless did his share, so that when Marina came to clear the table, the fish and the sweets were gone. The mistress's preparation for rest were made, and quiet reigned in the house. Tatiana Markovna rose from the divan and looked at the icon. She crossed herself, but she was too restless for prayer, and did not kneel down as usual. Instead, she sat down on the bed and began to go over her passage of arms with Vera. How could she learn what lay on the girl's heart? She remembered the proverb that wisdom comes with the morning, and lay down, but not that night to sleep, for there was a light tap on the door, and she heard Marfinka's voice. "Open the door, grandmother, it's me." "What is the matter, my dear?" she said as she opened the door. "Have you come to say good night? God bless you. Where is Nikolai Andreevich?" But she was terrified when she saw Marfinka's face. "Sit down in the armchair," she said, but Marfinka clung to her. "Lie down, grandmother, and I will sit on the bed beside you. I will tell you everything, but please put out the light." Then Marfinka began to relate how she had gone with Vikentiev into the park to hear the nightingales sing, how she had first objected because it was so dark. "Are you afraid?" Vikentiev had asked. "Not with you." And they had gone on hand in hand. "How dark it is! I won't go any farther. Don't take hold of my hand." She went on involuntarily, although Vikentiev had loosed her hand, her heart beating faster and faster. "I am afraid. I won't go a step farther." She drew closer to him all the same, terrified by the crackling of the twigs under her feet. "Here we will wait. Listen," he whispered. The nightingale sang, and Marfinka felt herself enveloped in the warm breath of night. At intervals her hand sought Vikentiev's, but when he touched her she drew it back. "How lovely, Marfa Vasilievna! What an enchanted night!"
She nudged him not to disturb the song.
"Marfa Vassilievna,"
he whispered,
"something so good, so wonderful is happening to me, something I have never felt before. It is as if everything in me was astir. At this moment," he went on as she remained silent, "I should like to fling myself on horseback and ride till I had no breath left, or fling myself into the Volga and swim to the opposite bank. Do you feel anything like that? Let us go away from here. Grandmother will be angry. Just a minute more. How the nightingale does sing! What does he sing? I don't know. Just what I should like to say to you, but don't know how to say. How do you know what he sings? Can you speak nightingale language? He is singing of love, of my love for you."
And startled by his own words, he drew her hand to his lips and covered it with kisses. She drew it back and ran at full speed down the avenue towards the house. On the steps she waited a moment to take breath.
"Not a step farther,"
she cried breathlessly, clinging to the doorpost as he overtook her.
"Go home."
"Listen, Marfa Vassilievna, my angel," he cried, falling on his knees.
"On my knees, I swear, if you speak another word, I go straight to grandmother."
He rose and led her by force into the avenue.
"What are you doing? I will call. I won't listen to your nightingale."
"You won't listen to it, but you will to me."
"Let me go. I will tell grandmother everything."
"You must tell her tonight, Marfa Vassilievna. We have come too near to one another that if we were suddenly separated... Should you like that, Marfa Vassilievna? If you like, I will go away for good." She wept and seized his hand in panic when he drew back a step.
"You love me! You love me!"
he cried.
"Does your mother know what you're saying to me?"
"Not yet."
"Ought you to say it then? Is it honorable?"
"I shall tell her tomorrow."
"What if she will not give her blessing?"
"I won't obey."
"But I will. I will take no step without your mother's and grandmother's consent,"
she said, turning to go. "As far as I am concerned, I am sure of my mother's consent. I will hurry now to Kolchina, and my mother will send you her consent tomorrow. Marfa Vassilievna, give me your hand."
"What will grandmother say? If she does not forgive me, I shall die of shame,"
she said, and she hurried into the house.
"Heavens, what will grandmother say?"
she wondered, shutting herself up in her room and shaking with fever. How should she tell her grandmother, and should she tell Verotchka first? She decided in favor of her grandmother, and when the house was quiet, slipped to her room like a mouse. The two talked low to one another for a long time. Tatiana Markovna made the sign of the cross over her darling many times until she fell asleep on her shoulder. Then she carefully laid the girl's head on the pillow, rose, and prayed with many tears. But more heartily than for Marfinka's happiness, she prayed for Vera, with her grey head bowed before the cross. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vikentiev kept his word, and on the very next day brought his mother to Tatiana Markovna, he himself taking refuge in his office, where he sat on pins and needles. His mother, still a young woman, not much over 40, as gay and full of life as he himself was, had plenty of practical sense. They kept up between themselves a constant comic war of words. They were forever disputing about trifles, but when it came to serious matters, she proclaimed her authority to him with quite another voice and another manner. and though he indeed usually began by protesting, he submitted to her will, if her request was reasonable. An unseen harmony underlay their visible strife. That night, after Marfinka had left him, Vikentyef had hurried to Kolchina. He rushed to his mother, threw his arms round her, and kissed her. When, nearly smothered by his embrace, she thrust him from her, he fell on his knees and said solemnly, "Mother, strike me if you will, but listen. The supreme moment of my life has arrived. I have gone mad," she supplied, looking him up and down. "I am going to be married," he said almost inaudibly. "What?" "Mavra, Anton, Ivan, Kuzma, come here, quick!" Mavra alone responded to the call. "Call everybody, Nikolai Andreevich has gone mad." "I am not joking, and I must have an answer tomorrow." "I will have you locked up," she said, seriously disturbed at last. Far into the night the servants heard heated arguments, the voices of the disputants now rising almost to a shout, then laughter, then outbursts of anger from the mistress, a gay retort from him, then dead silence, the sign of restored tranquillity. Vikentyef had won the victory, which was indeed a foregone conclusion, for while Vikentyef and Marfinka were still uncertain of their feelings, Tatiana Markovna and Marfa Yegorovna had long before realized what was coming, and both, although they kept their own counsel, had weighed and considered the matter, and had concluded that the marriage was a suitable one. "What will Tatiana Markovna say?" cried Marfa Yegorovna to her son the next morning as the horses were being put in. "If she does not agree, I will never forgive you for the disgrace it will bring on us. Do you hear?" She herself, in a silk dress and a lace mantle, with yellow gloves and a coquettish fan, might have been a fiancée. When Tatiana Markovna was informed of the arrival of Madame Vikentyef, she had her shown into the reception room. Before she herself changed her dress to receive her, Vasilisa had to peer through the doorway to see what kind of toilette the guest had made. Then Tatiana Markovna donned a rustling silk dress with a silver sheen, over which she wore her Turkish shawl. She even tried to put on a pair of diamond earrings, but gave up the attempt impatiently, telling herself that the holes in her ears had grown together. Then she sent word to Vera and Marfinka to change their dresses. In passing she told Vasilisa to set out the best table linen, and the old silver and glass for the breakfast and the dinner table. The cook was ordered to serve chocolate in addition to the usual dishes, and sweets and champagne were ordered. With folded hands, adorned for the occasion with old and costly rings, she stepped solemnly into the reception room. But when she caught sight of her guest's pleasant face, she all but forget the importance of the moment, but pulled herself together in time, and resumed her serious aspect. Marfa Yegorovna rose in friendly haste to meet her hostess, and began, "What ideas my mad boy has!" but restrained herself when she saw Madame Berezhkov's attitude. They exchanged ceremonious greetings. Tatiana Markovna asked the visitor to sit on the divan, and seated herself stiffly beside her. "What is the weather like?" she asked. "Had you a windy crossing over the Volga?" "There was no wind." "Did you come by the ferry?" "In the boat. The caleche was brought over on the ferry." "Yakov, Yegorovna, Petrushka, where are you? Why don't you come when you are cold? Take out the horses, give them fodder, and see that the coachman is well looked after." The servants who had rushed in to answer the summons hurried out. Of course the horses had been taken out while Tatiana Markovna was dressing, and the coachman was already sitting in the servants' room, doing full justice to the beer set before him. "No, no, Tatiana Markovna," protested the visitor, "I have come for half an hour on business." "Do you think you will be allowed to go?" asked Tatiana Markovna in a voice that permitted no reply.
You have come a long way from over the Volga. Is this the first year of our acquaintance? Do you want to insult me? Ah, Tatiana Markovna, I am so grateful to you, so grateful. You are just like a relative, and how you have spoilt my Nikolai. I feel sometimes as if he were my own son, burst from Tatiana Markovna, whose dignity could hold out no longer against these friendly advances. Yes, you are so kind to him, Tatiana Markovna, that presuming on your kindness he has taken it into his head. Well, he begged me to come over to see you, and he asks for the hand of Marfa Vassilievna. Marfa Vassilievna agrees. She loves Nikolai. Because Marfinka took upon herself to answer his declaration, she is now shut up in her room, in her petticoat, without shoes, lied her aunt. Then, in order to lay full stress on the importance of the moment, she added, I have given orders not to admit your son, so that he may not play with a poor girl's affections. It was impossible for Marfa Yegorovna not to recognize the provocation of these remarks. If I had foreseen this, she said angrily, I would have given him a different answer. He assured me, and I was so willing to believe him, of your affection for him and for me. Pardon my mission, Tatiana Markovna, and pray let that poor child out of her room. The blame rests with my boy only, and he shall be punished. Have the kindness to order my carriage. She placed her hand on the bell, but Tatiana Markovna detained her. Your horses are taken out. You will stay with me, Marfa Yegorovna, today, tomorrow, all the week. But since you are so angry with Marfa Vassilievna and my son, who does indeed deserve to be punished, the wrinkles in Tatiana Markovna's face faded, and her eyes gleamed with joy. She threw her shawl and cap on the divan. I can't keep it up any longer, she exclaimed. Take off your hat and mantilla. We are only teasing one another, Marfa Yegorovna. I shall have a grandson, you a daughter. Kiss me, dear. I wanted to keep up the old customs, but these are cases which they don't fit. We knew what must be the upshot of this. If we hadn't wished it, we should not have allowed them to go and listen to the nightingales. How you frightened me, cried Marfa Yegorovna. He had to be frightened. I will read him a lesson. Mother and aunt had gone a long way into the future, and when they were about as far as the christening of the third child, Marfa Yegorovna noticed in the garden among the bushes a head, which was now hidden, then again cautiously raised to reconnoitre. She recognized her son and pointed him out to Tatiana Markovna. They called him, but when he at last decided to enter, he hung about in the ante-room as if he were making himself presentable. You are welcome, Nikolai Andreevich, said Tatiana Markovna pointedly, while his mother looked at him ironically. Good morning, Tatiana Markovna, he stammered at last and kissed the old lady's hand. I have bought tickets for the charity concert, for you and Mamma, for Vera Vassilievna and Marfa Vassilievna, and for Boris Pavlovitch. It's a splendid concert, the first singer in Moscow. Why do we need to go to concerts? Interrupted Tatiana Markovna, looking at him sideways. The nightingales sing so finely here. In the evening we go into the garden and can hear them for nothing. Marfa Yegorovna bit her lip, but Vikentiev stood transfixed. Sit down, Nikolai Andreevich, continued the old lady seriously and reproachfully, and listen to what I have to say. What does your conscience tell you? How have you rewarded my confidence? Don't make fun of me, it's unkind. I am not joking. It wasn't right of you, my friend, to speak to Marfinka and not to me. Supposing I had not consented."
"If you had not consented, I would have—"
"What?"
"Oh, I would have gone away from here, joined the hussars, have contracted debts, and gone to rack and ruin."
"Now he threatens. You should not be so bent on your own way, young man."
"Give me Marfa Vassilievna, and I will be more tranquil than water, humbler than the grass."
"Shall we give him Marfinka, Marfa Yegorovna?"
"He hasn't deserved it, Tatiana Markovna, and it is really too early. Perhaps in 2 years' time—" He flew to his mother and shut her mouth with a kiss. Then he received from Tatiana Markovna the sign of the cross and a kiss on the forehead. "Where is Marfa Vassilievna?" he shouted joyfully.
"You must have patience,"
admonished his grandmother.
"We will fetch her."
Tatiana Markovna and Marfa Yegorovna found Marfinka hidden in the corner behind the curtains of her bed, close by the icons. She covered her blushing face in her hands. Vera received the news from her aunt with quiet pleasure, saying that she had expected it for a long time.
"God grant you may follow her example,"
said Tatiana Markovna. "If you love me as I love you, grandmother, you will bestow all your care and thought on Marfinka. Take no thought for me."
"My heart aches for you, Verочка."
"I know, and that grieves me. Grandmother," she said with a despairing note, "it is killing me to think that your heart aches on my account."
"What do you say, Verочка? Open your heart to me, perhaps I can comprehend, and if you have grief, help to assuage it."
"If trouble overtakes me, grandmother, and I cannot conquer it myself, I will come to you, and to none other, God only excepted. But do not make me suffer any more, or allow yourself to suffer."
"Will it not be too late when trouble has once overtaken you?"
whispered her aunt. Then she added aloud,
"I know that you are not like Marfinka, and I will not disturb you."
A long sigh escaped her as she left the room with quick steps and bent head. Vera's distress was the only cloud on her horizon, and she prayed earnestly that it might pass and not gather into a black storm cloud. Vera sought to calm her own agitation by walking up and down the garden, but only succeeded gradually. As soon as she caught sight of Marfinka and Vikentiv in the arbour, she hurried to them, looked affectionately into her sister's face, kissed her eyes, her lips, her cheeks, and embraced her warmly. "You must be happy," she said with tears in her eyes.
"How lovely you are, Verочка, and how good! We are not a bit like sisters. There is nobody in the neighbourhood fit to marry you, is there, Nikolai Andreevich?"
Vera pressed her hand in silence.
"Nikolai Andreevich, do you know what she is?"
"An angel," answered Vikentiv as promptly as a soldier answers his officer.
"An angel,"
mimicked Vera, laughing and pointing to a butterfly hovering over a flower. "There is an angel. But if you even touch him, the color of his wings will be spoilt, and he will perhaps even lose a wing. You must spoil her, love and caress her, and God forbid that you ever wound her. If you ever do," she threatened, smiling, "you will have to reckon with me." Within a week of this happy occasion the house was restored to its ordinary routine. Marfa Yegorovna drove back to Kolchino, but Vikentiv became a daily visitor and almost a member of the family. He and Marfinka no longer jumped and ran like children, though they occasionally had a lively dispute, half in jest, half in earnest. They sang and read together, and the pure fresh poetry of youth, plain for all to read, welled up in their frank, unspoilt hearts. The wedding being fixed for the autumn, preparations for Marfinka's house furnishing and trousseau were being gradually pushed forward. From the cupboards of the house were brought old lace, silver and gold plate,
glass, linen, furs, pearls, diamonds, and all sorts of treasures, to be divided by Tatiana Markovna with Jew-like exactness into 2 equal shares, with the aid of jewelers, workers in gold, and others.
"That is yours, Vera, and there is Marfinka's share. You are not to receive a pearl or an ounce more than the other. See for yourselves."
Vera pushed pearls and diamonds into a heap with a declaration that she needed very little. This only angered Tatiana Markovna, who began to work of division all over again. Raisky sent to his former guardian for the diamonds and silver that had been his mother's portion, and bestowed these also on the sisters, but his aunt hid the treasure in the depths of her coffers.
"You will want them yourself," she said, "on the day when you take it into your head to marry."
The estate with all that belonged to it he had made over in the names of the sisters, a gift for which each of them thanked him after her fashion. Tatiana Markovna wrinkled her forehead and looked askance at him, but she could not long maintain this attitude, and ended by embracing him. In various rooms, in Tatiana Markovna's sitting room, in the servants' room, and even in the reception room, tables were covered with linen. The marriage bed, with its lace pillow-cases and cover, was being prepared, and every morning there came dressmakers and seamstresses. Only Raisky and Vera remained untouched by the universal gay activity. Even when Raisky sought distraction in riding or visiting, there was in fact no one else in the world for him but Vera. He avoided too frequent visits to Kozlov on account of Uliana Andreevna. He did not visit Polina Karpovna, but she came the oftener, and bored him and Tatiana Markovna by her pose, retiring or audacious, as the case might be. Tatiana Markovna especially was annoyed by her unasked-for criticisms of the wedding preparations and by her views on marriage generally. Marriage, she declared, was the grave of love. Elect souls were bound to meet in spite of all obstacles, even outside the marriage bond, and so forth. While she expounded these doctrines, she cast languishing eyes on Raisky. Neither did the young people, who now often came to the house to dance, awaken any interest in Raisky or Vera. These two were only happy under given circumstances, he with her, she, when unseen by any one, she could flit like a ghost to the precipice to lose herself in the undergrowth, or when she drove over the Volga to see the Pope's wife. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The weather was gloomy, rain fell unintermittently, the sky was enshrouded in a thick cloud of fog, and on the ground lay banks of mist. No one had ventured out all day, and the family had already gone early to bed, when about 10 o'clock the rain ceased. Raisky put on his overcoat to get a breath of air in the garden. The rustle of the bushes and the plants, from which the rain was still dripping, alone broke the stillness of the night. After a few turns up and down, he turned his steps to the vegetable garden, through which his way to the fields lay. Here and there a glimmering star hung above in the dense darkness, and before him the village lay like a dark spot on the dark background of the indistinguishable fields beyond. Suddenly he heard a slight noise from the old house, and saw that a window on the ground floor had been opened. Since the window looked out not into the garden but on to the field, he hastened to reach the grove of acacias, leapt the fence, and landed in a puddle of water where he stood motionless. "Is it you?" said a low voice from the window. It was Vera's voice.
Though his knees trembled under him, he was just able to answer in the same low tone. "Yes, the rain has kept me in all day, but tomorrow morning at 10. Go quickly, someone is coming." The window was closed quietly, and Raisky cursed the approaching footsteps that had interrupted the conversation. It was then true, and the letter written on blue paper not a dream. Was there a rendezvous? He went in the direction of the steps. "Who is there?" cried a voice, and Raisky was seized from behind. "The devil!" cried Raisky, pushing Savelli away. "Since when have you taken upon yourself to guard the house? I have the mistress's orders. There are so many thieves and vagabonds in the neighborhood, and the sailors from the Volga do a lot of mischief." "That is a lie. You are out after Marina, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself." He would have gone, but Savelli detained him. "Allow me, sir, to say a word or two about Marina. Exercise your merciful powers and send the woman to Siberia." "Are you out of your senses?" "Or into a house of detention for the rest of her life." "I am much more likely to send you, so that you cease to beat her. What are you doing spying here in this abominable way?" said Raisky between his teeth, and he cast a glance at Vera's window. In another moment he was gone. Raisky hardly slept at all that night, and he appeared next morning in his aunt's sitting room with dry, weary eyes. The whole family had assembled for tea on this particular bright morning. Vera greeted him gaily, as he pressed her hand feverishly and looked straight into her eyes. She returned his gaze calmly and quietly. "How elegant you are this morning," he said. "Do you call a simple straw-colored blouse elegant?" she asked. "But the scarlet band on your hair, with the coils of hair drawn across it, the belt with the beautiful clasp, and the scarlet embroidered shoes? You have excellent taste, and I congratulate you. I am glad that I meet with your approval, but your enthusiasm is rather strange. Tell me the reason of this extraordinary tone." "Good, I will tell you. Let us go for a stroll." He saw that she gave him a quick glance of suspicion, as he proposed an appointment with her for 10 o'clock. After a moment's thought, she agreed, sat down in a corner, and was silent. About 10 o'clock she picked up her work and her parasol, and signed to him to follow her as she left the house. She walked in silence through the garden, and they sat down on a bench at the top of the cliff. "It was by chance," said Raisky, who was hardly able to restrain his emotion, "that I have learnt a part of your secret." "So it seems," she answered coldly. "You were listening yesterday." "Accidentally, I swear." "I believe you. Vera, there is no longer any doubt that you have a lover. Who is he?" "Don't ask. Who is there in the world who could desire your happiness more ardently than I do? Why have you confidence in him and not in me?" "Because I love him." "The man you love is to be envied, but how is he going to repay you for the supreme happiness that you bring him? Be careful, my friend. To whom do you give your confidence?" "To myself." "Who is the man?" Instead of answering him, she looked full in his face, and he thought that her eyes were as colorless as those of a water sprite, and there lay hidden in them a maddening riddle. From below in the bushes there came the sound of a shot. Vera rose immediately from the bench, and Raisky also rose. "He?" he asked in a dull voice. "It is 10 o'clock." She approached the precipice, Raisky following close at her heels. She motioned him to come no farther. "What is the meaning of the shot?" "He calls." "Who?" "The writer of the blue letter. Not a step further unless you wish that I leave here forever." She rapidly descended the precipice, and in a few moments had vanished behind the brushwood and the trees. He called after her to take care, but in reply heard only the crackling of the dry twigs beneath her feet.
Then all was still. He was left to torment himself with wondering who the object of her passion could be. It was none other than Mark Volokov, pariah, cynic, gypsy, who would ask the first likely man he met for money, who leveled his gun on his fellow men, and, like Karl Moore, had declared war on mankind. Mark Volokov, the man under police supervision. It was to meet this dangerous and suspicious character that Vera stole to the rendezvous, Vera, the pearl of beauty in the whole neighborhood, whose beauty made strong men weak, Vera, who had mastered even the tyrannical Tatiana Markovna, Vera, the pure maiden sheltered from all the winds of heaven. It would have seemed impossible for her to meet a man against whom all houses were barred. It had happened so simply, so easily, towards the end of the last summer, at the time that the apples were ripe. She was sitting one evening in the little acacia arbor by the fence near the old house, looking absently out into the field, and away to the Volga and the hills beyond, when she became aware that a few paces away the branches of the apple tree were swaying unnaturally over the fence. When she looked more closely she saw that a man was sitting comfortably on the top rail. He appeared by his face and dress to belong to the lower class. He was not a schoolboy, but he held in his hands several apples. "What are you doing here?" she asked, just as he was about to spring down from the fence. "I am eating," he said after taking a look at her. "Will you try one?" he added, hitching himself along the fence towards her. She looked at him curiously, but without fear, as she drew back a little. "Who are you?" she said severely, "and why do you climb on to other people's fences?" "What can it matter to you who I am? I can easily tell you why I climb on other people's fences. It is to eat apples." "Aren't you ashamed to take other people's apples?" she asked. "They are my apples, not theirs. They have been stolen from me. You certainly have not read Proudhon. But how beautiful you are," he added in amazement. "Do you know what Proudhon says?" he concluded. "La propriété, c'est le vol." "Ah, you have read Proudhon." He stared at her, and as she shook her head, he continued, "Anyway, you have heard it. Indeed, this divine truth has gone all round the world nowadays. I have a copy of Proudhon and will bring it to you." "You are not a boy, and yet you steal apples. You think it is not theft to do because of that saying of Proudhon's." "You believe then everything that was told you at school? But please tell me who you are. This is the Berezhkovs' garden. They tell me the old lady has 2 beautiful nieces." "I too say, what can it matter to you who I am?" "Then you believe what your grandmother tells you?" "I believe in what convinces me." "Exactly like me," he said, taking off his cap. "Is it criminal in your eyes to take apples?" "Not criminal, perhaps, but not good manners." "I make you a present of them," he said, handing her the remaining 4 apples, and taking another bite out of his own. He raised his cap once more, and bid her an ironic good day. "You have a double beauty. You are beautiful to look at, and sensible into the bargain. It is a pity that you are destined to adorn the life of an idiot. You will be given away, poor girl." "No pity, if you please. I shall not be given away like an apple." "You remember the apples. Many thanks for the gift. I will bring you books in exchange, as you like books." "Proudhon?" "Yes, Proudhon and others. I have all the new ones. Only you must not tell your grandmother and her stupid visitors, for although I do not know who they are, I don't think they would have anything to do with me." "How do you know? You have only seen me for 5 minutes." "The stag's breed is never hidden.
One sees at once that you belong to the living, not to the dead alive, and that is the main point. The rest comes with opportunity. I have a free mind, as you yourself say, and you immediately want to overpower it. Who are you that you should take upon yourself to instruct me?" He looked at her in amazement. "You are neither to bring me books, nor to come here again yourself," she said, rising to go. "There is a watchman here, and he will seize you." "That is like the grandmother again. It smells of the town and the lantern oil, and I thought that you loved the wide world and freedom. Are you afraid of me? And who do you think I am?" "A seminarist, perhaps," she said laconically. "What makes you think that?" "Well, seminarists are unconventional, badly dressed, and always hungry. Go into the kitchen, and I will tell them to give you something to eat." "That's very kind. Did anything else about the seminarists strike you?" "I'm not acquainted with any of them, and have seen very little of them at all. They are so unpolished, and talk so queerly." "They are our real missionaries. And what does it matter if they talk queerly? While we laugh at them, they attack the enemy, blindly perhaps, but at any rate with enthusiasm." "What enemy?" "The world. They fight for the new knowledge, the new life. Healthy, virile youth needs air and food, and we need such men. We? Who? The newborn strength of the world." "Do you then represent the newborn strength of the world?" she said, looking at him with observant, curious eyes, but without irony. "Or is your name a secret? Would it frighten you if I named it?" "What could it mean to me if you did disclose it? What is it?" "Mark Volokov. In this silly place my name is heard with nearly as much terror as if it were Pugachov or Stenka Razin." "You are that man?" she said, looking at him with rising curiosity. "You boast of your name, which I have heard before. You shot at Nil Andreevich and let a couple of dogs loose on an old lady. There are the manifestations of your new strength. Go and don't be seen here again." "Otherwise you will complain to grandmamma?" "I certainly shall. Goodbye." She left the arbor and walked away without listening to his rejoinder. He followed her covetously with his eyes, murmuring as he sprang to the ground a wish that those apples also could be stolen. Vera, for her part, said not a word to her aunt of this meeting, but she confided nevertheless in her friend Natalia Ivanovna, after exacting a promise of secrecy. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After leaving Raisky, Vera listened for a while to make sure he was not following her, and then, pushing the branches of the undergrowth aside with her parasol, made her way by the familiar path to the ruined arbor, whose battered doorway was almost barricaded by the fallen timbers. The steps of the arbor and the planks of the floor had sunk, and rotten planks cracked under her feet. Of its original furniture there was nothing left but two moss-grown benches and a crooked table. Mark was already in the arbor, and his rifle and huntsman's bag lay on the table. He held out his hand to Vera, and almost lifted her in over the shattered steps. By way of welcome he merely commented on her lateness. "The weather detained me," she said. "Have you any news?" "Did you expect any?" "I expect every day that you will be sent for by the military or the police." "I have been more careful since Raisky played at magnanimity and took upon himself the fuss about the books." "I don't like that about you, Mark. Your callousness and malice towards everyone except yourself. My cousin made no parade of what he had done. He did not even mention it to me." You are incapable of appreciating a kindness. I do appreciate it in my own way, just as the wolf in the fable appreciated the kindness of the crane. Why not thank him with the same simplicity with which he served you? You are a real wolf. You are forever disparaging, detracting, or blaming someone, either from pride or what? Or by way of cultivating the new strength. Scoffer! He laughed as he sat down beside her. You are young and still too inexperienced to be disillusioned of all the charm of the good old times. How can I instruct you in the rights of mankind? And how am I to cure you of the slandering of mankind? You have always a retort handy, and nobody could complain of dullness with you. But, he said, clutching meditatively at his head, if I am locked up by the police, she finished, that seems to be all that your fate still lacks. But for you I should long ago have been sent off somewhere. You are a disturbing element. Are you tired of living peaceably and already craving for a storm? You promised me to lead a different life. What have you not promised me? And I was so happy that they even noticed my delight at home. And now you have relapsed into your old mood, she protested, as he seized her hand. Pretty hand, he said, kissing it again and again without any objection from her, but when he sought to kiss her cheek she drew back. You refuse again? Is your reserve never to end? Perhaps you keep your caresses for... She drew her hand away hastily. You know I do not like jests of that kind. You must break yourself of this tone, and of wolfish manners generally. That would be the first step towards unaffected manhood. Tone and manners? You are a child still occupied with your ABC. Before you lie freedom, life, love, happiness, and you talk of tone and manners. Where is the human soul, the woman in you? What is natural and genuine in you? Now you are talking like Raisky. Ah, Raisky, is he still so desperate? More than ever, so that I really don't know how to treat him. Lead him by the nose. How hideous! It would be best to tell him the truth about myself. If he knew all, he would be reconciled and would go away, as he said he intended to do long ago. He will hate you, read you a lecture, and perhaps tell your aunt. God forbid that she should hear the truth except from ourselves. Should I go away for a time? Why? It could not be arranged for you to be away long, and if your absence was short, he would be only the more agitated. When you were away, what good did it do? There is only one way, and that is to conceal the truth from him, to put him on a wrong track. Let him cherish his passion, read verses, and gape at the moon, since he is an incurable romanticist. Later on he will sober down and travel once more. He is not a romanticist in the sense you mean, sighed Vera. You may fairly call him poet, artist. I at least begin to believe in him, in his delicacy and his truthfulness. I would hide nothing from him if he did not betray his passion for me. If he subdues that, I will be the first to tell him the whole truth. We did not meet, interrupted Mark, to talk so much about him. Well, what have you done since we last met? She asked gaily. Whom have you met? Have you been discoursing on the new strength, or the dawn of the future, or young hopes? Every day I live in anxious expectation. No, laughed Mark. I have ceased to bother about the people here. It is not worth while to tackle them. God grant it were so. You would have done well if you had acted up to what you say. But I cannot be happy about you. At the Svogins, the youngest son, Volodya, who is 14, declared to his mother that he was not going any more to Mass. When he was whipped and questioned, he pointed to his eldest brother, who had sneaked into the servants' room and there preached to the maids the whole evening that it was stupid to observe the fasts of the church, to go through the ceremony of marriage, that there was no God. Mark looked at her in horror. In the servants' room? And yet I talked to him for a whole evening, as if he were a man capable of reason, and gave him books, which he took straight to the bookseller. These are the books you ought to put on sale, he said. Did you not give me your promise, she said reproachfully, when we parted and you begged to see me again? All that is long past. I have had nothing more to do with those people since I gave you that promise. Don't be angry, Vera. But for you, I would escape from this neighborhood tomorrow. Escape where? Everywhere there are the same opportunities. Boys who would like to see their moustaches grow quicker, servants' rooms, if independent men and women will not listen to your talk. Are you not ashamed of the part you play? She asked after a brief pause. Do you look on it as your mission? She stroked his bent head affectionately as she spoke. At her last words he raised his head quickly. What part do I play? I give a baptism of pure water. Are you convinced of the pureness of the water? Listen, Vera, I am not Raisky, said Mark, rising. You are a woman, or rather, one should say a bud which has yet to unfold into womanhood. When that unfolding comes, many secrets will be clear to you that have no part in a girl's dreams, and that cannot be explained. Experience is the sole key to these secrets. I call you to your initiation, Vera. I show you the path of life. But you stand hesitating on the threshold, and your advance is slow. The serious thing is that you don't even believe me. Do not be vexed, begged Vera affectionately. I agree with you in everything that I recognize as right and honorable. If I cannot always follow you in life and in experience, it is because I desire to know and see for myself the goal for which I am making. That is to say, that you wish to judge for yourself. And do you desire that I should not judge for myself? I love you, Vera. Put your trust in me and obey. Does the flame of passion burn in me less strongly than in your Raisky, for all his poetry? Passion is chary of words, but you will neither trust nor obey me. Would you have me not stand at the level of my personality? You yourself preached freedom to me, and now the tyrant in you appears because I do not show a slavish submission. Let us part, Vera, if doubt is uppermost with you, and you have no confidence in me, for in that fashion we cannot continue our meetings. Yes, let us part, rather than that you should exact a blind trust in you. In my waking hours and in my dreams I imagine that there lies between us no disturbance, no doubt, but I don't understand you and therefore cannot trust you. You hide under your aunt's skirts, like a chicken under a hen, and you have absorbed her ideas and her system of morals. You, like Raisky, enshroud passion in fantastic draperies. Let us put aside all the other questions untouched. The one that lies before us is simple and straightforward. We love one another. Is that so or not? What does it lead to, Mark? If you don't believe me, look around you. You have spent your whole life in the woods and fields, and do you learn nothing from what you see in all directions? He asked, pointing to a swarm of flying pigeons and to the nesting swallows. Learn from them. They deal in no subtleties. Yes, they circle round their nests. One has flown away, probably in search of food. When winter comes, they will all separate. And return in spring to the same nest? I believe you when you talk reasonably, Vera. You felt injured by my rough manners, and I am making every effort. I have transformed myself to the old-fashioned pattern, and shall soon shift my feet and smile when I make my bow like Tit Nikonich. I don't give way to the desire to abuse or to quarrel with anybody, and draw no attention to my doings. I shall next be making up my mind to attend mass. What else should I do? You are in the mood for joking, but joking is not what I wanted, sighed Vera. What do you want me to do? So far I have not even been able to persuade you to spare yourself for my sake, to cease your baptisms, to live like other people. But if I act in accordance with my convictions, what is your aim? What do you hope to do? I teach fools. Do you even know yourself what you teach? For what you have been struggling for a whole year? To live the life that you prescribe is not within the bounds of possibility. It is all very new and bold, but there we are again at the same old point. I can hear the old lady piping. He laughed scornfully, pointing in the direction of the house. You speak with her voice. Is that your whole answer, Mark? Everything is a lie, therefore away with it. But the absence of any notion of what truth is to supersede the lies makes me distrustful. You set reflection above nature and passion. You are noble, and you naturally desire marriage, but that has nothing to do with love, and it is love and happiness that I seek. Vera rose and looked at him with blazing eyes. If I wished only for marriage, Mark, I should naturally make another choice. Pardon me, I was rude, he said in real embarrassment and kissed her hand. But, Vera, you repress your love. You are afraid, and instead of giving yourself up to the pleasure of it, you are forever analyzing. I try to find out who and what you are, because love is not a passing pleasure to me. But you look on it as a distraction. No, as a daily need of life, which is no matter for jesting. Like Raisky, I cannot sleep through the long nights, and I suffer nervous torture that I could not have believed possible. You say you love me. That I love you is plain. But I call you to happiness, and you are afraid. I do not want happiness for a month, for 6 months. For your life long, and even after death? Asked Mark scornfully. For life. I do not want to foresee an ultimate limit. I do not and will not believe in happiness with a term. But I do believe in another kind of intimate happiness, and I want to make me embrace the same belief. Yes, I know no other happiness, and I would scorn it if I knew it. Goodbye, Vera. You do not love me, but are forever disputing, analyzing either my character or the nature of happiness. We always get back to the point from which we started. I think it is your destiny to love Raisky. You can make what you will of him, can deck him out with all your aunt's tags and evolve a new hero of romance every day, forever and ever. I haven't the time for that kind of thing. I have work to do. Ah, work and love. With happiness as an afterthought, a trifle. Do you wish to build a life out of love after the old fashion? A life such as that lived by the swallows who leave their nest only to seek food? You would fly for a moment into a strange nest and then forget. Yes, if forgetting is so easy, but if one cannot forget, one returns. But must I return if I don't want to? Is that compatible with freedom? Would you ask that? I cannot understand a bird's life of that kind. Farewell, Vera. We were mistaken. I want a comrade, not a schoolgirl. Yes, Mark, a comrade, strong like yourself, I agree. A comrade for the whole of life. Is that not so? I thought, said Mark, as if he had not heard her last question, that we should soon be united, and that whether we separated again must depend on temperament and circumstances. You make your analysis in advance, so that your judgment is as crooked and twisted as an old maid's could be. You don't look to the quarter whence truth and light must come. Sleep, my child, I was mistaken. Farewell once more. We will try to avoid one another in the future. We will try. But can we really not find happiness together? What is the hindrance? She asked in a low, agitated tone, touching his hand. Mark shouldered his gun in silence and walked out of the arbor into the brushwood. Vera stood motionless, as if she were in a deep sleep. Overcome by grief and amazement, she could not believe he was really leaving her. Where there is no trust, there is no love, she thought. She did not trust him, and yet, if she did not love him, why was her grief and pain at his going so great? Why did she feel that death itself would be welcome? Mark! She cried in a low voice. He did not look round, and although she repeated the cry, he strode forward. Mark! She cried breathlessly a third time, but he still pursued his path. Her face faded, but mechanically she picked up her handkerchief and her parasol and mounted the cliff. Were truth and love to be found there, where her heart called her? Or did truth lie in the little chapel that she was now approaching? For 4 days Vera wandered in the park and waited in the arbor, but Mark did not come. There was no reply to the call of her heart. She no longer hid her movements from Raisky, who came upon her from time to time in the chapel. She allowed him to accompany her to the little village church on the hill, where she usually went alone. She remained on her knees with bowed head for a long time, while he stood motionless behind her. Then, without a word or a glance, she took his arm to return wearily to the old house, where they parted. Vera knew nothing of his secret suffering, of the passionate love which attracted him to her, the double love of a man for a woman, and of an artist for his ideal. Raisky wondered what the shots meant. It need not necessarily be love that drove her to the rendezvous. There might be a secret of another kind, but the key to the mystery lay in her heart. There was no salvation for her except in love, and he longed to give her protection and freedom. Again he found her at twilight praying in the chapel, but this time she was calm and her eyes clear. She gave him her hand and was plainly pleased to see him. "You cannot imagine, Vera," he said, "how happy it makes me to see you calmer. What has given you peace?" She glanced towards the chapel. "You don't go down there any more," he said, pointing to the precipice. She shook her head. "Thank God!" he cried. "If you are going home now, take my arm," he said, and they walked together along the path leading across the meadow. "You have been fighting a hard and despairing battle, Vera. So much you do not conceal. Are you going to conquer this agonizing and dangerous passion?" "And if I do, cousin?" she asked despondently. "The richer for a great experience, strengthened against future storms, your portion will be a great happiness, sufficient to fill your whole life." "I cannot comprehend any other happiness," she said thoughtfully. She stood still, leaning her head on his shoulder, and her eyes filled with tears.
He did not know that he had probed her wound by touching on the very point that had caused her separation from Mark. At that moment there was the report of a shot in the depths below the precipice, and the sound was re-echoed from the hills. Raisky and Vera both started. She stood listening for a moment. Her eyes, still wet with tears, were wide and staring now. Then she loosed her hold of his arm and hurried in the direction of the precipice, with Raisky hurrying at her heels. When she had gone halfway, she stopped, laid her hand on her heart, and listened once more. "A few minutes ago your mind was made up, Vera." Raisky's face was pale, and his agitation nearly as great as hers. She did not hear his words, and she looked at him without seeing him. Then she took a few steps in the direction of the precipice, but suddenly turned to go slowly towards the chapel.
"I am not going,"
she whispered.
"Why does he call me? It cannot be that he has changed his attitude in the last few days."
She sank down on her knees before the sacred picture, and covered her face with her hands. Raisky came up to her, and implored her not to go. She herself gazed at the picture with expressionless, hopeless eyes. When she rose, she shuddered and seemed unaware of Raisky's presence. A shot sounded once more. With a cry, Vera ran over the meadow towards the cliff. "Perhaps my conviction has conquered," she thought. Why else should he call her? Her feet hardly seemed to touch the grass as she ran into the avenue that led to the precipice. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vera came that night to supper with a gloomy face. She eagerly drank a glass of milk, but offered no remark to anyone.
"Why are you so unhappy, Verotchka?"
asked her aunt.
"Don't you feel well?"
"I was afraid to ask," interposed Tit Nikonich politely. "I could not help noticing, Vera Vassilievna, that you have been altered for some time. You seem to have grown thinner and paler. The change becomes your looks, but the symptoms ought not to be overlooked, as they might indicate the approach of illness."
"I have a little toothache, but it will soon pass," answered Vera unwillingly. Tatiana Markovna looked away sadly enough, but said nothing, while Raisky tapped his plate absently with a fork, but ate nothing and maintained a gloomy silence. Only Marfinka and Vikentiev took every dish that was offered them, and chattered without intermission. Vera soon took her leave, followed by Raisky. She went into the park and stood at the top of the cliff, looking down into the dark wood below her. Then she wrapped herself in her mantilla and sat down on the bench. Silently she acceded to Raisky's request to be allowed to sit down beside her. "You are in trouble and suffering, Vera."
"I have toothache."
"It is your heart that aches, Vera. Share your trouble with me."
"I make no complaint."
"You have an unhappy love affair. With whom?" She did not answer. She knew that her hopes were still not dead, mad though they might be. What if she went away for a week or two to breathe, to conjure up her strength?
"Cousin,"
she said at last,
"tomorrow at daybreak I am going across the Volga, and may stay away longer than usual. I have not said good-bye to grandmother. Please say it for me."
"I will go away too."
"Wait, cousin, until I am a little calmer. Perhaps then I can confide in you, and we can part like brother and sister, but now it is impossible. Still, in case you do go away, let us say good-bye now. Forgive me my strange ways, and let me give you a sister's kiss."
She kissed him on the forehead and walked quickly away, but she had only taken a few steps before she paused to say,
"Thank you for all you have done for me. I have not the strength to tell you how grateful I am for your friendship, and above all for this place. Farewell, and forgive me." "Vera!" he cried in painful haste, "let me stay as long as you are here or are in the neighborhood. Even if we don't see one another, I yet know where you are. I will wait till you are calmer, till you fulfill your promise and confide in me, as you have said you would. You won't be far away, and we can at least write to one another. Give me at least this consolation, for God's sake," he murmured passionately. "Leave me at least that paradise which is next door to hell." She looked at him with a distraught air, and bent her head in assent. But she saw the glow of delight which swept over his agitated face, and wondered sorrowfully why he did not speak like that. "I will put off my journey till the day after tomorrow. Good night," she said, and gave him her hand to kiss before they separated. Early next day Vera gave Marina a note, with instructions to deliver it and to wait for the answer. After the receipt of the answer she grew more cheerful, and went out for a walk along the riverside. That evening she told her aunt that she was going on a visit to Natalia Ivanovna, and took leave of them all, promising Raisky not to forget him. The next day a fisherman from the Volga brought him a letter from Vera, in which she called him "dear cousin," and seemed to look forward to a happier future. Into the friendly tone of the letter he contrived to read tender feeling, and he forgot in his delight his doubts, his anxiety, the blue letters, and the precipice. He wrote and dispatched immediately a brief, affectionate reply. Vera's letter aroused in him the artist sense, and drove him to set out his chaotic emotions in defined form. He sought to crystallize his thoughts and affections. His very passion took artistic shape, and assumed in the clear light Vera's charming features.
"What are you scribbling day and night?"
inquired Tatiana Markovna.
"Is it a play or another novel?"
"I write and write, Granny, and don't know myself how it will end."
"It doesn't matter what the child does so long as he is amused,"
she remarked, not altogether missing the character of Raisky's occupation.
"But why do you write at night, when I am so afraid of fire, and you might fall asleep over your drama? You will make yourself ill, and you often look as yellow as an overripe gherkin as it is."
He looked in the glass, and was struck with his own appearance. Yellow patches were visible on the nose and temples, and there were grey threads in his thick black hair. "If I were fair," he grumbled, "I should not age so quickly. Don't bother about me, Granny, but leave me my freedom. I can't sleep."
"You too ask me for freedom, like Vera? It is as if I held you both in chains,"
she added with an anxious sigh.
"Go on writing, Borushka, but not at night. I cannot sleep in peace, for when I look at your window the light is always burning."
"I will answer for it, grandmother, that there shall be no fire, and if I myself were to be burnt—"
"Touch wood, do not tempt fate. Remember the saying that my tongue is my enemy."
Suddenly Raisky sprang from the divan and ran to the window. "There is a peasant bringing a letter from Vera," he cried as he hurried out of the room.
"One might think it was his father in person,"
said Tatiana Markovna to herself.
"How many candles he burns with his novels and plays, as many as 4 in a night."
Again Raisky received a few lines from Vera. She wrote that she was longing to see him again, and that she wanted to ask for his services. She added the following postscript: "Dear friend and cousin, you taught me to love and to suffer, and poured the strength of your love into my soul. This it is that gives me courage to ask you to do a good deed. There is here an unhappy man who has been driven from his home and lies under the suspicion of the government. He has no place to lay his head, and everyone, either from indifference or fear, avoids him. But you are kind and generous and cannot be indifferent, still less will you hesitate to do a deed of pure charity. The wretched man has not a kopeck, has no clothes, and autumn is coming on. If your heart tells you, as I don't doubt it will, what to do, address the wife of the acolyte, Sekleteya Burdalachov, but arrange it so that neither grandmother nor anyone at home knows anything of it. A sum of 300 roubles will be sufficient, I think, to provide for him for a whole year. Perhaps 250 would suffice. Will you put in a cloak and a warm vest? In my firm belief in your kind heart and your love to me, I enclose the measures taken by the village tailor to protect him from the cold. I don't like to ask you for a rug for him. That would be to make an unfair use of kindness. In the winter the poor exile will probably leave the place, and will bless you and to some degree me as well. I would not have troubled you, but you know that my grandmother has all my money, which is therefore inaccessible.
"What on earth is the meaning of this postscript?" cried Raisky. "The whole note is certainly not from her hand. She could not have written like this." He threw himself on the divan in a fit of nervous laughter. He was in Tatiana Markovna's sitting room with Vikentiev and Marfinka. At first the lovers laughed, but stopped when they saw the violent character of his mirth. Tatiana Markovna, who came in at this moment, offered him some drops of cordial in a teaspoon. "No, grandmother," he cried, still laughing violently, "don't give me drops, but 300 roubles."
"What do you want the money for?" said Tatiana Markovna, hesitating. "Is it for Markushka again? You had much better ask him to return the 80 roubles he has had."
He entered into the spirit of the bargain, and eventually had to content himself with 250 roubles, which he dispatched next day to the address given. He also ordered the cloak and vest, and bought a warm rug to be sent in a few days. "I thank you heartily, and with tears, dear cousin," ran the letter he received in return for his gifts. "I cannot express in writing the gratitude I feel. Heaven, not I, will reward you. How delighted the poor exile was with your gifts! He laughed for joy and is wearing the new things. He immediately paid his landlord his 3 months' arrears of rent and a month in advance. He only allowed himself to spend 3 roubles in cigars, which he has not smoked for a long time, and smoking is his only passion." Although the apocryphal nature of this remarkable missive was quite clear to Raisky, he did not hesitate to add a box of cigars to his gift for the poor exile. It was enough for him that Vera's name was attached to this pressing request. He observed the course of his own passion as a physician does disease. As he watched the clouds driven before the wind, or looked at the green carpet of the earth, now taking on sad autumnal hues, he realized that nature was marching on her way through never-ending change, with not a moment's stagnation. He alone brooded idly, with no prize in view. He asked himself anxiously what his duty was, and begged that reason would shed some light on his way, give him boldness to leap over the funeral pyre of his hopes. Reason told him to seek safety in flight. He drove into the town to buy some necessities for the journey, and there met the governor, who reproached him with having hidden himself for so long. Raisky excused himself on the ground of ill health, and spoke of his approaching departure.
"Where are you going?"
"It is all one to me," returned Raisky gloomily. "Here I am so bored that I must seek some distraction. I intend going to St. Petersburg, then to my estate in the government of R., and then perhaps abroad."
"I don't wonder that you are bored with staying in the same spot, since you avoid society, and must need distraction. Will you make an expedition with me? I am starting on a tour of the district tomorrow. Why not come with me? You will see much that is beautiful, and, being a poet, you will collect new impressions. We will travel for 100 versts by river. Don't forget your sketch-book."
Raisky shook the governor's proffered hand and accepted. The governor showed him his well-equipped travelling carriage, declared that his kitchen would travel with him, and cards should not be forgotten, and promised himself a gayer journey than would have been possible in the sole society of a busy secretary. Raisky felt a relief in the firm determination he now made to conquer his passion, and decided not to return from this journey, but to have his effects sent after him. While he was away, he wrote in this sense to Vera, telling her that his life in Malinovka had been like an evil dream full of suffering, and that if he ever saw the place again it would be at some distant date. A day or two later he received a short answer from Vera, dated from Malinovka. Marfinka's birthday fell during the next week, and when the festival was over she was to go on a long visit to her future mother-in-law. If Raisky did not make some sacrifice and return, a sacrifice to her grandmother and herself, Tatiana Markovna would be terribly lonely. Next evening he had a letter from Vera acquiescing in his intention of leaving Malinovka without seeing her again, and saying that immediately after the dispatch of this letter she would go over to her friend on the other side of the Volga. But she hoped that he would go to say good-bye to Tatiana Markovna and the rest of the household, as his departure without any farewell must necessarily cause surprise in the town, and would hurt Tatiana Markovna's feelings. This answer relieved him enormously. On the afternoon of the next day, when he alighted from the carriage on the outskirts of the town and bade his travelling host good-bye, he was in good enough spirits as he picked up his bag and made his way to the house. Marfinka and Vikentiev were the first to meet him. The dogs leaped to welcome him, the servants hurried up, and the whole household showed such genuine pleasure at his return that he was moved almost to tears. He looked anxiously round to see if Vera was there, but one and another hastened to tell him that Vera had gone away. He ought to have been glad to hear this news, but he heard it with a spasm of pain. When he entered his aunt's room, she sent Pashutka out and locked the door.
"How anxiously I have been expecting you," she said. "I wanted to send a messenger for you."
"What is the matter?" he exclaimed, pale with terror in fears of bad news of Vera.
"Your friend Leonty Ivanovitch is ill."
"Poor fellow! What is wrong? Is it dangerous? I will go to him at once."
"I will have the horses put in. In the meantime, I may as well tell you what is known all over the town. I have kept it secret from Marfinka only, and Vera already knows it. His wife has left him, and he has fallen ill. Yesterday and the day before, the Kozlov's cook came to fetch you."
"Where has she gone?"
"Away with the Frenchman Char, who was suddenly called to St. Petersburg. She pretended she was going to stay with her relations in Moscow, and said that Monsieur Char would accompany her so far. She extracted from Kozlov a pass giving her permission to live alone, and is now with Char in St. Petersburg."
"Her relations with Char," replied Raisky, "were no secret to anybody except her husband. Every one will laugh at him, but he will understand nothing, and his wife will return."
"You have not heard the end. On her way she wrote to her husband telling him to forget her, not to expect her return, because she could no longer endure living with him."
"The fool!
just as if she had not made scandal enough. Poor Leonty! I will go to him. How sorry I am for him! Yes, Borushka, I am sorry for him too, and should like to have gone to see him. He has the simple honesty of a child. God has given him learning, but no common sense, and he is buried in his books. I wonder who is looking after him now. If you find he is not being properly cared for, bring him here. The old house is empty, and we can establish him there for the time being. I will have 2 rooms got ready for him. What a woman you are, grandmother! While I am thinking, you have acted. When he reached Kozlov's house, he found the shutters of the grey house were closed, and he had to knock repeatedly before he was admitted. He passed through the anteroom into the dining room, and stood uncertain before the study door, hesitating whether he should knock or go straight in. Suddenly the door opened, and there stood before him, dressed in a woman's dressing gown and slippers, Mark Volokov, unbrushed, sleepy, pale, thin, and sinister. "The evil one has brought you at last," he grumbled, half in surprise and half in vexation. "Where have you been all this time? I have hardly slept for 2 nights. His pupils are about in the daytime, but at night he is alone." "What is the matter with him?" "Has no one told you? That she-goat has gone. I was pleased to hear it, and came at once to congratulate him, but I found him with not a drop of blood in his face, with dazed eyes, and unable to recognize anyone. He just escaped brain fever. Instead of weeping for joy, the man has nearly died of sorrow. I fetched the doctor, but Kozlov sent him away, and walked up and down the room like one demented. Now he is sleeping, so we will not disturb him. I will go, and you must stay, and see that he does not do himself some injury in a fit of melancholy. He listens to no one, and I have been tempted to smack him." Mark spit with vexation. "You can't depend on his idiot of a cook. Yesterday the woman gave him some tooth powder instead of his proper powder. I'm going to dismiss her tomorrow." Raisky watched him in amazement and offered his hand. "What favor is this?" said Mark bitterly, and without taking the proffered hand. "I thank you for having stood by my old friend." Mark seized Raisky's hand and shook it. "I have been looking for some means of serving you for a long time." "Why, Volokov, are you forever executing quick changes like a clown in a circus?" "What the devil have I to do with your gratitude? I'm not here for that, but on Kozlov's account." "God be with you and your manners, Mark Ivanovich," replied Raisky. "In any case, you have done a good deed." "More praise! You can be as sentimental as you like, for all I care." "I will take Leonty home with me," resumed Raisky. "He will be absolutely at home there, and if his troubles do not blow over, he will have his own quiet corner all his life." "Bravo! That is deeds, not words. Kozlov would wither without a home and without care. It is an excellent idea you have taken into your head." "It comes not from me, but from a woman, and not from her head, but from her heart. My aunt—" "The old lady has a sound heart. I must go and breakfast with her one day. It is a pity she has amassed so many foolish ideas. Now I'm going. Look after Kozlov, if not personally, through someone else. The day before yesterday his head had to be cooled all day, and at night cabbage leaves should be laid on it. I was a little disturbed, because in his dazed state he got the cabbage and began to eat it. Goodbye. I have neither slept nor eaten, though Avdotya has treated me to a horrible brew of coffee." "Allow me to send the coachman home to fetch some supper," said Raisky. "I would rather eat at home." "Perhaps you have no money," said Raisky, nervously drawing out his pocket-book. "I have money," said Mark enigmatically, hardly able to restrain a callous laugh. "I'm going to the bathhouse before I have my supper, as I haven't been able to undress here. I have changed my quarters, and now live with a clerical personage." "You look ill, thin, and your eyes?" Mark's face grew more evil and sinister than before. "You too look worse," he said. "If you look in the glass you will see yellow patches and hollow eyes." "I have many causes of anxiety." "So have I. Goodbye," said Mark, and was gone. Raisky went into the study and walked up to the bed on tiptoe.
"Who is there?"
asked Leonty feebly. When Leonty recognized Raisky, he pushed his feet out of bed and sat up.
"Is he gone?"
he asked weakly.
"I pretended to be asleep. You have not been for so long, and I have been expecting you all the time. The face of an old comrade is the only one that I can bear to see."
"I have been away, and heard when I returned of your illness."
"It is gossip. There is a conspiracy to say I'm ill, which is all foolish talk. Mark, who even fetched a doctor, has been hanging about here as if he were afraid I should do myself an injury,"
said Leonty, and paced up and down the room. "You are weak and walk with difficulty," said Raisky. "It would be better for you to lie down."
"I am weak, that is true,"
admitted Leonty. He bent over the chair back to Raisky, embraced him, and laid his face against his hair. Raisky felt hot tears on his forehead and cheeks.
"It is weakness,"
sobbed Leonty.
"but I am not ill, and have not brain fever. They talk, but don't understand. And I understood nothing either. But now that I see you, I cannot keep back my tears. Don't abuse me like Mark, or laugh at me as they all do, my colleagues and my sympathetic visitors. I can discern malicious laughter on all their faces."
"I respect and understand your tears and your sorrow," said Raisky, stifling his own tears.
"You are my kind old comrade. Even at school you never laughed at me, and do you know why I weep?"
Leonty took a letter from his desk and handed it to Raisky. It was the letter from Uliana Andreevna of which Tatiana Markovna had spoken. Raisky glanced through it. "Destroy it," he said. "You will have no peace while it is in your possession."
"Destroy it?"
said Leonty, seizing the letter and replacing it in the desk.
"How is it possible to think of such a thing, when these are the only lines she has written me, and these are all that I have as a souvenir?"
"Leonty, think of all this as a malady, a terrible misfortune, and don't succumb to it. You are not an old man, and have a long life before you."
"My life is over unless she returns to me,"
he whispered. "What? You would take her back?"
"You too, Boris, fail to understand me,"
cried Leonty in despair, as he thrust his hands into his hair and strode up and down.
"People keep on saying I am ill, they offer sympathy, bring a doctor, sit all night by my bedside, and yet don't guess why I suffer so wildly, don't even guess at the only remedy there is for me. She is not here,"
he whispered wildly, seizing Raisky by the shoulders and shaking him violently.
"She is not here, and that is what constitutes my illness. Besides, I am not ill, I am dead. Take me to her, and I shall rise again. And you ask whether I will take her back again? You, a novelist, don't understand simple things like that."
I did not know that you loved her like that," said Raisky tenderly. "You used to laugh and say that you had got so used to her that you were becoming faithless to your Greeks and Romans."
"I chatted, I boasted," laughed Leonty bitterly, "and I was without understanding. But for this I never should have understood. I thought I loved the ancients, while my whole love was given to the living woman. Yes, Boris, I loved books and my gymnasium, the ancients and the moderns, my scholars, and you, Boris. I loved the street, this hedge, the service tree there, only through my love for her. Now nothing of all this matters. I knew that as I lay on the floor reading her letter. And you ask whether I would receive her. God in heaven! If she came, how she should be cherished!" He concluded, his tears flowing once more. "Leonty, I come to you with a request from Tatiana Markovna, who asks you," he went on, though Leonty walked ceaselessly up and down, dragging his slippers and appearing not to listen, "to come over to us. Here you will die of misery." "Thank you," said Leonty, shaking his head. "She is a saint, but how can a desolate man carry his sorrow into a strange house?" "Not a strange house, Leonty. We are brothers, and our relation is closer than the ties of blood." Leonty lay down on the bed and took Raisky's hand. "Pardon my egoism," he said. Later, I will come of my own accord, will ask permission to look after your library, if no hope is left me." "Have you any hope?" "What? Do you think there is no hope?" Raisky, who did not wish to deprive his friend of the last straw, nor to stir useless hope in him, hesitated before he answered after a pause. "I don't know what to say to you exactly, Leonty. I know so little of your wife that I cannot judge her character." "You know her," said Leonty in a dull voice. "It was you who directed my attention to the Frenchman. But then I did not understand you, because nothing of the kind had entered my head. But if he leaves her," he said with a gleam of hope in his eyes, "she will perhaps remember me." "Perhaps," said Raisky. "Tomorrow I will come to fetch you. Goodbye for the present. Tonight I will either come myself or send someone who will stay with you." Leonty did not hear and did not even see Raisky go. When he reached home, Raisky gave his aunt an account of Leonty's condition, telling her that there was no danger, but that no sympathy would help matters. Yakov was sent to look after the sick man, and Tatiana Markovna did not forget to send an abundant supper, with tea, rum, wine, and all sorts of other things. "What are these things for, grandmother?" asked Raisky. "He doesn't eat anything." "But the other one, if he returns?"
"What other one?"
"Who but Markushka? He will want something to eat. You found him with our invalid."
"I will go to Mark, Granny, and tell him what you say."
"For goodness sake, don't do that, Borushka. Mark will laugh at me."
"No, he will be grateful and respectful, for he understands you. He is not like Nil Andreevitch."
"I don't want his gratitude and respect. Let him eat and be satisfied, and God be with him. He is a ruined man. Has he remembered the 80 roubles?
End of chapter 20.